abbot of worldly pleasures. The main character, whose only good quality was his looks and who did nothing in his life but chase girls, drink, gamble, and splurge his parents' money, finally snapped the last straw of his parents' patience and got sent to a Buddhist monastery to repent and to become a better person. He was not allowed to exit the monastery until he became a good person, or his parents would cut off his money. His silky smooth hair was shaved and his lavish name-brand suit was replaced by kashaya, but his will to stay a piece of shit remained. So he started scheming and, bit by bit, he corrupted the other monks with the pleasures of the world. Chapter 1. The Golden Cage. Li Juanhao, at 26, was a connoisseur of the finer things in life, a man whose existence was as meticulously curated as a luxury boutique display. His days were a languid ballet of champagne brunches, exclusive club openings, and the casual acquisition of expensive trinkets that held the ephemeral allure of novelty. His nights were an unbroken symphony of glittering parties, punctuated by the clinking of ice in crystal tumblers and the low hum of conversations lubricated by excess. He was, in essence, a masterpiece of inherited privilege, a finely tuned instrument of conspicuous consumption. Until, that is, the music stopped. His parents, those distant architects of his gilded life, had finally run out of patience, their weary sighs echoing the emptying of their coffers. The relentless tide of his profligate lifestyle, coupled with a startling absence of any discernible ambition beyond maintaining the status quo of his own decadence, had culminated in an ultimatum. It was a decree delivered not with thunderous pronouncements, but with the clipped, precise finality of a stock market crash. Guangming Monastery. A year. Penance. The words hung in the air of his penthouse, a stark, discordant note against the usual soundtrack of his life. The gilded cage of his Shanghai penthouse, once a symbol of his elevated status, now felt like a suffocating trap. The panoramic view of the city's glittering skyline, a testament to modern ambition and relentless progress, now seemed to mock him with its vibrant energy, a stark reminder of the world he was about to be ejected from. Each twinkling light, each soaring skyscraper, whispered of opportunities he had never needed to seize, of efforts he had never been required to exert. His future, once a boundless expanse of unearned privilege, had abruptly narrowed to a single, unappealing path, a year of austerity amidst the alleged serenity of Guangming Monastery. The very notion was anathema. Monks? Chanting? Rough-spun robes? The words tasted like ashes in his mouth, a grim counterpoint to the lingering sweetness of Dom Perignon. His internal monologue, a constant stream of self-congratulatory pronouncements and disdainful observations, went into overdrive, a furious tempest of disbelief and disgust. A year, he'd scoffed, the sound lost in the cavernous expanse of his living room. They must be joking. They have to be joking. He paced the impossibly vast expanse of his living room, the polished marble cool beneath his bare feet. Each step was a testament to his disconnect from the physical world. His parents, those titans of industry whose wealth had paved his every path, had apparently decided that their pampered progeny required a remedial education. An education in humility, in hardship, in the very things he had spent his entire adult life expertly avoiding. The thought of manual labor sent a shudder of revulsion through him. His hands, accustomed only to the delicate caress of designer fabrics and the smooth grip of a steering wheel, recoiling at the imagined touch of soil or rough wood. He pictured himself, Juanhao, Li Juanhao, descendant of a dynasty of wealth and influence, covered in sweat, blisters forming on his soft palms as he wielded a hoe or scrubbed ancient floors. The image was so ludicrous, so utterly divorced from his reality, that he almost laughed. Almost. Penance, he muttered, the word tasting alien. What had he even done to warrant penance? Enjoyed himself a little too much? Live a life of unparalleled comfort and luxury? Was that a crime now? He ran a hand through his impeccably styled hair, each strand perfectly placed, a testament to hours spent in the chair of his personal stylist. His parents, he surmised, had been reading too many self-help articles. Or perhaps they'd had a particularly grim conversation with their financial advisor. Whatever the catalyst, the result was the same: a one-way ticket to a life devoid of everything he held dear. No more bespoke suits tailored in Milan. No more late-night rendezvous at Shanghai's most exclusive clubs. No more the thrill of the deal, even though he'd never actually closed one. No more the comforting weight of his grandfather's vintage Patek Philippe on his wrist. He stopped by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the dazzling cityscape. Shanghai, a relentless beacon of progress and ambition, a city that pulsed with an energy he had always taken for granted. It was his playground, his oyster, his meticulously crafted kingdom. And now, he was being banished to a place that was the antithesis of everything Shanghai represented. A monastery, a place of silence, of austerity, of discipline. The word itself was enough to make him feel faint. Discipline was for the masses, for those who hadn't been born with a silver spoon firmly lodged in their mouths. His spoon was gold-plated, encrusted with diamonds, and he had no intention of relinquishing it, even if his parents seemed determined to snatch it away. He sighed, a dramatic, theatrical expulsion of air that seemed to carry the weight of his impending doom. His parents, he imagined, were probably congratulating themselves on their firmness, their unwavering resolve. "He'll learn," they'd probably say, their voices laced with a smug satisfaction. Learn what? That life outside his penthouse was unpleasant? He already knew that. He'd occasionally glimpsed the harried faces of commuters from the back of his chauffeured limousine, their expressions etched with worry and exhaustion. He'd felt a brief, fleeting flicker of something akin to pity, quickly followed by a comfortable indifference. Their struggles were not his. Until now. Now, it seemed, he was to be conscripted into their ranks, albeit in a far more picturesque and, frankly, absurd setting. He contemplated his options, a frantic search for an escape clause in this draconian decree. Could he hire someone to do his penance for him? A professional monk, perhaps? He imagined placing an ad, seeking discreet, experienced monastic individual for 1-year commitment. Must be proficient in chanting, meditation, and general asceticism. Generous compensation offered. No questions asked. The thought made him chuckle at the dry, brittle sound. It was absurd, of course. His parents, as formidable as they were, had anticipated his attempts at evasion. Their ultimatum was absolute. Financial exile. The phrase itself was a chilling prospect. No more credit cards. No more offshore accounts. No more the effortless ability to summon whatever luxury he desired with a mere flick of his wrist. He'd be ordinary. The thought was more terrifying than any imagined hardship of manual labor. He sank onto a plush velvet chaise lounge, the soft fabric a stark contrast to the rough burlap he now pictured himself encountering. His mind raced, trying to conjure any positive spin, any silver lining to this monastic cloud. Perhaps there would be good food? Unlikely. Perhaps the monks would have fascinating stories? He doubted they'd be sharing tales of wild parties and champagne-fueled escapades. Perhaps he could charm them? He was, after all, exceptionally good at charming people. He had a way with words, a disarming smile, and a seemingly inexhaustible supply of superficial charm that had always smoothed over any rough edges in his life. Could he charm his way through a year of monastic life? Make the monks his personal servants? Turn the austere monastery into his own private paradise? A flicker of a wicked smile played on his lips. The idea, however outlandish, held a certain appeal. If he was forced to endure this penance, he might as well make it comfortable. He would not be a penitent. He would be a conqueror. He would infiltrate their tranquil sanctuary, and, if he couldn't escape, he would at least transform it into something more amenable to his sensibilities. He would find the cracks in their serene facade, the hidden desires beneath their placid exteriors, and he would exploit them. He, Li Juanhao, the reluctant ascetic, would become the most unlikely, and perhaps the most effective, agent of change Guangming Monastery had ever seen. The glittering lights of Shanghai outside his window no longer seemed like a taunt, but like a distant reminder of the power he still wielded, a power he would soon wield in a most unexpected arena. The year of penance had just become a year of opportunity. And Li Juanhao had always been a man who seized opportunities, however unconventional their presentation. The thought was a balm to his wounded ego, a spark of defiance against the dreary prospect of austerity. Let them send him to the monastery. He would make it his own gilded cage, far more comfortable and perhaps, in its own twisted way, far more profitable. His disdain for his predicament remained, but it was now tinged with a nascent, almost gleeful sense of wicked anticipation. The game, it seemed, was far from over. It was merely changing venues. The limousine, a sleek black panther purring against the urban symphony of Shanghai, finally exhaled Li Juanhao onto a gravel path that crunched with an unfamiliar, almost offensive, dryness under his bespoke loafers. The air, which had been thick with the exhaust fumes and the frenetic energy of the city, now held a peculiar, cloying sweetness. Incense, he presumed, a scent as alien to his nostrils as a leper's kiss. This was it, Guangming Monastery. The name itself conjured images of serene mountain vistas, of wise, smiling elders dispensing ancient wisdom. The reality, however, was a brutalist block of gray stone, a structure that seemed to have been assembled by a committee of ascetics with a deep-seated aversion to aesthetics. It crouched low against a perpetually overcast sky, looking less like a sanctuary and more like a particularly grim correctional facility. A wave of silence, profound and absolute, washed over him. It wasn't the hushed reverence of an art gallery or the polite quiet of a high-end restaurant. This was a vacuum, a void that swallowed the very notion of sound. The distant murmur of traffic, the omnipresent hum of the city that had been the soundtrack to his entire existence, was utterly absent. It was as if the world had decided to take a collective breath and, in doing so, had forgotten to exhale. Juanhao felt a prickle of unease, a sensation he hadn't experienced since accidentally ordering a vintage Bordeaux that was demonstrably not a vintage Bordeaux. This quiet was unnerving. It was the sound of nothing happening, and for a man whose life was a meticulously orchestrated series of somethings, it was an existential threat. He stood for a moment, a solitary figure in a designer suit, amidst a tableau of stark simplicity. No velvet ropes, no flashing marquees, no effervescent champagne. Instead, there was the rough texture of the gravel, the unyielding gray of the stone, and a distinct lack of anything that sparkled or smelled remotely of eau de parfum. A monk, his robes the color of faded ash and his face a roadmap of weathered lines, emerged from shadowed doorway. He moved with a disconcerting economy of motion, his bare feet making no sound on the gravel. There was no welcoming smile, no outstretched hand, only a pair of eyes that seemed to have seen too much and cared too little. Li Juanhao. The monk's voice was a low rasp, devoid of inflection, like pebbles tumbling in a dry creek bed. Juanhao, thrown by the lack of ceremony, managed a curt nod. "That's me." He resisted the urge to add, "And you are?" A question that would have been met with an equally dismissive silence. "Your belongings," the monk stated, gesturing vaguely towards the limousine, which now seemed like a garish intruder in this austere landscape. "Hand them over." Juanhao's eyes widened. "My belongings? You mean my luggage?" He gestured to the impeccably packed Louis Vuittons, filled with enough designer clothing to outfit a small army of fashionistas. "All of it." The monk's gaze remained unwavering, a silent testament to the futility of protest. "Everything," he confirmed, his voice still a dry whisper. "Except what you wear." A cold dread, more potent than any fear of financial ruin, began to creep into Juanhao's consciousness. This wasn't just about deprivation, it was about erasure. His clothes were not merely fabric and thread. They were his armor, his identity. The perfectly tailored suits, the silk ties, the cashmere sweaters, they were the visible manifestations of his status, his taste, his very being. To be stripped of them was to be invisible. He reluctantly handed over the keys to his driver, who, bless his silently sympathetic heart, gave him a look that spoke volumes of shared misery. As the limousine, a symbol of his former life, receded down the gravel path, Juanhao felt a peculiar sense of abandonment. He was utterly, irrevocably alone, adrift in a sea of beige and gray. The monk led him into a cavernous hall, the air thick with the scent of old wood and something faintly dusty. The walls were bare, the floor a mosaic of worn stone. There was a single, heavy wooden table and a scattering of hard, unyielding benches. No art, no comfortable seating, not even a strategically placed orchid. It was a monument to emptiness. Juanhao, accustomed to the opulent comfort of his penthouse, felt a phantom ache in his posterior from the mere contemplation of sitting on one of those benches. "Your orientation," the monk announced, his voice echoing slightly in the vast space. He gestured to a smaller, darker room off the main hall. Juanhao followed, his polished leather shoes squeaking incongruously on the stone. Inside, a few other young men, similarly clad in their expensive, soon-to-be confiscated finery, sat hunched on benches, their expressions a mixture of defiance and despair. Juanhao recognized the glazed-over look of someone desperately trying to calculate their way out of an impossible situation. He knew that look intimately. A man, older than the first monk and with a similarly resigned air, sat behind a plain wooden desk. He held a worn ledger, his movements slow and deliberate. "Name?" he asked, his voice a weary monotone. "Li Juanhao," Juanhao replied, trying to inject a note of his usual casual charm. It fell flat. The monk scribbled something in the ledger. "Occupation?" Juanhao hesitated. What was his occupation? Connoisseur of fine wines? Professional napper? Inheritor of a fortune? He settled on the most honest, and therefore the most ridiculous, answer. "I manage investments." The monk raised a skeptical eyebrow, a fleeting spark of something that might have been amusement in his otherwise impassive eyes. "Indeed. And your assets?" "Substantial," Juanhao replied, puffing out his chest slightly. This was his territory. "Numbers. Wealth." "We are not interested in your financial portfolio," Li Juanhao, the monk stated, his voice regaining its flat cadence. "Here, your wealth is irrelevant. Your influence is meaningless. Your past accomplishments are dust. Your future is uncertain." He paused, letting the words hang in the air. "Your only concern is the present, and the present is dictated by the rules of Guangming Monastery." Juanhao felt a surge of irritation. Rules? He lived by his own rules, or, more accurately, by the absence of rules. The monk continued, listing the daily schedule with the monotonous precision of a metronome ticking down Juanhao's life. Wake before dawn. Chanting. Meditation. Manual labor. Simple meals. Study of Buddhist scriptures. More manual labor. Evening meditation. Sleep. Repeat. The words swam before Juanhao's eyes. Wake before dawn? He usually woke well into the morning, after a night of carefully curated revelry. Chanting? His vocal cords were accustomed to polite conversation and the occasional triumphant exclamation after a particularly successful acquisition. Meditation? He'd once tried it, a guided session that had lasted all of 5 minutes before he'd become overwhelmingly preoccupied with the stock market. Manual labor? The very thought sent a shiver down his spine. He imagined his manicured hands, accustomed to the smooth feel of a steering wheel and the delicate touch of a sommelier's glass, being plunged into dirt. "Is there Wi-Fi?" Juanhao blurted out, the question escaping before he could censor it. The monk's gaze sharpened. "This is a monastery, Li Juanhao, not a luxury resort. There is no Wi-Fi, no television, no music save for the sacred chants, no personal devices." He gestured to Juanhao's sleek smartphone, nestled in his breast pocket. "That will be surrendered." Juanhao's hand instinctively tightened around the phone. It was his lifeline, his portal to the outside world, his constant companion. Surrendering it felt like severing a limb. "But how will I?" He trailed off, unable to articulate the sheer horror of being disconnected. "You will learn to be present," the monk said, his voice as flat as a desert horizon. "You will learn to be still. You will learn to be mindful." Mindful. The word tasted like ash. Mindfulness was for people who had too much time on their hands, who weren't busy navigating the intricate social currents of Shanghai's elite. Juanhao's life was a whirlwind of activity, a constant stream of engagements and distractions. The idea of being still, of being truly present in a place devoid of stimulation, was anathema. The monk then explained the wardrobe situation. "Your current attire is unsuitable," he declared, his gaze sweeping over Juanhao's impeccable silk shirt and tailored trousers. "You will be issued a set of robes. They are functional. They are clean. They are all you will need." Juanhao felt a wave of nausea. Robes? Rough-spun robes? He imagined himself swaddled in coarse fabric, the antithesis of his carefully cultivated image. He pictured himself looking like a bewildered scarecrow, a stark contrast to the sharp, sophisticated silhouette he presented to the world. The orientation concluded with a stern warning about the consequences of disobedience, a vague but ominous pronouncement of further penance. Juanhao, along with the other bewildered young men, was then led to a Spartan dormitory room. Rows of narrow, hard beds lined the walls. The air was cool and still, devoid of the familiar comfort of air conditioning. His designer luggage was presented, its contents unceremoniously emptied onto a rough wooden floor. His suits, shirts, ties, and even his carefully chosen collection of socks were piled into a large sack. He was handed a folded bundle of coarse, gray fabric. The robes. He looked at the pile of his former life, a mountain of discarded elegance. Then he looked at the drab bundle in his hands. A profound sense of despair washed over him, so potent it threatened to buckle his knees. This was not just a gilded cage. It was a cage forged of iron, devoid of any gilded embellishment. The monotony, the sheer, unadulterated lack of anything to engage his senses, was a far more formidable opponent than any physical hardship he might have anticipated. He had braced himself for physical exertion, for discomfort, for hunger. He had not braced himself for this suffocating emptiness. He found himself staring at the rough texture of the robe, its coarseness a tangible insult. This was his new reality. This was his penance. The whispers of his parents' ultimatum echoed in the silent room. A year. Penance. The thought solidified in his mind with the chilling clarity of a glacial melt. He had to escape. He had to find a way out of this suffocating void. Or, failing that, he would have to find a way to conquer it. The game had changed, but Li Juanhao was not a man who surrendered easily, even when stripped of his armor and thrown into the most mundane of arenas. A flicker of his old defiance ignited within him. He would not be broken by this. He would find a way. He had to. The stark, utilitarian nature of the monastery began its insidious work on Li Juanhao the moment his Louis Vuitton luggage was unceremoniously upended onto the cold, stone floor. It wasn't just the clothes, the perfectly tailored suits that had once whispered tales of success and influence, that were being shed like an unwanted skin. It was the very essence of himself that was being systematically dismantled. Each meticulously chosen silk tie, each pair of Italian leather shoes, each exquisite cashmere sweater represented not just a financial transaction, but a carefully constructed facet of the Li Juanhao persona. The man who navigated the shark-infested waters of international finance with the predatory grace of a leopard, the man whose mere presence could shift market valuations, was being reduced to, well, to less than nothing. He stared, aghast, at the chaotic heap of his former life. His prized Patek Philippe watches, heirlooms, and recent acquisitions alike lay scattered amongst the crumpled elegance of his Seville rose suits. The cool, unyielding weight of gold and platinum, the intricate dance of gears that had measured out his every successful second, now seemed so vulgar, so utterly irrelevant. These were not mere timepieces. They were talismans, imbued with the power of his achievements. And now they were just junk. He felt a phantom ache in his wrist, a ghostly echo of the weight he was accustomed to, a weight that had anchored him to his identity. Then came the smartphone. Not just any smartphone, mind you. This was the latest model, a sleek obsidian rectangle that had been his constant companion, his digital umbilical cord to the world. It held his contacts, his schedules, his market analyses, his carefully curated social media presence. Essentially, the digital blueprint of his existence. The monk, with an almost bored efficiency, plucked it from his pocket as if it were a stray piece of lint. Juanhao's breath hitched. It felt like a vital organ had been surgically removed. How was he supposed to function without it? How would he monitor the Nikkei? How would he respond to that urgent email from his Swiss banker? The sheer, unadulterated panic that surged through him was something akin to staring into the abyss and realizing the abyss was staring back, but with a deeply unimpressed expression. This, the monk stated, holding the phone aloft for a brief, agonizing moment before dropping it into a dark, capacious sack with a dull thud, is a distraction. Distraction? This was his lifeline. This was his command center. Juanhao felt a desperate urge to snatch it back, to argue, to plead. But the monk's impassive gaze, a silent wall of practiced indifference, held him captive. He was a man accustomed to wielding power, to bending reality to his will with a well-placed word or a strategic financial maneuver. Here, however, his power was utterly impotent. He was a king stripped of his crown, a general without an army, a financier in a world where money held no value. The handing over of his belongings felt less like a confiscation and more like an act of defilement. It was a public stripping, a public humiliation disguised as monastic procedure. He watched as his meticulously organized collection of bespoke shirts, each one a testament to his discerning taste, was unceremoniously stuffed into the same sack as his silk ties and designer socks. The very idea of his cashmere loungewear mingling with the rough fibers of his travel garments was an aesthetic abomination. And then the robes. They were presented to him with the same lack of ceremony as the confiscation of his valuables. Not the vibrant saffron of a holy man, but a drab, indeterminate shade of grayish-brown, the color of dust and forgotten things. They were coarse, scratchy, and alarmingly ill-fitting, hanging on his lean frame like a poorly tailored burlap sack. He fumbled with the fabric, the rough texture a stark contrast to the smooth silks and fine wools he was accustomed to. It felt alien, a crude mockery of clothing. He'd always believed that clothes mocketh the man, but this felt like it was unmaking him. He looked down at himself, at the drab, shapeless garment that now enveloped him. It was an erasure. His sharp silhouette, the one that had commanded attention in boardrooms and at exclusive galas, was gone, replaced by a shapeless blob of despondency. The subtle sheen of his former attire had been replaced by the dull, matte finish of asceticism. His carefully chosen accessories, a minimalist platinum watch, a discreet designer belt buckle, subtly patterned cufflinks, were all gone, leaving only the rough fabric against his skin. He felt a peculiar sense of disembodiment. Who was he? Without the visual cues of his wealth, without the sartorial signifiers that had always announced his arrival, was he still Li Juanhao, the titan of industry, the connoisseur of the finer things? Or was he merely a body occupying a space, clad in the uniform of deprivation? The thought was terrifying. His outward appearance was not just vanity. It was his brand, his armor, his declaration of independence from the mundane. He felt a profound injustice simmering beneath the surface of his forced composure. This wasn't just a penitential retreat. It was an act of aggression against his very being. They hadn't just taken his possessions. They had stolen his identity. They had stripped him bare, leaving him exposed and vulnerable in a way he hadn't felt since childhood, when he'd scraped his knee falling off his bicycle and the world had seemed impossibly large and indifferent. The ill-fitting robes were more than just uncomfortable. They were a constant, physical reminder of his diminished status. Every rustle of the coarse fabric was a whisper of his irrelevance. Every tug of the ill-sewn seams was a jab at his former perfectionism. He imagined himself trying to conduct a multi-million-dollar deal in this ensemble, the very thought prompting a strangled laugh. It was impossible, utterly, unequivocally impossible. He looked at the other young men in the dormitory, all similarly clad in their drab, ill-fitting robes. Their faces, etched with a mixture of bewilderment and defiance, mirrored his own internal turmoil. They were a collection of cast-offs, their former lives reduced to the anonymous uniformity of the monastery's mandated attire. It was a deliberate act of homogenization, designed to break their spirits, to make them indistinguishable from one another, and therefore from themselves. Juanhao's mind, ever the strategist, began to churn. This wasn't just about the physical act of being divested. It was about the psychological impact. They wanted him to feel ashamed, to feel insignificant. They wanted him to internalize this poverty, this lack of adornment, as a reflection of his inner worth. But that, he decided, was a battle he was not yet ready to concede. He might be stripped of his designer labels, but the fire of his ambition, the ingrained instinct for self-preservation, was not so easily extinguished. This was a new kind of challenge, a perverse game of strategy played out in the austere landscape of monastic life. And Li Juanhao, even in sackcloth, was a formidable opponent. The gold might be gone, but the lion, however inconveniently attired, was still very much in the cage. The very fabric of his being, so accustomed to the silken embrace of bespoke tailoring, now chafed and scratched, a constant, physical manifestation of his humiliation. Li Juanhao, once a titan whose pronouncements could send shockwaves through global markets, now felt as insignificant as a speck of dust clinging to the rough weave of his monastic robe. The opulent sanctuary of his former life, with its panoramic city views and impeccably sourced artworks, felt like a fever dream. This was his reality now. Stone floors, indifferent stairs, and the gnawing realization that his meticulously crafted identity had been not just challenged, but systematically dismantled. He had walked into this sanctuary with an air of weary resignation, believing he could endure any hardship for a stipulated period. He had been wrong. The initial shock of divesting his worldly possessions had been a mere prelude, a gentle disrobing before the actual vivisection of his spirit began. He felt the phantom weight of his Patek Philippe watches, the phantom smoothness of his cashmere sweaters, the phantom hum of his smartphone, all ghosts of a life that now seemed impossibly distant, a life he yearned to reclaim with a ferocity that surprised even himself. The silence of the monastery, once intended to bring him peace, now amplified the clamor of his desperation. It was a silence that screamed of his confinement, a suffocating blanket that pressed down on his every breath. He was a prisoner in a gilded cage, and the bars, invisible but undeniably present, were made of dogma and austerity. The idea, when it first flickered to life, was less a coherent strategy and more a primal urge, a desperate lurch of a drowning man reaching for air. Escape. The word itself, so potent and thrilling, echoed in the hollow chambers of his mind. It was a concept entirely alien to his recent existence, a life dictated by the rhythmic chanting of monks and the bland, yet strangely filling gruel that constituted their meals. His days had become a monotonous loop, each sunrise heralding another identical cycle of prayer, meditation, and manual labor that left his manicured hands calloused and aching. But beneath the veneer of forced acceptance, a spark of his former self, the relentless negotiator, the strategic mastermind, the man who never accepted defeat, began to glow. It was a stubborn ember, refusing to be extinguished by the dampening rituals of the monastery. He would not be broken. He would not be reshaped into their image of spiritual enlightenment. He would escape, under the cloak of a moonless night, a night so dark it seemed as though the very stars had been extinguished out of deference to the monastery's somber aura. Juanhao prepared for his clandestine endeavor. The dormitory, a long hall filled with the gentle snores of his fellow penitents, offered a deceptive peace. He moved with a stealth born of adrenaline and a lifetime of avoiding unwanted attention. A skill honed not in clandestine meetings, but in navigating the subtle currents of corporate politics. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the hushed symphony of sleep. He slipped out of his coarse woolen robe, the rough texture of familiar discomfort, and donned the simple, dark trousers and shirt that had become his uniform. He'd observed the subtle shift changes, the predictable patrols of the grounds, the occasional lapse in vigilance as the monks succumbed to the weariness of their pious existence. His plan, if one could call it that, was rudimentary in the extreme, a testament to his utter lack of practical experience beyond the rarefied atmosphere of high finance. It involved a low wall at the far end of the monastery grounds, a wall he'd noticed was partially obscured by overgrown bushes in a desperate sprint towards the faint, distant glow of what he assumed was the nearest town. He crept through the shadowed corridors, the polished stone floor cool beneath his bare feet. Each creak of the ancient wood, each rustle of his clothing, felt amplified, a thunderclap in the oppressive silence. He imagined the monks, their eyes, accustomed to the dim light of candles and the vast expanse of starry skies, piercing the darkness, detecting his every movement. The paranoia, a familiar companion from his days in the cutthroat business world, now served as a strange, albeit unwelcome, ally. He reached the dormitory window, fumbling with the latch that had seemed so secure during the day. It resisted for a moment, a cruel taunt, before giving way with a soft click. The night air, cool and carrying the scent of damp earth and distant pine, was a welcome caress against his skin. He pulled himself up, his muscles protesting, his hands raw from the rough stone sill. The wall, he realized with a sinking heart, was higher than it had appeared. It wasn't a gentle slope. It was a barrier, a clear demarcation between his current purgatory and the promised land of freedom. Gathering his courage, and fueled by a potent cocktail of fear and misplaced arrogance, Juinhao scrambled over. It was less a graceful ascent and more a series of undignified heaves and awkward lunges. His foot slipped, sending a cascade of loose gravel tumbling down the other side. He froze, straining his ears for any sign of alarm, any shout of discovery. Nothing, only the distant chirping of crickets and the rustle of leaves. He dropped the remaining distance to the ground with a jarring thud that sent a shockwave up his legs. He landed awkwardly, stumbling forward, his arms flailing for balance. He found himself in a small clearing, bathed in the pale, ethereal light of the sliver of moon that had, against all odds, decided to peek through the clouds. And then, from the dense foliage beside him, came a startled hoot. An owl, its eyes like twin golden lanterns, stared at him, its feathered head cocked in what Juinhao could only interpret as profound avian amusement. The creature, clearly more accustomed to its nocturnal routines than to the sight of a flustered man in ill-fitting monastery attire attempting a midnight escape, let out another indignant hoot before silently taking flight, its wings beating a soft rhythm against the night air. The encounter, however brief, was deeply unsettling. It was as if the very wildlife of this isolated place was mocking his pathetic attempt. He pushed himself upright, ignoring the stinging sensation in his palms and the ache in his knees. He was outside the wall. He was technically free, but freedom, he was quickly discovering, was a relative term. The faint glow he'd seen earlier was not a town, but a distant monastery outbuilding, its solitary light a beacon of his current predicament rather than a sign of salvation. He started to run, a clumsy, loping gait that was a far cry from the effortless stride of his pre-monastic life. The ground was uneven, littered with stones and roots that threatened to trip him at every turn. His breath came in ragged gasps, his lungs burning with the unaccustomed exertion. He ran, not with the exhilaration of liberation, but with the desperate urgency of a cornered animal. The monastery walls, he realized with dawning horror, seemed to stretch endlessly around him, a labyrinth designed to confuse and disorient. He kept expecting to see the lights of a village, to hear the distant rumble of traffic, anything to confirm he was making progress. Instead, there was only the oppressive darkness, the rustling of unseen creatures, and the persistent, infuriating scent of pine. He ran for what felt like an eternity, his mind a whirlwind of panicked thoughts. Had he taken a wrong turn? Was he running in circles? The landscape, monotonous and unfamiliar, offered no landmarks, no discernible direction. His carefully constructed arrogance began to crumble, replaced by a chilling fear. He was lost, utterly, hopelessly lost, in the middle of nowhere, dressed like a pauper. The sophisticated strategies that had guided his ascent to power were useless here. He had no data, no market indicators, no leverage. He was a fish out of water, gasping for air on unfamiliar terrain. He stumbled, catching his foot on a gnarled root, and pitched forward, landing face first in a patch of damp, thorny bushes. The sharp prickers dug into his skin, tearing at his trousers and drawing blood. Tears of frustration and pain welled in his eyes, blurring the already indistinct shapes of the night. This was it. This was the extent of his grand escape. Humiliated, injured, and utterly defeated, he lay there for a moment, the rough earth pressing against his cheek, the thorns a painful testament to his failure. He could hear his own ragged breathing, the frantic thumping of his heart. He had underestimated this place, its remoteness, its sheer, unyielding simplicity. He had come here expecting to endure, but he had not prepared for the sheer, raw practicality of survival. He had no tools, no supplies, not even a sturdy pair of walking boots. His Louis Vuitton luggage, filled with designer labels and status symbols, was a world away, a relic of a life that no longer seemed relevant. He pushed himself up, wincing as the thorns tore at his skin again. The faint glow he had seen earlier was still visible, a taunting reminder of his proximity to his starting point. He had circled back, or perhaps he had never truly left the immediate vicinity. The realization was a bitter pill to swallow. He was pathetic, a wealthy magnate, reduced to a sniveling, lost child in the dark. He turned, his shoulders slumped in defeat, and began to walk, not run, back towards the faint light. There was no point in further exertion, no hope of reaching any semblance of civilization before dawn. The walk back was a slow, agonizing procession of self-recrimination. Each step was a confirmation of his incompetence, a testament to his lack of basic survival skills. He felt the coarse fabric of his trousers clinging to his torn skin, the dampness of the dew seeping into his shirt. He looked up at the sky, a vast, indifferent expanse. Not a single star offered a guiding light. It was as if the universe itself was conspiring against him. He reached the monastery grounds, the familiar outlines of the buildings slowly emerging from the gloom. He walked towards the main entrance, the heavy wooden doors a symbol of his confinement. He was not apprehended, not shouted at. There was no dramatic scene, no stern admonishment. Instead, as he approached the gate, a figure emerged from the shadows, silhouetted against the dim interior light. It was a monk, his face obscured by the cowl, but his posture exuded a calm, knowing presence. He didn't speak. He simply stood there, a silent sentinel, his gaze seemingly fixed on Juanhao. There was no anger, no surprise in his demeanor, only a quiet, almost paternal, understanding that was more damning than any reprimand. It was the look of someone who had seen this play out 1,000 times before, the look of someone who knew that this futile attempt was merely the first of many, and that the true struggle lay not in escaping the walls, but in confronting the self that had led him to seek escape in the first place. Juanhao felt a wave of shame wash over him, a feeling more potent than any physical pain. He had failed, not just in his escape, but in his very understanding of his situation. He was not a prisoner of stone and mortar, but of his own ingrained habits and expectations. The monk simply gestured a subtle, almost imperceptible movement of his hand towards the dormitory. Li Juanhao, defeated and humbled, followed him back into the golden cage. The night had yielded no freedom, only a starker understanding of his gilded prison. The owl's hoot, he realized with a grimace, had been the sound of nature's laughter. The crushing weight of his failed nocturnal expedition had settled upon Li Juanhao not as a final blow, but as a stern, if somewhat condescending, tutor. The rough earth, the thorny bushes, the mocking hoot of an owl. These were not just elements of a failed escape, but rather the first, raw lessons in a curriculum he had never anticipated. His former life had been a masterclass in manipulating systems, in identifying leverage points within complex corporate structures. Now, confined within the stoic, seemingly impenetrable walls of the monastery, that same analytical mind, stripped of its usual tools, began to reevaluate. Brute force, he conceded, was as effective here as a silk glove trying to stop a tidal wave. Immediate escape was a naive fantasy. The true path forward, he realized with a chilling clarity, lay not in breaching the walls, but in subtly dismantling them from within. He began to observe, not with the desperate urgency of a fugitive, but with the calculating gaze of a strategist assessing a new, albeit unconventional, market. The monastery, he recognized, was not a monolithic entity of unwavering devotion. It was a collection of individuals, each with their own nascent desires, their own quiet discontents, their own vulnerabilities. The elder monks, their faces etched with the stoic lines of countless years of prayer, still possessed eyes that occasionally drifted towards the communal kitchen, a silent, unspoken longing for something beyond the bland, yet nutritionally sound, gruel. The younger novices, their youthful energy stifled by the rigid discipline, exhibited fleeting moments of impatience, a flicker of rebellion in the almost imperceptible tapping of a foot during long meditation sessions, a quick glance at the sliver of sky visible through a high window. These were not the signs of an unshakable spiritual fortress, but rather of a structure built on the shifting sands of human nature. Juanhao started by cataloging these anomalies, these tiny fissures in the otherwise seamless facade of monastic serenity. He noticed Brother Thomas, a man whose beard seemed to have achieved a spiritual enlightenment of its own, a magnificent cascading white waterfall. Yet, during the midday meal, Juanhao observed him discreetly nudge a particularly unappetizing turnip towards the edge of his bowl with his spoon, a gesture that spoke volumes. Then there was Brother Michael, a young man barely out of his teens, whose assigned duty was to tend the monastery's modest vegetable garden. His hands, though calloused from manual labor, would often linger on the tender shoots of burgeoning tomatoes, a look of almost proprietorial pride on his face, a stark contrast to the perfunctory way he weeded the rows of bland kale. These were not expressions of profound spiritual detachment, but rather echoes of earthly desires, easily recognizable to anyone who had ever navigated the cutthroat world of mergers and acquisitions. He began to engage, subtly at first, during the communal chores, the sweeping of flagstone floors, the polishing of ancient brass fixtures, the mending of coarse woolen habits. He would initiate conversations, not about scripture or contemplation, but about the mundane. He'd inquire, with a carefully cultivated air of naive curiosity, about the provenance of the monastery's herbs, their culinary applications in other parts of the world. He'd ask about the aging of the wood in the refectory beams, wondering aloud about the different species of trees and their unique scents. He was a master of the indirect question, the seemingly innocent inquiry that served to probe deeper, to uncover the hidden currents beneath the placid surface. One afternoon, while meticulously sorting dried lavender for the communal soap-making, Juanhao found himself working alongside Brother Anthony, a monk whose primary role was the monastery's spiritual guidance, his pronouncements often laced with pronouncements of heavenly bliss and earthly temptation. Anthony, however, possessed a surprisingly robust appetite. Juanhao, with a sigh that was a masterpiece of feigned weariness, mentioned how the constant sameness of their meals was beginning to affect his spirits. "It's not the labor that tires me, Brother Anthony," Juanhao confided, his voice a low murmur, "but the monotony of the sustenance. My stomach rumbles for something with a bit more character." He paused, letting the unspoken hang in the air. Brother Anthony, without missing a beat, let out a soft grunt of agreement. His eyes momentarily glazed over with a vivid memory of a particularly succulent roast boar he'd apparently enjoyed in his youth. A memory he quickly suppressed with a cough. This, Juanhao recognized, was the first tremor of the earthquake he intended to unleash. His mind, once occupied with quarterly reports and hostile takeovers, now teemed with strategies for cultivating discontent, for subtly introducing the intoxicating aroma of the forbidden. He saw himself not as an escaped prisoner, but as a visionary entrepreneur tasked with revivifying a moribund enterprise. The monastery, with its vast tracts of land, its dedicated workforce, and its inherent spiritual authority, was simply a new, albeit unconventional, business opportunity. The golden cage was not a prison, but a blank canvas awaiting his distinctive and decidedly less pious brushstrokes. He began to formulate his plan, not as a desperate bid for freedom, but as a long-term investment. If he couldn't leave, he would simply reshape his surroundings into a more palatable, perhaps even profitable, version of his former existence. He started by meticulously documenting the monastery's resources, its agricultural output, its limited trade with a nearby village, a mere trickle of essential goods exchanged for surplus produce. He noted the inefficiencies, the untapped potential, the sheer lack of sophisticated management. It was, in his experienced eyes, a gold mine waiting to be exploited, albeit with a spiritual gloss. His strategy began to crystallize around the inherent human desire for comfort and indulgence, desires that even the most devout found difficult to wholly extinguish. He noticed how the younger monks, particularly Brother Michael in the garden, showed a natural aptitude for nurturing growth. Juanhao began to offer unsolicited advice, couched in terms of agricultural efficiency. "Brother Michael," he'd say, during their shared weeding sessions, his voice resonating with an authority Juanhao had perfected over decades. "Have you considered companion planting? Certain herbs, you see, can deter pests far more effectively than any hand-picking, and they also enhance the flavor profile of the root vegetables." He would then subtly elaborate, describing how certain flowers, when planted near specific crops, not only improved yield, but also added a delightful aesthetic appeal. He wasn't just talking about gardening. He was planting seeds of aspiration, of a desire for something beyond mere sustenance. He also turned his attention to the kitchens, the heart of any operation, be it a multinational corporation or a monastic community. The meals, as he'd hinted to Brother Anthony, were a clear area of weakness. He began to make casual observations about the limited variety, the lack of spice, the absence of even the simplest culinary refinements. "A pinch of this, a dash of that," he'd murmur to himself as he helped with the washing up, and a truly remarkable transformation could occur. Imagine, brethren, a stew not merely filling, but truly satisfying. He noticed how Brother Thomas, the elder monk with the impressive beard, would sometimes gaze longingly at the meager collection of dried fruits and nuts that were reserved for special feast days. Juanhao saw not piety, but a suppressed craving for a little sweetness in a life otherwise devoid of it. His plan was not about outright rebellion, but about a gradual, insidious infiltration. He would leverage the monks' own dormant desires, their suppressed yearnings. He would offer them a taste of the world they had left behind, not in a way that overtly challenged their vows, but in a manner that subtly sweetened their ascetic existence. He envisioned introducing new crops, cultivating more flavorful herbs, perhaps even experimenting with artisanal methods of food preservation. The resulting improvements, he reasoned, would be attributed to his newfound spiritual insights, his deeper understanding of the world's bounty. He imagined a future where the monastery's produce, enriched by his guidance, became sought after in the nearby village, generating not just sustenance, but modest surplus. This surplus, he mused, could be reinvested, perhaps in better tools for the garden, in a wider variety of seeds, or even daringly, in acquiring more flavorful ingredients for the kitchens. He saw himself as the catalyst, the unseen hand guiding this humble community towards a more prosperous, and dare he think it, a more pleasurable existence. The golden cage, he was beginning to understand, was not a prison to be escaped, but a surprisingly fertile ground for a very different kind of cultivation. His ambition, once focused on dominating global markets, was now finding a new, and perhaps more insidious, focus: the gentle, yet determined, re-engineering of spiritual sanctity into something far more worldly. The serpent, having failed to escape the garden, was now intent on redecorating it to its own exquisite and corrupting taste. Chapter 2. The Trojan Bubble Tea. The scent of stale incense and unwashed wool had become Juwenhao's olfactory signature. It clung to him, a constant reminder of his enforced retreat from the neon glow and intoxicating aromas of Shanghai. He missed the symphony of his former life, the hiss of wok-fired street food, the clatter of mahjong tiles, the murmur of 1,000 conversations in a dozen dialects. Most of all, he missed the vibrant, almost rebellious burst of flavor that was bubble tea. A chilled, milky elixir studded with chewy tapioca pearls, it was the antithesis of the monastery's bland asceticism. A cunning glint sparked in Juwenhao's eyes, a familiar flicker that had once signaled the launch of a hostile takeover or a particularly ruthless marketing campaign. He couldn't escape the monastery, not yet. But he could, he realized with a mischievous thrill, bring a taste of the forbidden city, a very different kind of forbidden, to these cloistered walls. The idea, audacious and undeniably decadent, began to take root. Bubble tea. It would be his Trojan horse, his subtle weapon of delicious sedition. But how to introduce such an unholy concoction into a place where even a second helping of lentil stew was viewed with suspicion? Directness, Juwenhao had learned, was as useful here as a stock tip at a silent retreat. He needed a cover story, a carefully constructed narrative that would mask his true intentions. His mind, a finely tuned instrument for deception, worked at lightning speed. He recalled a snippet of conversation with Brother Thomas, the elder monk with a magnificent beard, who had once lamented the monastery's lack of effective remedies for the slumber of the soul, that dullness that crept in during long hours of prayer. A medicinal beverage, Juwenhao declared one afternoon, his voice resonating with an invented gravitas as he addressed a small group of younger monks, including the ever-earnest Brother Michael. He held up a dried chamomile flower, its delicate form a stark contrast to the power he was about to unleash. A concoction designed to sharpen the mind, to invigorate the spirit, and to banish the lethargy that so often clouds our contemplation. He paused, letting the pronouncement hang in the air, a perfectly timed rhetorical flourish. "I have heard whispers," he continued, lowering his voice conspiratorially, "of a potent brew from the East, a drink that is both a balm and a stimulant. It is said to awaken the senses, to promote clarity, and to offer a unique form of spiritual refreshment." Brother Michael, his brow furrowed in earnest consideration, nodded slowly. "A medicinal beverage, you say, brotherly? What are its properties?" Juwenhao seized the opportunity. Its properties are manifold. The peculiar dark spheres within, he gestured vaguely, as if conjuring them from thin air, are derived from a rare root, known for its grounding qualities. They release a slow-burning energy, aiding focus. And the milky base, he added, his gaze sweeping across their faces, is infused with specific herbs that promote a sense of calm, yet also, paradoxically, enhance alertness. It is a delicate balance, a true art of nature's pharmacy. He allowed a faint, beatific smile to grace his lips. It is called, in the vernacular, Jinju Naika, a most ancient and revered elixir. The monks exchanged curious glances. Jinju Naika. It sounded exotic, even holy. They trusted brotherly, or at least they were intrigued by his worldly knowledge, a sharp contrast to their own insular existence. Juwenhao, meanwhile, was already mapping out the logistics of his operation. He needed ingredients: tea leaves, milk, sugar, and most importantly, the tapioca pearls. Procuring these would require a clandestine excursion to the nearby town, a place he had only glimpsed from afar, a place teeming with the very world he was meant to renounce. He began to subtly cultivate his influence, leveraging his fading charisma and the carefully crafted promises of worldly, albeit spiritualized, delights. He spoke to Brother Anthony, the spiritual guide, about the importance of understanding the world's diverse remedies to better counsel the flock. He alluded to the therapeutic benefits of certain rare teas for those experiencing spiritual fatigue. To the practical-minded Brother Thomas, he whispered of ancient Eastern secrets for preserving vitality, hinting that the elixir contained elements that could ward off the physical weariness that sometimes accompanied intense prayer. He even subtly flattered Brother Michael's burgeoning interest in agriculture, suggesting that the rare root used in the drink might, with careful cultivation, be grown on monastery grounds, thereby enhancing their self-sufficiency. His primary target, however, remained the monastery's meager treasury, a collection of coins hoarded for essential repairs and tithes. He knew he couldn't simply ask for funds for bubble tea, so he presented his excursion to town as a vital sourcing mission. "Venerable brothers," he announced during a rare communal gathering, his voice ringing with manufactured urgency, "I have been pondering the spiritual efficacy of certain regional botanicals. I believe, with careful selection, we might enhance our medicinal cabinet. I propose a brief journey to the town market to procure specialized herbs. And perhaps," he added with a carefully feigned hesitation, "a few other nutritional aids that could bolster our efforts." He mentioned the need for fine, pale sugar for the preparation of tinctures and a specialized, porous, starch-based grain for its unique absorbent properties in certain poultices. The wording was deliberately vague, a masterclass in bureaucratic obfuscation adapted for a spiritual setting. The more observant monks, particularly Brother Elias, the stern-faced librarian whose sharp eyes missed little, regarded Juanhao with a degree of skepticism. Elias, a man whose devotion was as unshakable as the monastery's ancient stone walls, harbored a deep distrust of anything that hinted at worldly indulgence. He saw the glint in Juanhao's eyes, the subtle, almost imperceptible tremor of excitement that always accompanied his more unconventional proposals. But Juanhao had played his cards well. The others, lulled by the promise of improved spiritual well-being and the allure of exotic remedies, agreed. A small purse of coins was grudgingly allocated, and Juanhao, with a triumphant smirk hidden beneath a veneer of pious gratitude, prepared for his clandestine mission. The journey to town was a revelation. The dusty, winding path, a stark contrast to the monastery's manicured courtyards, opened up to a riot of color and sound. The air buzzed with activity, a stark departure from the monastery's hushed reverence. Stalls overflowed with vibrant produce, fragrant spices, and an array of goods that made Juanhao's heart sing. He moved through the bustling marketplace with an experienced grace, his senses on high alert. He bypassed the butchers and the bakers, his focus laser-sharp on his true quarry. He found a vendor selling large sacks of black tea, its aroma rich and earthy. He haggled with practiced ease, his Shanghai accent, a subtle but distinct marker of his urban origins, a fascinating novelty to the local merchants. Next, he sought out a provisioner and purchased a generous quantity of creamy milk and, with a flourish, a sack of the finest white sugar, its crystalline sweetness a stark antithesis to the monastery's meager ration of coarse brown sugar. The greatest challenge, however, was procuring the tapioca pearls. He finally located a stall specializing in dried goods and exotic foodstuffs. There, amidst a bewildering array of beans and grains, he found them, small, white, glutinous spheres packed in burlap. "And what are these?" Juanhao inquired, feigning a profound ignorance. The vendor, a woman with shrewd eyes and a ready smile, gestured to the sack. "Ah, these are Tangyuan pearls, sir, made from rice flour, very popular in sweet soups. They have a lovely chewy texture." "Chewy, you say?" Juanhao mused, his mind already envisioning the delightful sensation. And these Tangyuan pearls, are they beneficial for digestion? He pressed, his voice laced with feigned concern. Indeed, the vendor confirmed readily, clearly eager to make a sale. The starch is very gentle on the stomach, and they are said to bring good fortune. Juanhao smiled. Fortune, indeed. He purchased a substantial amount, carefully concealing the bags within his simple monastic robes, ensuring no one in the town, and more importantly, no one at the monastery, could see the true nature of his acquisitions. The journey back was a tense affair, his heart pounding with a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation. He imagined Brother Elias's accusing gaze, the subtle disapproval of the more devout. But he was armed with his concocted rationale, his tales of medicinal herbs and beneficial starches. Back within the monastery walls, under the cloak of twilight, Juanhao set to work in the dimly lit communal kitchen. He boiled water, brewed the tea to a robust strength, and then, with painstaking care, stirred in the milk and sugar. The tapioca pearls, once cooked, transformed into translucent, jelly-like spheres, a starkly alien presence in the rustic setting. He poured the dark, frothy liquid into earthenware cups, the sweet aroma, a scandalous perfume in the quiet air. He distributed the cups with an air of quiet ceremony. A small offering, he announced softly, to aid our contemplation. A taste of nature's restorative power. The initial reaction was a tableau of cautious curiosity. The monks peered into their cups, their eyes wide with a mixture of suspicion and fascination. The dark, almost obsidian liquid was unlike anything they had ever seen. And then there were the pearls, bobbing ominously at the surface like tiny, mysterious eggs. Brother Michael, ever the first to embrace novelty, tentatively took a sip. His eyes widened. He then cautiously scooped a pearl with his spoon and bit into it. A slow smile spread across his face, a rare sight indeed. Brotherly, he exclaimed, his voice full of genuine wonder. This is remarkable. It is sweet, yet not cloying. And these spheres, they are delightful to the tongue. Others followed suit, their reservations slowly melting away with each hesitant sip. The sweetness was a revelation, a stark contrast to their austere diet. The chewiness of the pearls was an entirely new tactile experience, a playful, almost mischievous sensation that delighted their unadventurous palates. Even Brother Thomas, his beard seeming to vibrate with suppressed delight, allowed a soft sigh of contentment to escape his lips. It is indeed a potent elixir, he admitted, his voice a low rumble. It certainly brightens the spirit. Juanhao watched them, a smug satisfaction spreading through him. Their faces, usually etched with pious solemnity, were now alight with a simple, unadulterated joy. The vibrant colors of the tea, the playful texture of the pearls, they were a splash of audacious life against the monastery's monochrome existence. He had succeeded. His Trojan horse, disguised as a medicinal beverage, had breached the walls, and its delicious cargo was already sowing seeds of delightful subversion. The Forbidden City, it seemed, had a new outpost. The first hesitant sip was a seismic event within the hallowed, if somewhat dusty, halls of the monastery. For Brother Michael, accustomed to the vaguely vegetal, earthy tones of lukewarm water infused with whatever herb happened to be nearest the communal kettle, this was akin to discovering a new primary color. The sweetness, a bold, unashamed wave of sucrose, washed over his palate, a sensation so foreign it verged on the scandalous. It wasn't the subtle, earthy sweetness of a turnip or the mild, almost apologetic sweetness of a carefully ripened apple. This was a vibrant, declarative sweetness that demanded attention. And then came the pearls. His spoon, usually employed to dislodge stubborn remnants of lentil stew, now navigated a miniature galaxy of dark, glistening spheres. He tentatively brought one to his mouth, its texture utterly confounding. Not soft, not hard, but delightfully, maddeningly chewy. It yielded to his bite with a satisfying resistance, releasing a tiny burst of liquid, a subtle echo of the tea's sweetness. His stoic monastic facade cracked. A gasp, a sound more akin to a surprised child than a dedicated ascetic, escaped his lips. His eyes, usually downcast in contemplation, widened to the size of the very pearls he was now enthusiastically excavating. Juanhao, perched strategically on a stool in the corner of the refectory, observed the unfolding miracle with the keen, calculating gaze of a general witnessing a successful campaign. He saw the initial apprehension, the furrowed brows, the cautious prodding of the alien contents of the earthenware cups. He saw Brother Thomas, his magnificent beard practically quivering with suppressed curiosity, take his first, almost reverent sip. The elder monk's eyes fluttered closed for a moment, a private communion with this unexpected gustatory revelation. Then a slow, contented hum rumbled from his chest, a sound that Juanhao suspected had not been heard in these halls since the last harvest festival, some 5 decades prior. Brother Anthony, the spiritual guide, a man whose daily existence was a carefully calibrated dance between fervent prayer and the occasional bout of existential ennui, also succumbed. His initial skepticism, etched onto his lean features, began to dissolve. He swirled the tea in his cup, the dark liquid clinging to the sides, the pearls dancing within. He brought it to his lips, and as the sweetness met his tongue, a subtle softening occurred around his eyes. A faint smile, the kind that hinted at a long-forgotten memory of simple pleasures, bloomed on his face. Juanhao had theorized about the power of sensory diversion, about the potent ability of pleasure to disarm even the most resolute opposition. He had seen it in the cutthroat world of Shanghai finance, where lavish banquets and extravagant gifts could grease the wheels of even the most reluctant deal. Here, however, the stakes were infinitely more amusing. He wasn't closing a merger. He was subtly dismantling the monastic doctrine of self-denial, one delicious sip at a time. The communal courtyard, a space traditionally reserved for silent meditation and the rhythmic chant of scripture, began to acquire a new soundtrack. The rustle of prayer beads was now punctuated by the distinct, almost percussive slurp of monks enthusiastically drawing tea and pearls through their straws, a concession Juanhao had made, fabricating a narrative about the hygienic transmission of the elixir's essence. Whispered exclamations, previously reserved for theological breakthroughs, now focused on the textural marvels of the tapioca. "Remarkable," breathed Brother Stephen, a monk known for his unshakable adherence to routine, as he fumbled with his spoon, attempting to corral a particularly elusive pearl. "It is most agreeable." Brother Francis, a young man whose spiritual journey had thus far been characterized by an almost aggressive earnestness, found himself caught in a loop of pure, unadulterated joy. He'd scoop a pearl, chew it with a delighted intensity, then take a deep, appreciative gulp of the tea, his face radiating a childlike wonder that was as refreshing to Juanhao as the drink was to the monks. Juanhao, in his new role as the purveyor of this medicinal beverage, began to orchestrate what he termed mindful indulgence sessions. He would brew the tea with an almost ceremonial precision, the clinking of spoons, the gentle pouring of milk, the bubbling of the tapioca in its pot, all carefully choreographed to create an atmosphere of sophisticated ritual. He would present the cups with a bow, a beatific smile fixed on his face, and then retreat to observe. He spoke of the artisanal nature of the brew, of the unique, energetic properties of the suspended spheres, and of the harmonious balance of the milky base designed to soothe the spirit. He even introduced a concept he called flavor contemplation, encouraging the monks to close their eyes and truly experience the taste, the texture, the aroma. He saw it as a Trojan horse tactic, yes, but also as a deeply subversive form of mindfulness training. After all, how could one be truly engrossed in the emptiness of the void when one's mouth was filled with the delightful fullness of chewy tapioca? The supply of tea, milk, and sugar began to dwindle at an alarming rate. Juanhao, ever the strategist, presented his subsequent excursions to town as increasingly vital botanical sourcing missions. He spoke of the need for specific strains of tea with higher caffeine content for extended vigils, of richer milk proteins to combat physical fatigue, and of crystalline sugar for the precise calibration of medicinal tinctures. He even began to lament the limited capacity of the monastery's current grain storage, subtly hinting at the need for larger quantities of the essential starch spheres. Brother Elias, the librarian and the monastery's resident skeptic, watched these pronouncements with a hawk-like intensity. He would trace the faint lines of Juanhao's smile, trying to decipher the unspoken intentions behind the practiced piety. He noticed the subtle tremor of excitement in Juanhao's hands when he spoke of the healing properties of the brew, the way his eyes would dart towards the meager treasury whenever funds were discussed. Elias, however, was a man of routine, and Juanhao's carefully constructed narrative had become, in its own peculiar way, part of that routine. The younger monks, particularly, were now actively clamoring for their daily dose of Jinjunaika. Their spiritual fervor seemed to be directly correlated with the sweetness of their beverages. Brother Michael would petition, his voice laced with an eagerness that bordered on desperation. My meditation this morning was somewhat clouded. I believe a dose of the elixir might be in order to clear my mind for the afternoon's scripture study. Brother Thomas, his earlier reservations long evaporated, would simply nod sagely, his eyes twinkling. Indeed, Brother Lee, a truly remarkable invention. It seems to have a most invigorating effect on the spirit. Perhaps a double portion today? For enhanced focus during the evening chant. Juanhao, with a humble nod and a carefully orchestrated sigh of benevolent effort, would acquiesce. He was no longer just a monk in disguise. He was the monastery's resident alchemist, the wielder of forbidden flavors, the architect of their newfound joy. He relished the subtle absurdity of it all. Here he was, a titan of industry, a connoisseur of Shanghai's most exclusive culinary delights, reduced to brewing sugary tea for a group of ascetics who previously considered a second helping of gruel a mortal sin. And yet, he had never felt more in control, more fulfilled in a perverse, deeply satisfying way. He began to notice subtle shifts in the monastery's atmosphere. The hushed reverence was still present, but it was now interspersed with spontaneous bursts of laughter, with animated discussions about the optimal ratio of milk to tea, and with friendly competitions to see who could slurp their pearls the loudest without incurring Brother Elias's disapproving glare. The very act of drinking bubble tea had become a communal ritual, a shared indulgence that bonded them in a way that communal prayer had never quite managed. He mused, stumbled upon a fundamental truth about human nature. Even in the most austere of settings, the desire for pleasure, for a momentary escape from the mundane, could not be entirely suppressed. And Juanhao, the master of manufactured desire, was only too happy to provide. He even started to experiment. He began to introduce variations, always under the guise of scientific inquiry. I have been exploring the impact of different tea bases on mental acuity, he would announce, presenting cups of Earl Grey-infused bubble tea, the bergamot lending a sophisticated floral note that confused and delighted the monks in equal measure. He introduced green tea, its slightly bitter undertones a challenge that some embraced with gusto, while others recoiled, preferring the comforting familiarity of the black tea. He even dared to add a splash of condensed milk, a truly decadent touch that sent shockwaves of pure bliss through the refectory. He spoke of regional variations and ancient herbal adaptations, his explanations growing ever more elaborate and, Juanhao suspected, less believable. Yet, no one questioned him. The allure of the sweet, chewy beverage had rendered them pliable, their discernment dulled by the sheer, unadulterated pleasure it provided. They were, in essence, addicted. Brother Elias, however, remained a constant thorn in his side. He would meticulously record the amount of sugar used, the frequency of Juanhao's trips to town, and the ever-increasing cost of medicinal ingredients. He would eye the growing pile of empty tea canisters with suspicion, and once, Juanhao swore he saw Elias discreetly sniff a discarded tapioca pearl, a look of deep contemplation on his face, as if deciphering the secrets of a universe from its starchy essence. Elias represented the old guard, the unyielding adherence to tradition, the spiritual purity that Juanhao was so gleefully corrupting. He was the auditor, the conscience, the ever-present reminder that this sweet seduction was, in fact, a carefully orchestrated deception. But even Elias, Juanhao observed with a growing sense of triumph, was not entirely immune. One afternoon, while cataloging ancient manuscripts in the quiet library, Juanhao had accidentally left a small, forgotten cup of bubble tea on a nearby table. He had retreated, feigning a forgotten task, and watched from a distance as Elias, his brow furrowed in concentration, eventually noticed the cup. He picked it up, his movements hesitant, almost reluctant. He sniffed it, his expression unreadable. Then, with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of centuries of monastic austerity, he took a tentative sip. Juanhao held his breath. Elias's eyes widened, just for a flicker. He then, with a swiftness that surprised Juanhao, drained the remaining liquid, scooped up the pearls with surprising dexterity, and then, with a furtive glance around, carefully placed the empty cup back on the table, as if nothing had happened. A small victory, perhaps, but a victory nonetheless. The Trojan horse, it seemed, was capable of infecting even the most fortified of minds. The sweet seduction was proving to be remarkably effective, its tendrils of sugary delight slowly but surely weaving themselves into the very fabric of monastic life. The subtle symphony of slurping pearls had long since become the dominant oral landscape of the monastery. The hushed prayers still echoed in the chapel. The rhythmic chanting still filled the refectory during meals, but the interstitial silences, the quiet moments of contemplation, were now punctuated by the delightful, almost defiant, thwack of tapioca against teeth, followed by an appreciative sigh. Brother Michael, once a paragon of stoic indifference to worldly pleasures, now possessed a preternatural ability to discern the precise moment Brother Thomas had finished his bubble tea, his spoon already poised, ready to inherit any lingering pearls. The very act of drinking had become a communal, if not entirely sanctioned, bonding experience. Juanhao, observing this delightful evolution from a strategic vantage point, felt a swell of something akin to paternal pride, albeit for a creation of pure, unadulterated sucrose and starch. He had, with the finesse of a seasoned alchemist, transmuted austerity into an insatiable craving. But he sensed, with the astute intuition of a predator who had just tasted blood, that the bubble tea, while a powerful initial breach, was merely the vanguard. The true conquest lay in the stories, the whispered legends of the world beyond these ancient, hallowed walls, a world that now seemed, to the newly awakened senses of the monks, infinitely more vibrant than the dim, candlelit existence they had previously embraced. He began, subtly at first, weaving his tales into the fabric of their days. During the communal gardening, while his fellow monks meticulously weeded out any flora that deviated from the strictly medicinal or edible, Juanhao would expound on the exotic blooms of Shanghai's parks, their audacious colors and intoxicating perfumes, so unlike the somber, utilitarian greenery they cultivated. He spoke of the bustling night markets, a kaleidoscope of lights and sounds where the air itself seemed to thrum with an electric energy, thick with the aroma of sizzling skewers and sweet, sticky pastries, a far cry from the bland, boiled gruel that constituted their evening repast. "Imagine, brothers," he'd say, his voice a low, resonant murmur that captivated their attention. 1,000 lanterns, each casting a golden glow upon a river of humanity. The air alive with 1,000 conversations, 1,000 melodies, a symphony of life that never truly sleeps. And the food. Oh, the food. Imagine delicate dumplings, steamed to perfection, bursting with savory fillings. Or skewers of marinated meats, kissed by flame and smoke, their juices running like molten gold. He saw their eyes, previously fixed on the soil or the slow crawl of snails, now drifting, unfocused, towards some distant, imagined horizon. Brother Anthony, who had once expounded at length on the existential angst of a single dewdrop, now found his spiritual musings interrupted by vivid mental images of steaming bamboo baskets and vendors hawking brightly colored trinkets. Then came the gambling dens. Juanhao, ever the master of framing, didn't present these as dens of iniquity, but as arenas of calculated risk and exhilarating uncertainty. Consider, for a moment, he'd begin, often during the quiet hour of Vespers, when the monks were expected to be in silent prayer, but their minds, thanks to the sugary influence, were increasingly prone to wander, the human desire for chance, for the thrill of the unknown outcome. In the great city, there are places where men gather, not for piety or study, but for the sheer, heart-pounding excitement of a wager. They play games of cards, of dice, where fortunes can be won or lost in the span of a single breath. He would describe the hushed tension, the sharp intake of breath as a card was revealed, the collective groan or cheer that swept through the room. He painted pictures of men in fine silks, their faces etched with a mixture of desperation and exhilaration, their eyes gleaming with the fever of the gamble. He spoke of the strategies, the bluffing, the psychology of the game, all presented as intellectual exercises, as studies in human nature. It is a test of will, you see, he would explain, stroking his chin thoughtfully. A demonstration of how deeply a person can commit to a belief, even when the evidence suggests otherwise. A profound insight into the nature of hope and despair, wouldn't you agree? Brother Elias, the ever-watchful librarian, would scowl from his corner, his quill poised over a ledger. But even he, Juanhao suspected, was listening. The monks, who had spent their lives grappling with the abstract concepts of sin and salvation, were now presented with tangible, visceral experiences, albeit filtered through Juanhao's narrative lens. They understood temptation on a theological level, but Juanhao was making it real, imbuing it with a thrilling, almost intoxicating allure. The most daring, and perhaps most effective, of his tales involved the allure of attractive companions. He didn't speak of lewdness or lust. Oh no, that would be too crass, too easily condemned by the nascent moral compasses he was so expertly recalibrating. Instead, he spoke of beauty, of charm, of the delicate dance of courtship and companionship. He described women not as objects of desire, but as vibrant beings, their laughter like the chime of small bells, their eyes holding the wisdom of ages, their conversation as captivating as any theological debate. There's an art to connection, brothers, he'd muse, swirling the dregs of his bubble tea in his cup. A way in which two souls can find resonance, a shared understanding that transcends the spoken word. In the city, one encounters such individuals, their presence like a rare bloom in a barren landscape. They possess a certain spark of vivacity that reminds one of the boundless energy of creation itself. He described elegant soirees, where witty banter flowed as freely as the finest wine, where music filled the air and couples moved with a grace that seemed almost divinely inspired. He spoke of the subtle language of a glance, the unspoken promise in a shared smile, the profound comfort of shared experience. He presented these encounters as explorations of human connection, as vital case studies in the complexities of the human heart. To understand the world from which you seek to transcend, he would argue, his gaze sweeping across their eager faces, you must first understand the forces that draw people together and the myriad ways in which they express their deepest affections and desires. It is not about indulgence, but about knowledge. Knowledge, after all, is the path to true enlightenment, is it not? The monks, who had previously wrestled with the abstract concept of divine love, were now being introduced to the earthly, humankind, presented not as a sin, but as a fascinating, complex phenomenon worthy of study. Juanhao's approach was a masterclass in subversion. He wasn't tempting them with sin. He was educating them in the nuances of human experience. He was reframing forbidden knowledge as essential wisdom. Brother Stephen, whose previous excitement had been reserved for the discovery of a rare, unblemished vellum, now found himself contemplating the societal implications of karaoke. You say, he'd ponder aloud, his brow furrowed in deep thought, that in these establishments, individuals voluntarily engage in public vocalizations, often with a complete disregard for melodic accuracy. Juanhao would nod gravely. Indeed, Brother Stephen, it is a fascinating expression of uninhibited joy, a communal catharsis through sound. Some would call it a form of ecstatic utterance, a release of pin-up emotion. Others, a charmingly chaotic form of communal singing. He might then add, with a knowing glint in his eye, it is a testament to the human need for expression, for the simple, unadulterated pleasure of making noise. Brother Thomas, his beard now perpetually dusted with traces of sugar, would chime in, remarkable. One wonders if such practices could be adapted for our own evening chants, perhaps to inject a greater zest into the delivery. Juanhao would offer a modest shrug. The possibilities, Brother Thomas, are as endless as the human imagination. The library, once a sanctuary of hushed reverence, was slowly transforming into a hub of hushed intrigue. Elias, while diligently cataloging, couldn't help but overhear the snippets of conversation that drifted from the refectory or the communal courtyard. He'd catch phrases like high-stakes poker, silk robes, and moonlit gardens. He'd seen Juanhao sketching intricate diagrams of what appeared to be a roulette wheel, explaining it to a rapt Brother Michael as a study in probabilistic outcomes. He'd even caught Juanhao describing the thrill of a clandestine meeting, not as a clandestine act of transgression, but as a romantic escapade. It is in these moments, Juanhao had explained to a wide-eyed Brother Gregory, that the true essence of human connection is revealed. Away from the prying eyes of convention, two hearts beating as one, their unspoken desires a powerful testament to the divine spark within us all. Elias, his lips thinning, would often retreat to the dusty stacks, his heart pounding with a mixture of outrage and a disconcerting, almost morbid, curiosity. He felt like a guardian of a forgotten treasure, watching as a charming thief systematically replaced priceless artifacts with gilded imitations. He tried to counter, to steer the monks back to the path of spiritual contemplation, but his warnings, once so potent, now seemed to fall on deaf ears. They were too busy dissecting the finer points of a Shanghai nightclub's dress code or debating the ethical implications of a horse race. Brothers, Elias would implore, his voice hoarse with frustration, we are here to contemplate the infinite, to seek transcendence. These tales of earthly delights are mere distractions, sirens luring you onto the rocks of worldly attachment. Brother Michael, ever the diplomat, would offer a sympathetic nod. Indeed, Brother Elias. Distractions, perhaps, but also illuminating case studies. For how can one truly understand the allure of the forbidden if one has never contemplated its mechanics? Juanhao, meanwhile, was meticulously cataloging the monks' responses. He observed the subtle shift in their gazes, the way their conversations, once dominated by theological minutiae, now veered towards the more exotic and exhilarating. He saw the flicker of longing in their eyes, the spark of curiosity that had been ignited, and he knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that the Trojan bubble tea had been but the first sweet, chewy morsel. The stories, the tales of a world teeming with sensory gratification, with a true Trojan horse, its wooden belly filled not with warriors, but with whispered promises of excitement, of connection, of a life lived in technicolor, a stark, irresistible contrast to the muted palette of their monastic existence. He had cracked the shell of their asceticism, and now he was systematically dismantling the foundations, one intoxicating anecdote at a time. The spiritual edifice, he mused, was proving to be far more susceptible to the allure of narrative than to the rigor of theological debate. Juanhao, having successfully inoculated the monastery with the sweet, effervescent embrace of bubble tea and then showered them with the glittering tales of urban enchantment, now turned his attention to a more stimulating form of intellectual engagement. He observed the monks, their minds previously occupied with the labyrinthine complexities of scripture and the serene stillness of meditation, now humming with a restless energy. Their contemplative silence, once a prized commodity, was now frequently fractured by whispered discussions of night markets, exotic cuisines, and the tantalizing notion of uninhibited joy. It was clear that their spiritual diets, while perhaps nutritionally sound, were severely lacking in spice. He found them gathered, as he predicted, in the dimly lit scriptorium, their faces illuminated by the flickering candlelight. Brother Michael, ever the eager disciple, was meticulously arranging Brother Thomas's discarded bubble tea pearls in what appeared to be rudimentary numerical sequence. Brother Anthony, his gaze unfocused, was tracing patterns in the condensation on his water glass, muttering about the fleeting nature of liquid formations. Juanhao approached them with a genial smile, a worn leather pouch clutched in his hand. "Brothers," he began, his voice smooth as polished jade, "I have been observing your dedication to contemplation. Admirable, truly. However," he paused, letting the weight of his observation settle, "I have noticed a certain inefficiency." Brother Elias, who had been diligently mending a torn page with meticulous precision, looked up, his brow furrowed. "Inefficiency, Juanhao? In what way?" Juanhao gestured with a flourish towards Michael's pearl arrangement. "Meditation, while a noble pursuit, often yields results as abstract and intangible as mist. One sits, one breathes, one strives for an elusive state of nothingness. But what if," his eyes twinkled with feigned innocence, "we could achieve a similar clarity of mind, a profound understanding of underlying principles through a more interactive methodology?" He unclasped the leather pouch, revealing a shuffled deck of well-worn playing cards. The monks stared, a mixture of confusion and apprehension clouding their faces. The very notion of these brightly colored, oddly depicted rectangles being instruments of spiritual enlightenment was, to say the least, novel. "These," Juanhao announced, his voice resonating with the authority of a seasoned scholar, "are not mere diversions. They are tools. Tools for strategic contemplation through interactive numerology. We shall explore the inherent probabilities, the patterns of chance, and the fascinating psychology of calculated risk. In essence, brothers, we will be engaging in a rigorous study of fate itself." He began with a simplified version of poker. He explained the hand rankings with the earnestness of a university professor lecturing on quantum mechanics. "Observe," he instructed, dealing a small circle of monks into a hushed semicircle around him. "The humble ace, a card of immense potential, yet often humbled by its companions. The king, a symbol of authority, yet vulnerable to a well-timed sequence. We are not merely playing a game. We are dissecting the very essence of influence and consequence." Brother Michael, his pearl sorting forgotten, leaned forward, his eyes wide. "So, when one holds three of a kind," he mused, turning over his meager hand, "it represents a convergence of similar energies, a harmonious confluence." Juanhao beamed. "Precisely, Brother Michael. You grasp it instantly. And a flush? That, my dear brother, is the manifestation of a dominant emotional current, a surge of unified intent. It is a deeply spiritual phenomenon, wouldn't you agree?" Brother Thomas, who had been idly shuffling a handful of spare beads, now found himself intrigued by the mechanics. "And these bets," he ventured, pointing to the small piles of polished stones and dried berries that Juanhao had designated as currency, "these represent the investment of one's focused energy, yes?" "Indeed," Juanhao exclaimed, his enthusiasm infectious. "Each wager is a commitment of belief, a declaration of confidence in the perceived trajectory of the probabilistic flow. It is a tangible representation of one's conviction. In the act of bluffing," he lowered his voice conspiratorially, "that is the ultimate test of mental fortitude, the deliberate shaping of perceived reality. It is a psychological duel, a demonstration of the power of will over apparent circumstance. He then introduced blackjack, or as he termed it, the art of approaching the divine 21. Here, he explained, dealing 2 cards to each monk, we strive for perfection, for the sublime intersection of numerical value and strategic restraint. Too little, and you miss the opportunity. Too much, and you invite ruin. It is a delicate balance, a constant negotiation between aspiration and apprehension. The monks, initially hesitant, were soon captivated. The quiet hum of concentration that had once filled their meditation sessions was now replaced by hushed exclamations of "hit me" and triumphant shouts of "blackjack." The worn cards, depicting kings and queens and jesters, became emblems of a world far removed from their austere existence, a world teeming with intrigue and immediate, tangible outcomes. The thrill of holding a winning hand, the sharp intake of breath as a crucial card was revealed, the camaraderie forged in shared victories and commiserated losses. It was a potent elixir, far more engaging than any abstract theological debate. Juanhao, observing this transformation with keen satisfaction, made sure to reinforce his narrative. He would often interject during moments of intense focus. Notice how Brother Elias, a man of profound intellect, displays a remarkable aptitude for assessing risk, and Brother Stephen, whose meticulous nature lends itself to the precise calculation of odds. This is not mere child's play. This is an advanced form of applied epistemology, a hands-on exploration of the epistemology of uncertainty. He framed the gambling aspect not as sin, but as a necessary component of human experience, a forbidden fruit that, when understood, shed its deceptive power. Consider the great thinkers of the world, he would muse, his voice resonating in the hushed confines of the scriptorium after dusk, when the clandestine games truly began. Do you think they confined their intellectual pursuits to the sterile confines of academic halls? No, they delved into the messy, vibrant tapestry of life, embracing its complexities, its risks, its unpredictable currents. To truly understand the human condition, one must engage with all its facets, even those deemed less than pious. He spoke of legendary gamblers, not as debauched sinners, but as strategists of the highest order, individuals who understood the subtle interplay of chance and skill, whose fortunes ebbed and flowed with the tides of destiny. He painted vivid pictures of shadowy backrooms in Shanghai, where men in silken robes, their faces etched with 1,000 tales, would engage in high-stakes games, their every move a calculated gamble. These were not tales of avarice, he insisted, but sagas of courage, of nerve, of the ultimate human struggle against the indifferent forces of fortune. The sin of gambling, brothers, he would explain, his gaze sweeping across their rapt faces, lies not in the act of playing, but in the unthinking pursuit of material gain, in the surrender of one's will to blind chance. But when approached with knowledge, with strategy, with a clear understanding of probabilities and a disciplined mind, it becomes a potent exercise in self-mastery. It is an exploration of the boundaries of human control in a universe that often seems determined to thwart our best-laid plans. The monks, their previous lives of placid routine, now a distant memory, found themselves drawn into this new world of calculated risk and exhilarating uncertainty. The scriptorium, once a bastion of quiet study, now pulsed with a clandestine energy. The rustle of cards, the quiet clink of betting tokens, the hushed whispers of strategy. These sounds had replaced the drone of sermons and the rhythmic chants. Brother Anthony, once lost in abstract contemplation, now found a curious thrill in holding a pair of sevens. It's like a mini challenge, he'd exclaim, his eyes gleaming. The universe presents me with a specific combination, and I must decide, based on the observable evidence and my own intuition, how to proceed. It's a microcosm of existence itself. Brother Stephen, the meticulous librarian, had developed an uncanny knack for card counting, a skill Juanhao lauded as a superior form of data analysis, a direct communion with the statistical undercurrents of reality. He would often be found hunched over the cards, his lips moving silently as he tracked the ebb and flow of probabilities, his mind a whirring engine of calculated deduction. Even Brother Elias, though still outwardly disapproving, found his gaze lingering on the games. He'd pretend to be engrossed in ancient texts, but his ears would twitch at the sound of a triumphant exclamation. His eyes would dart towards the clandestine gathering. He, too, was being drawn into the vortex, his intellectual curiosity warring with his ingrained sense of duty. He recognized the seductive power of Juanhao's narrative, the way it reframed even the most morally ambiguous activities as intellectual pursuits. He saw the monks, once so focused on the hereafter, now enthusiastically engaged with the immediate, tangible realities of winning and losing, of calculating odds and executing strategies. Juanhao, meanwhile, was meticulously documenting the entire affair, not in any physical ledger, but in the keen observation of his subjects. He noted the subtle shifts in their posture, the increased animation in their conversations, the growing camaraderie that transcended their previous, more solitary, spiritual pursuits. He saw the competitive spirit, once channeled into theological debates, now finding its outlet in the thrilling arena of the card table. He observed the shared laughter that erupted after a particularly daring bluff, the quiet solidarity that emerged during a string of bad luck. This, he mused, was the true conquest. It wasn't about corrupting their souls. It was about reawakening their dormant human desires, about reminding them that life, even a spiritual life, was meant to be lived, to be felt, to be played. The Trojan horse, it seemed, was far more effective when it was filled with the intoxicating scent of chance and the promise of a good hand. The bubble tea had been the sweet, innocent preamble. These card games were the seductive, heart-pounding main course. The subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the monastery's atmosphere was Juanhao's masterpiece. The fragrant, syrupy sweetness of bubble tea, once a novel treat, had become an ingrained craving, its artificial fruity notes a constant reminder of a world beyond the monastery's stone walls. The effervescence, once a delightful surprise, now mirrored a nascent fizz of discontent bubbling beneath the surface of the monks' carefully cultivated serenity. They still participated in their daily rituals, still chanted their ancient prayers, but the rhythm had changed. There was a new cadence, a subtle impatience, as if the verses were a preamble to something more exciting, more real. The quiet reverence that had once permeated the scriptorium was now punctuated by the ghost of a shuffle, the phantom click of betting tokens, the lingering scent of artificial mango and passion fruit. Juanhao, observing this transformation with the detached amusement of a scientist studying a petri dish, saw his carefully sown seeds beginning to sprout. He hadn't explicitly told them their lives were empty. That would have been crude, an affront to their spiritual sensibilities. Instead, he had simply introduced them to other flavors of existence. He had offered them a taste of the urban carnival, a glimpse into a realm where life was a vibrant, pulsating spectacle, not a quiet, contemplative vigil. And the monks, in their earnest pursuit of understanding, had found themselves comparing their ascetic existence to the glittering, albeit superficial, allure of the world he'd unveiled. He would often find them in hushed conversations, their eyes wide with a mixture of fascination and longing. Brother Michael, his pearl-sorting days a distant, almost embarrassing memory, would lean in conspiratorially, his voice barely above a whisper. Juanhao, this night market you spoke of. You say they have stalls selling skewers of grilled octopus and candied hawthorn berries? It sounds extraordinary. The very words, extraordinary, night market, octopus, seemed to carry a gravitational pull, drawing their minds away from the contemplation of divine mysteries and towards the tangible, the delicious, the undeniably worldly. Brother Thomas, who had once found solace in the meticulous illumination of manuscripts, now confessed a growing unease. It's this completeness, he'd murmur, tracing the intricate patterns on a discarded teacup. When you describe the bustling streets of Shanghai, the endless array of choices, the sheer variety of human experience, it makes our days here feel monochromatic, like a single, long, unbroken note when there should be a symphony. He paused, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. Forgive me, Juanhao. It is just the concept of a life without such vibrant hues. It feels like a deprivation. Juanhao would nod sagely, offering a comforting, yet subtly corrosive, affirmation. Brother Thomas, the pursuit of spiritual enlightenment is indeed a noble path. However, one must also understand the full spectrum of human experience to truly appreciate the divine. How can one comprehend the light without first understanding the shadows? How can one appreciate the stillness without knowing the raucous joy of the dance? He spoke of the ancient sages, not as ascetics who had renounced the world, but as individuals who had experienced it, understood its temptations, and then, through superior will, transcended them. He implied that true mastery wasn't achieved through avoidance, but through engagement and subsequent detachment, a concept that resonated deeply with their intellectual leanings. He subtly framed their current existence not as a chosen path of spiritual discipline, but as a form of incomplete living. Their days, once filled with purpose, were now subtly presented as lacking. Consider, he'd say, his voice low and persuasive, the immense talent housed within these walls. The intellects, the discipline, the sheer dedication. Imagine what could be achieved if such faculties were applied not just to the abstract, but to the concrete realities of the world, to innovation, to understanding the intricate mechanisms of commerce, to the very art of thriving. He was not denigrating their current path, merely suggesting that it was a rather narrow, and perhaps even limiting, interpretation of a fulfilling life. The whispers about Shanghai's nightlife, once mere curiosities, now held a more potent allure. Juanhao, sensing their receptiveness, would weave tales of its vibrant energy, its intoxicating freedom. He spoke of the Dragon's Breath Lounge, a fictional establishment he'd conjured, where the air thrummed with jazz, where patrons discussed philosophy over artisanal cocktails, and where the boldest minds met to forge new ideas. He described it as a place where intellect and indulgence coexisted, a far cry from the monastic austerity they knew. He'd paint a picture of monks, not as cloister hermits, but as enlightened individuals who understood the pulse of the modern world, who could engage with its complexities and even subtly influence its direction. It's not about succumbing to base desires, brothers, he'd explain, his eyes alight with a manufactured passion. It's about understanding them, about comprehending the full spectrum of human aspiration, from the quiet contemplation of the eternal to the vibrant pursuit of immediate gratification. To truly lead, to truly understand, one must be conversant with both the sacred and the spirited. He was carefully planting the idea that their current isolation was not a strength, but a weakness, a self-imposed blindness to the richer tapestry of existence. He noticed how Brother Elias, the most resistant, found himself increasingly drawn into these discussions, his intellectual curiosity a powerful counterpoint to his ingrained piety. Elias would interject with sharp, probing questions, not to condemn, but to dissect Juanhao's narratives to understand the underlying logic. But Juanhao, he'd say, his brow furrowed, you speak of Shanghai's vibrancy as if it were inherently superior to our current state of peace. Is there not a danger in equating sensory stimulation with genuine fulfillment? Juanhao would meet his gaze with a serene smile. Brother Elias, I do not suggest it is superior in a moral sense, but perhaps more complete in an experiential sense. A life lived solely in shades of gray, however pure, misses the riot of color that the Creator has also laid before us. The vibrant markets, the lively music, the shared laughter over a perfectly brewed cup of tea, these are not distractions from the divine, but rather expressions of the divine's boundless creativity. To deny oneself these experiences, to believe that true spiritual depth can only be found in renunciation, is perhaps a limited perspective. He was subtly questioning the very foundations of their monastic philosophy, suggesting that their chosen path was not the only, or even the most comprehensive, route to enlightenment. He saw the monks' former contentment beginning to fray at the edges. The simplicity they had once cherished now felt like a lack of something. It was as if their minds, once sharpened by contemplation, were now being used to analyze what was missing from their lives, rather than what was present. The echoes of laughter from their clandestine card games had become more resonant than the solemn chants. The aroma of bubble tea, an innocent introduction, had become a siren song, luring them towards a world of manufactured pleasures. Juanhao was not offering them a path to sin, not directly. He was offering them a path to what they perceived as a richer, more fulfilling existence. He was subtly suggesting that their current lives, while perhaps spiritually sound, were fundamentally incomplete, lacking the vibrancy, the excitement, the sheer scope of the world he represented. He had not just introduced them to bubble tea. He had introduced them to the concept of yearning, to the insidious idea that there was something more out there, something they were missing by remaining within their hallowed, yet increasingly mundane, walls. The seeds of dissatisfaction had taken root, and Juanhao watched, with a satisfied glint in his eye, as they began to bloom into a garden of worldly desires. He had given them not just distractions, but a compelling alternative, a vision of a life that felt, in its superficial vibrancy, undeniably more complete than their own. The Trojan horse, now laden with not just the sugary scent of bubble tea, but the intoxicating promise of a world teeming with sensory delights and intellectual stimulation, was poised to deliver its ultimate payload. Chapter 3. The Mirage of Merit. Juanhao, with the quiet diligence of a master weaver, had begun to unravel the very fabric of the monastery's spiritual tapestry. The threads of asceticism, of renunciation, of seeking transcendence through deprivation. These were the ancient patterns he was meticulously, almost imperceptibly, re-dyeing in hues of worldly comfort and personal gratification. He was not overtly attacking their beliefs. That would have been too blunt, too confrontational, and ultimately ineffective against the deeply ingrained traditions. Instead, he was subtly reinterpreting them, offering a glossy, modernized version that appealed to the growing stirrings of desire he had so expertly cultivated. "Consider, brothers," he began one evening, his voice a low, resonant hum that seemed to fill the refectory with an almost tangible warmth, "the very essence of what we strive for. Is it not enlightenment? A state of profound understanding, of liberation, of ultimate peace." He paused, allowing the familiar, comforting words to settle. And where, precisely, does this enlightenment reside? In the denial of the flesh? In the voluntary embrace of hardship? Or perhaps, he leaned forward, his eyes twinkling with feigned earnestness, in the fullest possible experience of existence, in all its glorious, multifaceted splendor. He had noticed, with a scholar's keen observation, how the monks' discussions, once dominated by theological debates and scriptural exegesis, now frequently veered towards the sensory. They spoke of the subtle sweetness of the bubble tea, not just as a novelty, but as an actual pleasure, a tangible delight that contrasted starkly with the blandness of their usual fare. They mused about the vibrant colors of the street vendors' wares, the imagined textures of exotic fruits, the cacophony of sounds that made up a bustling marketplace. These were no longer mere intellectual curiosities. They were becoming benchmarks of a richer, more complete life. We are told that the world is a place of temptation, a labyrinth of sin. Juanhao continued, his tone shifting from contemplative to persuasive. And indeed it can be, but is the solution to blind ourselves to the world? To deny ourselves its gifts? Or is it to engage with it, to understand its intricacies, to savor its pleasures with a discerning mind, and thus to transcend it through comprehension rather than ignorance? He was, in essence, proposing a radical overhaul of their understanding of spiritual growth. Deprivation, he argued, was not the key to unlocking higher consciousness. It was a self-imposed limitation, a voluntary blindness that prevented them from truly understanding the divine creation in its entirety. Think of the great masters, he went on, his narrative weaving a compelling tapestry of imagined lives. Do you truly believe they achieved their profound wisdom by subsisting on gruel and sleeping on straw? Or did they, perhaps, walk among the people, experiencing the fullness of life, its joys, its sorrows, its temptations, its triumphs, and from that rich crucible of experience, distill their spiritual truths? He was skillfully rewriting history, painting portraits of enlightened beings who were not ascetics but connoisseurs of life, individuals who had tasted the world and found it, in its own way, a divine offering. This notion that pleasure is inherently sinful, that comfort is antithetical to spirituality, is a fallacy, he declared, his voice gaining a subtle, authoritative ring. It is a convenient excuse for those who lack the capacity to navigate the world with grace and discernment. True enlightenment, brothers, is not about denying the senses, but about refining them. It is about experiencing the most exquisite flavors, not to be enslaved by them, but to appreciate the divine artistry that created them. It is about understanding the complexities of human interaction, not to be lost in them, but to gain wisdom from their myriad forms. It is about embracing comfort, not as an end in itself, but as a testament to the boundless generosity of existence. He watched their faces, his gaze sweeping across the room. He saw Brother Michael, the former pearl sorter, his eyes glazed with a new kind of yearning, no longer for the simple beauty of pearls, but for the imagined textures of grilled octopus. He saw Brother Thomas, the manuscript illuminator, his usual thoughtful frown replaced by a speculative expression, as if he were mentally cataloging the missing colors in his life's palette. Even Brother Elias, the most intellectually rigorous, seemed to be listening, his brow furrowed, not in disbelief, but in contemplation of this novel perspective. We create a false dichotomy, Juanhao explained, as if sharing a profound, yet simple, revelation. We pit the spiritual against the worldly, as if they are mutually exclusive. But I say to you, the truly spiritual individual is one who can navigate the worldly with absolute equanimity, who can find divinity in the mundane, and who can appreciate the sublime without rejecting the beautiful. To deny ourselves the pleasures of life is not to become more spiritual. It is to become less whole. It is to voluntarily impoverish our experience, and in doing so, to limit our capacity for understanding the vastness of creation. His words, delivered with such conviction and presented with such a veneer of intellectual sophistication, began to take root. They resonated with a burgeoning sense of discontent, a feeling that perhaps their lives, while outwardly serene, were inwardly lacking. Juanhao was tapping into a primal human desire, the desire for more, for better, for richer experiences. He was reframing enlightenment not as a distant, arduous goal achieved through self-denial, but as a state of being that could be attained through a more generous, more indulgent embrace of life. Imagine, he'd murmur, his voice dropping to an intimate whisper, a master monk, meditating not in a cold, barren cell, but in a perfectly appointed room, the air scented with rare incense, the silence broken only by the gentle strumming of a lute. Is this less spiritual? Or is it, perhaps, a more refined expression of spiritual harmony, where the external environment complements and enhances the inner peace, rather than contending with it? He was painting a picture of spirituality that was not austere, but aesthetically pleasing, not about hardship, but about refined appreciation. He began to introduce new concepts, cloaked in philosophical jargon. He spoke of experiential saturation, the idea that true understanding could only come from immersing oneself fully in a given experience, whether it be the taste of a perfectly brewed tea, the intricate dance of a city street, or the profound silence of a mountain peak. He argued that by limiting their experiences to the purely spiritual, they were failing to achieve this saturation, and thus failing to reach the highest echelons of enlightenment. We are like scholars who have only ever read about the ocean, but have never felt its spray, he'd say, his analogy resonating with their intellectual inclinations. We can debate its currents, theorize its depths, but we can never truly know it until we plunge in. And so it is with life. Our contemplative practices are vital, yes, but they are like the study of navigation charts. To truly sail the seas of existence, we must feel the wind, taste the salt, and witness the storms. His charisma was the mortar that held these heretical ideas together. He possessed an uncanny ability to make the outlandish sound reasonable, the indulgent seem wise. His pronouncements were delivered with a gentle, almost paternal authority, a certainty that left little room for doubt. He never shouted, never pressured. He simply presented his new philosophy with such compelling logic and such evident sincerity that it felt less like a deviation and more like a natural evolution, a clarification of ancient truths for a modern age. The Buddha himself, he once posited, a spark of theatrical inspiration in his eyes, did not flee the palace out of hatred for its comforts. He left to understand the suffering that arose despite those comforts. He sought to find a path to liberation that encompassed the realities of pleasure and pain, of wealth and poverty. His journey was one of integration, not of exclusion. And we, his humble followers, must emulate that spirit of comprehensive understanding. He was, in essence, offering them a permission slip. Permission to desire, permission to indulge, permission to seek comfort, all under the guise of a deeper, more profound spiritual pursuit. He was dismantling the ingrained guilt associated with worldly pleasures, replacing it with the idea that such pleasures were not obstacles, but rather essential components of a fully realized spiritual life. Consider the concept of detachment. Juanhao explained, his voice laced with the allure of forbidden knowledge. It is often misunderstood as indifference, as a cold turning away from the world. But true detachment is not the absence of feeling, but the mastery of it. It is the ability to experience the most intoxicating pleasures, the most profound sorrows, the most exhilarating triumphs, and to remain at peace, unswayed by their ephemeral nature. And how can one truly master these feelings if one has never truly felt them? If one has never savored the sweetness of the fruit, how can one truly understand the nature of its decay? He was subtly redefining asceticism not as deprivation, but as a form of sophisticated self-control, a discipline that allowed one to engage with the world's pleasures without being consumed by them. This was a far more appealing prospect than the stark, unyielding renunciation they had been taught. It implied a superior form of spiritual attainment, one that was not about running away from temptation, but about conquering it by embracing it and understanding it from within. The divine is not found in the absence of earthly joys, he declared, his pronouncements now carrying the weight of gospel. It is found in the appreciation of them. The vibrant colors of a sunset, the intricate patterns on a butterfly's wing, the shared laughter of friends. These are not distractions from the sacred, but reflections of it. To deny ourselves these simple yet profound joys is to deny ourselves a deeper connection to the Creator's boundless imagination. We are not meant to be hermits dwelling in a void. We are meant to be connoisseurs of life, experiencing its richness and finding the divine within its very fabric. He had created a narrative so compelling, so seemingly logical, that it began to dismantle their reservations from the inside out. The monks, accustomed to seeking higher truths, found themselves drawn to this new interpretation, a path that promised not arduous self-mortification, but a more palatable, even enjoyable, journey towards spiritual fulfillment. Juanhao was not leading them astray. He was, in his own twisted logic, guiding them towards what he presented as the true path to enlightenment, a path paved with pleasure, comfort, and the full, unadulterated experience of life. And in doing so, he was gradually, irrevocably, transforming their understanding of what it meant to be truly enlightened. The subtle redefinition of spiritual discipline had, in mere weeks, begun to manifest in tangible and frankly delicious ways. Juanhao, having successfully argued that the monastic diet was not a crucible for spiritual purification but a culinary wasteland, was now the undisputed authority on nutritional enlightenment. His pronouncements, once met with hesitant curiosity, were now eagerly awaited, each syllable a promise of a more palatable existence. He discovered, with a flourish of mock distress, that the austere, grain-heavy sustenance of the monastery was, in fact, detrimental to the very pursuit of higher consciousness. The body, brothers, he declared, his voice resonating with a newfound, almost paternal, concern, is the temple of the spirit. Will we offer a sacred shrine stale bread and watery gruel? Or would we adorn it with the finest offerings, allowing the vessel to be as refined as the spirit it houses? This analogy, delivered with Juanhao's characteristic blend of earnestness and theatrical flair, had struck a chord. The monks, many of whom had long harbored a secret longing for the vibrant flavors of the world outside, found themselves nodding in agreement. The idea that denying their taste buds was not an act of spiritual discipline, but a form of self-punishment, a perversion of the sacred trust they held for their own physical forms, was a revelation. It was a permission slip, delivered with the authority of spiritual wisdom, to indulge. And indulge they did. The monastery's once austere kitchen, under Juanhao's subtle, yet insistent, guidance began to transform. Secret deliveries, orchestrated with the stealth of a seasoned smuggler, became a regular occurrence. Boxes brimming with exotic fruits, their skins a kaleidoscope of improbable colors, arrived under the cloak of pre-dawn darkness. There were the impossibly sweet mangoes, their flesh like solidified sunshine, the tart bursts of passion fruit, and the strange, spiky durian, its pungent aroma a stark contrast to the usual scent of damp stone and incense. These were not mere fruits. They were ambrosia, offerings from a world that suddenly seemed far more generous and alluring than they had ever imagined. Then came the gourmet snacks, delicate pastries, flown in from distant patisseries, their flaky crusts yielding to cream-filled centers. Savory crisps, dusted with truffle and parmesan, that crunched with an almost sinful satisfaction. Handcrafted chocolates, dark and bittersweet, that melted on the tongue, releasing waves of complex flavor. Juanhao, ever the scholar of sensory experience, would preside over these clandestine tastings with the gravitas of a sommelier. He would explain the nuances of each flavor, the texture, the aroma, not as mere sensual pleasure, but as a pathway to deeper understanding. Observe, brothers, he'd instruct, holding a single, perfectly formed macaron aloft, the delicate balance of sweetness and almond. This is not merely a confection. It is a testament to the artistry of creation. To truly appreciate it, to dissect its components, is to engage in a form of meditative practice, a deep contemplation of the divine hand at play. His pronouncements on nutritional enlightenment were equally persuasive. He began to introduce ingredients that were far from the monastery's usual larder. Small bottles of fragrant olive oil, rich and peppery. Jars of exotic spices, their origins whispered to be from the Silk Road itself. Blocks of aged cheese, their pungent aromas filling the usually sterile air of the refectory. Juanhao argued that the monks' previous ailments, the occasional bouts of indigestion, the lethargic afternoons, were not the result of overwork or spiritual imbalance, but of malnutrition. Our bodies, brothers, he'd explain, his brow furrowed with simulated concern, require a certain quality of sustenance to perform at their peak. to deny ourselves essential nutrients, to subsist on a diet lacking in vital elements, is to actively hinder our spiritual progress. It is akin to trying to build a magnificent cathedral with crumbling bricks. He would then segue into recipes, not for the monastery's usual bland stews, but for dishes that sounded impossibly luxurious. He spoke of slow-braised lamb shanks, infused with rosemary and garlic, of delicate seafood risottos, creamy and fragrant, of rich, dark chocolate cakes, studded with candied orange peel. He never actually prepared these dishes himself, of course. His role was that of the visionary, the theorist, the one who planted the seeds of desire. It was up to the monastery's bewildered kitchen staff, under his increasingly specific, yet subtly indirect, instructions to procure the necessary and often outlandish ingredients. They would find themselves ordering expensive cuts of meat, truffles that cost more than a monk's yearly alms, and rare spices that required specialized import. The monks, initially hesitant, soon found themselves drawn into Juanhao's orbit of refined indulgence. The blandness of their former existence began to feel like a distant, unpleasant memory. The taste of a perfectly ripe fig, dripping with sweetness, became a more compelling spiritual experience than hours of silent meditation. The aroma of freshly baked bread, infused with herbs Juanhao had discovered, was more uplifting than any scripture. Juanhao, observing this shift with the keen eye of a predator, ensured that these new pleasures became inextricably linked with spiritual progress. Consider the gratitude we should feel, he'd expound, his voice soft, almost a whisper, as he passed around a platter of glistening lychees. To experience such exquisite flavors, to have our senses so thoroughly delighted, this is a profound blessing. To reject it, to turn away from such divine artistry, would be a form of spiritual arrogance. We are not meant to be ascetics in the traditional sense of self-denial, but connoisseurs of God's bounty. We must taste, we must savor, we must appreciate, for in this appreciation lies a deeper form of worship. He'd subtly reframe the concept of renunciation. It wasn't about giving things up, he argued, but about transcending the need to cling to them. This could only be achieved, he posited, by experiencing them fully, by understanding their allure, and then, through that very understanding, achieving a state of detachment. How can one truly be free of desire, he'd ask, his gaze sweeping across the rapt faces of his disciples, if one has never truly known its exquisite sting? How can one find contentment in simplicity if one has never experienced the seductive embrace of luxury? His culinary innovations were not just about introducing new foods. They were about introducing a new philosophy. A philosophy that replaced austerity with abundance, deprivation with delight, and asceticism with appreciation. He was creating a luxurious facade, not just within the monastery walls, but within the minds of its inhabitants. The very air seemed to thicken with the scent of exotic spices and ripening fruit. The clatter of crockery in the refectory no longer sounded like the mundane routine of sustenance, but like the prelude to a feast. He even began to suggest specific spiritual diets. For those seeking greater clarity, he recommended foods known for their brain-boosting properties. Nuts, seeds, certain fatty fish, all prepared with a richness that defied their supposed health benefits. For those aiming for inner peace, he curated menus featuring calming herbs and naturally sweet fruits, again, with the addition of decadent sauces and glazes. He was, in essence, creating a personalized spiritual menu, tailored to the perceived needs of each monk, but always, always, with an emphasis on exquisite taste and abundant flavor. The monks, once a picture of austere devotion, were slowly but surely becoming Epicureans of the spirit. Their conversations, once filled with theological debates and scriptural exegesis, now revolved around the merits of a particular truffle oil, the ideal ripeness of an avocado, or the exquisite texture of a perfectly seared scallop. Juanhao, the quiet observer, had become the maestro of this sensory symphony, orchestrating a grand performance of spiritual indulgence, all under the guise of enlightenment. He had discovered that the path to the divine, for many, was not paved with thorns, but with the finest, most succulent fruits of the earth, artfully prepared and generously served. The monastery, once a beacon of asceticism, was rapidly becoming a sanctuary of sensory pleasure, a testament to the seductive power of a well-crafted narrative and the irresistible allure of gourmet delights. The shift in Juanhao's teachings from the delicate art of culinary enlightenment to the grander, more ostentatious philosophy of material embrace was as seamless as a perfectly aged brie melting on a warm baguette. He hadn't abandoned the refectory or the cloistered kitchens. Instead, he had simply expanded his canvas. The opulent tastes that had become de rigueur within the monastery walls were, he now argued, not an end in themselves, but a necessary stepping stone, a training ground for a far more ambitious endeavor: the understanding and, indeed, the acquisition of wealth. "My dear brothers," Juanhao began, his voice resonating with a newfound gravitas, as he delicately sampled a minuscule spoonful of a rare, truffle-infused crème brûlée, its caramelized sugar crackling like a whispered secret. The monks, their palates now finely tuned to the exquisite, listened with an attentiveness usually reserved for pronouncements from the highest spiritual echelons. "We have, through our recent explorations, begun to understand the profound connection between the physical vessel and the divine spark within. We have learned that the body, when properly nourished and adorned with the finest earthly pleasures, becomes a more receptive instrument for spiritual contemplation." He paused, allowing the rich flavor to linger, a testament to his own conviction. "But this, my friends, is merely the vestibule. True compassion, true spiritual growth, demands that we extend our understanding beyond the confines of our immediate sensory experience. It requires us to grasp the very fabric of the world from which these blessings are drawn." He gestured with a delicate flourish of his spoon towards the gleaming silver of the refectory's newly acquired and exceptionally ornate cutlery. "Consider this silver," he continued, his eyes twinkling with an almost mischievous light. "It is not merely a tool for conveying sustenance to our mouths. It is a symbol. It represents the labor of miners, the ingenuity of silversmiths, the intricate networks of trade that bring such beauty and utility into our lives. To truly understand compassion, to truly empathize with the struggles of humanity, we must first understand the systems and structures that govern their existence. And what is more fundamental to the human condition in this earthly realm than the pursuit and management of resources?" The monks shifted uneasily. The word resources hung in the air, a stark contrast to the usual discussions of karma and dharma. Juanhao, sensing their apprehension, leaned forward, his tone softening, yet becoming even more persuasive. "We often speak of the suffering of the poor, of the hardships faced by those less fortunate. But can we, who have lived lives of deliberate austerity, truly comprehend the gnawing anxiety of an empty larder? Can we, who have never known the desperate need to provide for a family, the relentless pressure of a landlord's knock, truly understand the weight of such burdens? I say we cannot, not fully." He adopted a posture of earnest reflection. "It is for this very reason, brothers, that I have found myself increasingly drawn to contemplation of wealth, not as an end in itself, mind you, but as a means to understanding, a means to empathy. Imagine." He painted a vivid picture, his voice weaving a tapestry of imagined scenarios: a wealthy patron, a philanthropist encountering a beggar on the street. If that patron has never known the sting of poverty, has never experienced the vulnerability that comes with a lack of material security, how deep can their compassion truly be? It risks being superficial, an abstract notion rather than a visceral understanding. But if that patron, even if they now possess wealth, has walked in those shoes, has felt the chill of destitution, then their charitable act takes on a profound depth, a resonance born of lived experience. This was a cunning twist. Juanhao wasn't advocating for simple greed. He was framing it as a prerequisite for superior compassion. He was suggesting that to be truly empathetic, one must first have experienced, or at least intimately understood, the opposite state. And how better to understand the absence of wealth than by experiencing its presence and the benefits that accompany it. My own family, he mused, his gaze drifting towards a magnificent, intricately carved rosewood screen that had, rather conspicuously, appeared in the monastery's main hall a few weeks prior, a gift that Juanhao had, with feigned humility, accepted on behalf of the community. They were, and I say this with the utmost reverence, men and women of considerable means, and in their dealings with the world, they possessed a remarkable capacity for kindness. But it was never a blind, unthinking kindness. It was a considered, informed compassion, born from a deep understanding of the economic realities that shape human lives. They understood the value of a well-paying job, the security of a comfortable home, the opportunities that education, funded by a healthy economy, could provide. And in understanding these things, they were able to offer aid that was not just a palliative, but a genuine catalyst for upliftment. He conveniently omitted any mention of his own personal history. The extravagant debts, the squandered inheritances, the casual disregard for financial responsibility that had, in fact, necessitated his current, rather unconventional, monastic retreat. These were details, he reasoned, that served only to muddy the waters of his grander, more altruistic narrative. Therefore, he declared, leaning back, the silken robes he now favored rustling softly, it is not only permissible, but in many ways necessary for us to engage with the world of material wealth. We cannot inspire others to ascend if we ourselves remain perpetually at the foot of the mountain, ignorant of the vistas that lie above. By understanding how wealth is generated, how it accumulates, and how it can be effectively deployed, we become better equipped to serve. We become models, not of deprivation, but of responsible abundance. He began to weave narratives, subtle and compelling, that painted a picture of wealth as a sacred trust, a divine tool to be wielded with wisdom and generosity. He spoke of ancient guilds that had fostered innovation and prosperity, of wise merchant princes who had funded great works of art and architecture, of benevolent landowners who had nurtured their communities. Each anecdote was carefully curated to highlight the positive, almost saintly aspects of accumulated capital. Think of the great monasteries of old, he said, his voice gaining a powerful, almost oratorical cadence. Were they not centers of immense wealth? And was that wealth not used to preserve knowledge, to provide sanctuary, to commission breathtaking beauty that still inspires us today? Did the abbots of these institutions renounce all material comfort and live on scraps? No. They understood that to build, to sustain, to create lasting legacies requires resources. And those resources, my brothers, are not inherently evil. They are neutral. They are the raw material, the clay, from which we can sculpt a better world. He would then circle back, with an almost imperceptible shift, to the practicalities of their current monastic life. Consider the challenges we face in maintaining this sacred space, in continuing our work of spiritual dissemination. We require parchment for our scriptures, ink for our quills, sturdy roofs to keep out the rain. We require nourishing food, as we have so deliciously discovered, to sustain our bodies for long hours of prayer and study. All of these things have cost, and to meet that cost, we must engage with the economic realities of the world. We must, dare I say, become adept at navigating them. He had, in recent weeks, orchestrated the acquisition of several seemingly innocuous items for the monastery: a particularly fine loom for weaving, a set of high-quality woodworking tools, and a small, but surprisingly productive, vineyard on the monastery's sunniest slope. Each acquisition was framed as a means to self-sufficiency, a way to reduce reliance on the vagaries of external benefactors. But Juanhao knew, and was subtly guiding his disciples to understand, that these were not merely instruments of self-sufficiency, but potential profit centers. The exquisitely woven cloths, the finely crafted furniture, the superior vintages of wine, these were not just for their own use. They were products waiting to be marketed, waiting to generate the very wealth Juanhao was now so eloquently championing. Our mandate, he concluded, a serene smile gracing his lips, is not to flee from the world, but to engage with it, to understand its complexities, and to transform it through enlightened action. And what is more fundamental to worldly action than the management of resources? To embrace wealth, not with avarice, but with wisdom, is to embrace a powerful tool for good. It is to understand the struggles of others not through abstract pity, but through the profound empathy that comes from shared experience. It is to become a beacon, not of ascetic denial, but of purposeful prosperity, demonstrating to the world that one can be both materially successful and spiritually advanced. And in doing so, he paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. We not only serve others, but we elevate ourselves, becoming living testaments to the true potential of human endeavor. He then picked up a small, intricately carved ivory elephant, a recent donation that now adorned his reading desk, and gently stroked its smooth surface, a silent, yet eloquent, endorsement of his newfound philosophy. The air in the refectory, once imbued with the subtle aroma of roasted barley and the quiet hum of contented contemplation, now carried a more complex bouquet. Hints of sandalwood mingled with the richer, almost decadent, notes of a rare oolong tea, brewed to an exquisite amber hue. Juanhao, seated at the head of the long table, no longer clad in the coarse weaves of asceticism, but in flowing silks the color of a twilight sky, surveyed his flock. The monks, their faces still etched with the ingrained discipline of years, now also bore a new expression, a flicker of curiosity, a whisper of nascent yearning. The ground had been meticulously tilled, the seeds of material appreciation sown with the lavishness of a Renaissance patron commissioning frescoes. Now, Juanhao was ready to plant a new philosophy, one that would blossom with the vibrant, intoxicating hues of forbidden desire, all neatly packaged in the silken wrapper of spiritual advancement. My brothers, he began, his voice a velvet caress, we have spoken of wealth, of its utility, of its power to foster a deeper understanding of the human condition. But what is the ultimate purpose of this understanding, this engagement with the material world, if not to refine our own experience? If not to cultivate a state of being so harmonious, so exquisitely balanced, that it mirrors the divine tranquility we seek? He gestured towards a bowl of impossibly ripe lychees, their skins blushing with an almost scandalous vibrancy. We have learned to appreciate the artistry of a perfectly crafted dish, the nuanced complexity of a fine wine. We have begun to understand that the senses, when indulged with discernment, can be gateways to profound awareness. But what if I told you that this is merely the overture? He leaned forward, his eyes, usually pools of serene wisdom, now held a glint of something more akin to delicious mischief. What if I proposed that true enlightenment, the ultimate liberation from the cycle of suffering, lies not in the renunciation of pleasure, but in its absolute, unadulterated fulfillment? What if the path to nirvana is paved not with self-denial, but with exquisite, unapologetic enjoyment? A ripple of murmurs, a soft rustle of disturbed robes, spread through the assembled monks. This was a heresy so profound, so utterly antithetical to the bedrock of their training, that it was almost exhilarating. The very word pleasure, once a concept to be viewed with suspicion, a siren song luring souls to the rocks of attachment, was now being presented as a sacred cow, or perhaps more appropriately, a divine peacock, flaunting its iridescent tail feathers. Consider the nature of suffering, Juanhao continued, his voice taking on a soothing, almost hypnotic rhythm. What is it, fundamentally? It is the gap between what we desire and what we possess. It is the friction of unmet needs, the gnawing emptiness of unsatisfied appetites. We strive, we yearn, we struggle, all because we're in a state of deficiency. But what if we could eliminate that deficiency? What if we could engineer our existence such that every desire is met with perfect, immediate satisfaction? Would that not be the cessation of suffering? Would that not be peace? He picked up a lychee, its translucent flesh glistening under the soft light. This, he said, holding it aloft, is not merely a fruit. It is a micro-universe of sensation. The delicate give of the skin, the burst of fragrant sweetness, the cool, refreshing juice that washes over the tongue. To truly experience this, to fully embrace its ephemeral perfection, is to transcend the ordinary. It is to exist for that fleeting moment in a state of pure, unadulterated bliss. Is this not a form of spiritual communion? To be so utterly present, so completely absorbed in the perfection of a sensory experience that the mundane world dissolves away. He popped the lychee into his mouth, closing his eyes in an exaggerated display of rapture. The monks watched, mesmerized, as his features softened, a beatific smile spreading across his face. This was not the serene smile of detached enlightenment, but the contented grin of a gourmand savoring a forbidden delicacy. This, my brothers, he declared, his voice thick with pleasure, is the essence of spiritual hedonism. Is not the crude, grasping pursuit of fleeting gratification that we have been taught to shun. No, this is a refined art. It is the conscious cultivation of optimal sensation. It is the understanding that our bodies, these vessels of divine potential, are not meant to be punished, but perfected through exquisite experience. They are not temples to be starved, but gardens to be meticulously tended, filled with the most beautiful and fragrant blooms. He began to elaborate, weaving a tapestry of arguments that, while seemingly absurd on the surface, possessed a seductive internal logic. We are told to detach from desire, but is not the very act of striving for detachment a form of desire? A desire for a state of non-desire? It is a paradox that enslaves us. Instead, I propose a radical acceptance. Accept your desires, explore them, understand them, and then satisfy them with the utmost care and appreciation. For in the complete satisfaction of a desire, there is a moment of absolute peace. The yearning ceases, the struggle ends. You are, for that moment, utterly content. The monks, conditioned for so long to suppress any hint of personal longing, found themselves strangely receptive. The idea that their suppressed appetites were not sins, but merely unmet opportunities for spiritual growth, was a revelation. Juanhao, sensing their receptivity, pressed on, painting vivid pictures of a life free from the gnawing discomfort of deprivation. Imagine a monk, weary from hours of meditation, his back aching, his mind restless. His desire is for comfort. Should he endure the discomfort, fueling his suffering? Or should he seek out the softest cushion, the most supportive backrest, and ease into a state of physical contentment that allows his mind to truly settle? The former is the path of arduous, often futile, self-flagellation. The latter is the path of wise indulgence, the path of spiritual hedonism. He began to reframe their vows through this new lens. The vow of poverty, he explained, his voice dripping with a newfound understanding, is not about living in squalor. It is about disengaging from the anxieties of material accumulation. It is about not being enslaved by the need for wealth. But does this mean we cannot enjoy the fruits of wealth when they are presented to us? Absolutely not. If a generous patron bestows upon us the finest silks, the most comfortable bedding, the most exquisite delicacies, is it not our spiritual duty to receive them with gratitude and to enjoy them fully? To reject such gifts out of ingrained austerity would be to disrespect the generosity of the giver and to deny ourselves the opportunity for profound sensory appreciation. The vow of chastity, too, underwent a remarkable transformation. Chastity, Juanhao mused, a faint blush rising on his cheeks, is the channeling of vital energy. It is a recognition that our life force is precious and can be directed towards higher pursuits. But must this energy be dammed up, festering in suppressed longing? Or can it be released, celebrated, and integrated into a vibrant, fulfilling existence? Perhaps the ultimate chastity lies not in denying the body its natural expressions of joy and connection, but in experiencing them with such mindful presence and appreciation that they elevate, rather than diminish, our spiritual state. Think of a perfectly harmonious dance or a deeply resonant musical chord. Are these not expressions of shared vitality, moments of exquisite connection that can inspire the soul? He paused, letting his words settle, the silence punctuated only by the soft clinking of porcelain as he refilled his teacup. The key, my brothers, is mindfulness, not the mindful avoidance of pleasure, but the mindful embrace of it. When you taste this exquisite lychee, do not merely swallow it. Observe its journey. Feel its texture. Savor its sweetness. Understand that in this moment of pure sensory absorption, you are as close to the divine as you will ever be. This is not attachment. This is presence. This is the art of the present moment, elevated to its highest form. He then began to introduce practical applications, carefully curated to appeal to their long-suppressed human inclinations. He spoke of the importance of comfortable seating for prolonged meditation, advocating for the acquisition of sumptuously upholstered cushions, woven from the finest silks and filled with the softest goose down. He extolled the virtues of ambient lighting, suggesting that harsh, unyielding illumination was detrimental to the contemplative mood, and thus, a collection of intricately carved lanterns, casting a warm, diffused glow, was a spiritual necessity. And consider our diet, he continued, his eyes twinkling. We have discovered the joys of culinary excellence. But why stop there? Why limit ourselves to mere sustenance when we can achieve gastronomic transcendence? The body thrives on nourishment, yes, but it also flourishes with delight. A meal that is not only wholesome, but also breathtakingly delicious, a symphony of flavors and textures, is an act of profound self-care, a testament to our respect for this divine instrument we inhabit. He commissioned the installation of a series of small, private alcoves within the monastery grounds, furnished with comfortable seating and soft lighting, where monks could retreat for intense periods of personal contemplation. These alcoves, naturally, came equipped with discreet trays for refreshments, ranging from delicate pastries to small bowls of artisanal chocolates. These are not indulgences, Juanhao would explain, his voice earnest, when the inevitable questions arose from the more traditional elements within the community. They are tools for cultivating inner peace. For how can one achieve equanimity when physically uncomfortable? How can one focus on the Dharma when plagued by the pangs of hunger or thirst? We are not denying the world. We are optimizing our experience within it so that we may more effectively transcend it. He began to introduce the concept of harmonious sensory alignment. This involved, for instance, listening to specific types of music while engaging in certain activities, calming flute melodies for calligraphy practice, uplifting choral arrangements for communal chanting, and even, for those moments of quiet reflection, the gentle babbling of a carefully constructed water feature. Each element was chosen not for its inherent aesthetic value alone, but for its purported ability to resonate with the practitioner's inner vibration, thereby facilitating a deeper state of spiritual contentment. The monks, initially hesitant, found themselves drawn into this new paradigm. The subtle shift from ascetic austerity to curated comfort was so gradual, so artfully presented, that it felt less like a transgression and more like an evolution. The scent of incense, once a mere ritualistic element, was now carefully selected for its mood-enhancing properties. The textures of their robes, once rough and utilitarian, were now debated for their tactile, soothing qualities. Juanhao even began to subtly encourage the exploration of artistic expression, not as a devotional practice, but as a form of sensory release. He proposed that painting, with its vibrant colors and tactile application, could be a powerful form of meditation. Sculpting, with its manipulation of form and material, a way to connect with the tangible world. And poetry, with its evocative language, a means to articulate and thus, in a sense, resolve the complex tapestry of human emotion. The deepest insights, he would declare, his gaze sweeping over the monks, many of whom were now delicately sipping from ornate ceramic cups, often arise not from stark denial, but from a profound and appreciative engagement with all that life offers. To deny ourselves beauty, comfort, and delight is to deny ourselves a vital part of the human experience, and in doing so, we limit our capacity for true spiritual understanding. True enlightenment is not an empty void. It is a boundless ocean of perfectly balanced sensation, a state of blissful fulfillment that encompasses all aspects of existence. The monastery, under Juanhao's guidance, began to transform. Gone were the stark, unadorned walls. In their place appeared tapestries depicting serene landscapes, strategically placed vases holding arrangements of fragrant blossoms, and small, polished stones that, Juanhao explained, held harmonizing energies. The refectory, once a place of quiet sustenance, now resembled a high-end tea house, complete with an array of exotic teas, artisanal pastries, and attentive servers, newly recruited monks, trained in the art of discreet hospitality. The concept of mindful indulgence became the new mantra. A monk might spend hours contemplating the perfect sweetness of a piece of candied ginger, not in guilt, but in spiritual appreciation. Another might luxuriate in the warmth of a perfectly heated bath, not as a sign of sloth, but as a deliberate act of self-care that fostered inner peace. The suppressed desires, no longer seen as enemies to be vanquished, were now viewed as guides, leading them towards ever greater states of contentment. Juanhao, observing the subtle but undeniable shift in his followers, felt a surge of satisfaction. He had not merely introduced new teachings. He had orchestrated a revolution in perception. He had taken the rigid, often forbidding edifice of traditional spiritual practice and infused it with the intoxicating spirit of refined pleasure. He had convinced them that the path to nirvana was not a narrow, arduous climb, but a decadent descent into a state of perfect, self-aware bliss. And as he gestured for another serving of the impossibly sweet mango sorbet, he knew, with absolute certainty, that he was leading them not to salvation, but to a far more delicious destination. The mirage of merit had been replaced by the shimmering oasis of absolute, unadulterated satisfaction. The abbot Isa, a figure carved from the very granite of monastic tradition, had observed Juanhao's burgeoning philosophy with an initial, almost paternal, amusement. The younger monk's audacious reinterpretations of ancient tenets, his lavish descriptions of sensory delight, had struck Isa as a curious, if ultimately harmless, divergence from the norm. He saw it as a fleeting eccentricity, a peculiar bloom in the otherwise stoic garden of their cloistered existence. He had, himself, been a disciple of austerity for so long that the concept of actively pursuing pleasure, even couched in spiritual terms, seemed as foreign as the shimmering silks Juanhao now favored. Isa's own days were a testament to disciplined self-denial. The rough wool of his robes, the unvarnished simplicity of his cell, the Spartan meals that sustained but never indulged. His wisdom was earned, he believed, through the very friction of discomfort, through the constant, vigilant suppression of earthly desires. Yet, a seed of doubt, tiny and almost imperceptible, had begun to sprout within Isa's well-cultivated serenity. It began, as most insidious things do, with the smallest of concessions. Juanhao, in his boundless, almost suffocating generosity, had insisted that the abbot's meditation cushion, worn thin and flat from decades of service, be replaced. The mind, honored abbot, Juanhao had argued, his voice a silken thread weaving through the quiet air, is like a delicate instrument. It cannot perform its finest melodies when its performer is plagued by the discordant notes of physical discomfort. This cushion, he had declared, presenting a voluminous, down-filled marvel, upholstered in a deep indigo velvet that seemed to absorb and radiate tranquility, is not an indulgence, but an essential aid to deep contemplation. Isa, too polite, too weary to refuse, had acquiesced, and as he settled onto its yielding surface, a sigh, unbidden and surprisingly profound, escaped his lips. The familiar ache in his lower back, a constant companion for years, receded. The usual sharpness of his spine seemed to soften. It was, he admitted with a flicker of shame, undeniably comfortable. Then came the teas. Juanhao, ever the impresario of exquisite experiences, had declared the standard, rather bitter, barley infusion insufficient for the abbot's discerning palate. He presented a selection of rare oolongs, each leaf painstakingly handpicked from mist-shrouded mountains and dried to perfection. One, a dragon well with a delicate, almost creamy sweetness, became Isa's afternoon ritual. The gentle warmth spreading through him, the subtle floral notes dancing on his tongue, the lingering, pleasant aftertaste. It was a small, quiet rebellion against the monochrome of his usual beverage. He found himself anticipating that moment, the brief interlude of refined sensory pleasure, with a quiet, almost guilty eagerness. The astringency of the barley tea now seemed crude. Juanhao's subtle manipulations were a masterpiece of psychological engineering. He never directly challenged Isa's faith or his commitment to the monastic path. Instead, he offered enhancements, upgrades. He framed them as logical extensions of spiritual practice, as tools to facilitate enlightenment. He spoke of the body as a temple, yes, but a temple that deserved to be adorned and maintained with the finest materials. He spoke of the mind as a garden, but a garden that would flourish best with the most nourishing soil and the most carefully selected blooms. And Isa, the man who had spent his life meticulously pruning away any tendril of desire, found himself increasingly receptive to these arguments. The idea that comfort was not the enemy, but a potential ally, was a revolutionary concept. One afternoon, while Juanhao was orchestrating a particularly elaborate presentation of artisanal chocolates in the main hall, each one a miniature sculpture of dark, milk, and white cocoa, infused with rare spices and exotic fruits, Isa found himself drawn to the periphery. He had intended to observe, to perhaps gently admonish Juanhao for such ostentatious displays. But as he watched the other monks, their faces alight with a mixture of awe and hesitant delight, a peculiar sensation stirred within him. A faint, almost forgotten, yearning. He saw a monk delicately select a dark chocolate infused with lavender, his eyes closing in blissful appreciation as the complex flavors unfolded. It looked peaceful. Juanhao, with his uncanny radar for such nascent stirrings, glided towards Isa, a small, unadorned box of what appeared to be simple ginger snaps held discreetly in his hand. "Honored abbot," he murmured, his voice respectful yet laced with understanding. "I know you prefer simplicity, but even the most austere palate can appreciate a well-crafted comfort. These are made with aged ginger and a touch of local honey, baked to a perfect crispness. A small, mindful indulgence, perhaps, to punctuate the afternoon's reflections." Isa hesitated. Ginger snaps. They were so common. Yet the carefully aged ginger, the local honey, Juanhao had a way of elevating even the most mundane into something special. And the box was so small, so unassuming. A single ginger snap, after all, could not derail years of disciplined practice. Could it? He took the box, the slight weight of it in his palm, a new sensation. He selected one, its surface a warm, inviting brown. He brought it to his lips, the aroma of ginger and honey subtly sweet and warming. He took a bite. The crisp snap was satisfying, followed by the gentle warmth of the ginger, a familiar, almost nostalgic flavor, now intensified by the subtle sweetness of the honey. He had to admit, delicious. More than delicious, it was comforting. It was a small, sweet moment of respite from the relentless discipline of his existence. He ate another, then another, the quiet rustle of the box, a soft counterpoint to the murmuring conversations of the monks in the hall. This, he realized with a dawning sense of alarm, was Juanhao's true genius. It wasn't about outright rebellion. It was about insidious infiltration. He wasn't destroying the old ways. He was softening them, making them more palatable, more comfortable. He was offering an alternative to the arduous climb of self-denial, a gentle, inviting slope towards a more pleasing form of spiritual engagement. And Isa, the steadfast guardian of tradition, found himself, much to his chagrin, taking the first tentative steps down that slope. His quiet contemplation was no longer solely focused on the void. It was occasionally punctuated by the phantom sweetness of lavender-infused chocolate or the warming zest of ginger. The mirage of merit, he was beginning to understand, was not a delusion of the masses, but a subtle siren song that could even lure the most seasoned of sailors onto the rocks of exquisite, perfectly curated satisfaction. The abbot, the very symbol of unwavering devotion, was wavering, his resolve chipped away by the gentle persistence of comfort, one delicious morsel at a time. Chapter 4. The Hidden Chambers of Vice. The hushed reverence that had once permeated the ancient stone walls of the monastery had begun to transmute into a more nuanced atmosphere. It was a palpable shift, like the subtle change in air pressure before a storm, or the almost imperceptible deepening of shadows as dusk descends. Abbot Isa, bless his increasingly soft meditation cushion, remained largely oblivious, his spiritual compass gently nudged by Juanhao's carefully calibrated ministrations of comfort and exquisite flavor. But beneath the veneer of placid contemplation, a quiet revolution was underway, a meticulous architectural reimagining of vice disguised as an elevation of aesthetic and sensory experience. Juanhao, it turned out, possessed not only a keen understanding of the human palate, but also a surprisingly adept grasp of spatial manipulation. His influence, now firmly established, was no longer confined to the presentation of artisanal chocolates or the procurement of superior tea leaves. It extended, with a quiet audacity, into the very bones of the monastery itself. He had, through a series of increasingly elaborate improvements and renovations, begun to sculpt out secret sanctuaries, hidden alcoves where the monastery's newly awakened desires could flourish, unobserved and unjudged. The ancient tapestries, depicting scenes of stoic martyrdom and unwavering faith, now served a dual purpose. Behind their woven narratives of self-denial, Juanhao's operatives, monks who had enthusiastically embraced this new doctrine of enlightened indulgence, worked with silent efficiency. They meticulously chiseled away at the thick plaster and ancient stone, creating discrete compartments, snug little cavities perfectly sized for their burgeoning collections of illicit pleasures. The rough wool of the monks' robes, once a symbol of their renunciation, now served as excellent dust covers, muffling the telltale sounds of chisels against stone and the soft thud of displaced rubble. In the hallowed meditation rooms, where previously only the rhythmic chanting and the soft hiss of incense had been heard, a new kind of engineering was taking place. False floors, cunningly constructed and seamlessly integrated, were installed. The original, unyielding stone, designed for the cultivation of discipline, was now merely a subfloor. Above it lay a layer of specially treated wood, designed to absorb sound and, more importantly, to conceal the growing cache of forbidden delights. These were not crude, hastily dug holes. Juanhao's approach was one of sophisticated subterfuge. He spoke of optimizing acoustic resonance and enhancing floor integrity for enhanced spiritual grounding, phrases that sounded sufficiently academic and spiritual to appease any lingering doubts from the more traditional-minded, though their numbers were rapidly dwindling. Beneath these new, yielding surfaces, a veritable Aladdin's cave of earthly delights was being assembled. Disused storage areas, Those forgotten corners where dusty relics of a more austere past gathered cobwebs were being repurposed with a zealousness that bordered on artistic fervor. These were the larger, more ambitious projects, the auditoriums of iniquity. One particular chamber, once used to store surplus grain from harvests long past, was now being transformed into a veritable speakeasy. Walls were reinforced, soundproofing materials, discreetly sourced from outside the monastery's usual supply chains, which, of course, Juanhao now controlled, were installed. The air, once thick with the aroma of dried wheat and old wood, was beginning to carry a faint but distinct undertone of something far more intoxicating. And what, one might ask, were these treasures that necessitated such elaborate concealment? The answer was as varied as the newfound appetites of the monastery's residents. Bottles of fine spirits, procured through Juanhao's ever-expanding network of benevolent benefactors from the outside world, gleamed in the dim light of the secret compartments. These were not the rough, medicinal brews of yore, but single malt whiskeys with peat smoke lingering in their amber depths, smooth brandies that whispered of sun-drenched vineyards, and wines so complex they could make a monk weep with sheer sensory overload. Alongside the libations lay decks of playing cards, their crisp, new edges a stark contrast to the worn prayer beads that had previously occupied most monks' hands. The games played in these hidden chambers were not for spiritual merit, but for the sheer thrill of chance, the clinking of coins, or perhaps small, more discreet tokens, a counterpoint to the hushed prayers that still, perfunctorily, echoed through the main halls. Forbidden snacks, too, formed a significant part of this clandestine hoard. The carefully rationed, bland biscuits that had once been the peak of monastic culinary adventure were now supplemented by an array of delights Juanhao had personally vetted. Bags of crisps, their crinkly packaging a symphony of promised crunch, jostled for space with bars of chocolate so rich they practically melted on the tongue, and an assortment of sugary confections that would have sent a lesser monk into a spiritual tailspin. These were not just for sustenance. They were for celebration, for commiseration, for the sheer, unadulterated joy of indulgence. And then there were the truly anachronistic items, the pieces of technology that seemed utterly alien in this ancient setting. Small, portable entertainment devices, acquired through means that were best left unexamined, had found their way into these hidden chambers. Their screens, when activated, cast a flickering, vibrant glow, offering fleeting glimpses of worlds far removed from the austere reality of the monastery. They provided distraction, diversion, and a potent escape from the increasingly thin veneer of spiritual devotion that many of the monks now sported. The subtle hum of their internal mechanisms was a secret lullaby, a soft counterpoint to the ringing of the monastery bells, a sound that now seemed to herald not prayer, but the opportune moment to retreat into one's private paradise. The monastery's serene exterior, the very image of spiritual tranquility and unblemished virtue, now served as a masterful camouflage. It was a theatrical facade, behind which a clandestine underworld of pleasure had not merely taken root, but was actively, vibrantly flourishing. The quiet indulgence that Abbot Isa had so innocently begun to embrace had, under Juanhao's tutelage, blossomed into a full-blown operation. The monks, once dedicated to the pursuit of enlightenment through asceticism, were now covertly pursuing it through a meticulously curated selection of worldly pleasures, all hidden away in the very heart of their hallowed institution. The architecture of the monastery was being rewritten, not with stone and mortar, but with secrets and desires, each hidden chamber a testament to the profound and often absurd adaptability of the human spirit when presented with just the right blend of temptation and plausible deniability. The arrival of these carefully curated contraband items was a clandestine ballet, performed under the velvety shroud of night. Gone were the days of the monastery's austere, monastic fare, replaced by a meticulously planned infiltration of Epicurean delights. Juanhao, with his uncanny ability to navigate the murky undercurrents of the outside world, had established a network of suppliers that would make even the most seasoned smuggler blush. They were ghosts in the city, operating from the shadows of Shanghai's most exclusive and often morally ambiguous districts. These weren't just any provisions. They were liquid gold and solidified indulgence, arriving under the guise of charitable donations, or, more often, through transactions so discreet they left no trace. The wine, oh the wine. It wasn't merely fermented grape juice. It was history bottled, stories whispered from forgotten vats. Juanhao had unearthed connections to the most reclusive vineyards nestled in the rolling hills surrounding Shanghai, places that produced vintages so rare they were spoken of only in hushed tones by those in the know. These were not bottles that one found gracing the shelves of any ordinary establishment. They were the result of meticulous craftsmanship, aged in cellars that had seen generations of vintners dedicate their lives to perfecting their craft. Each bottle that arrived, nestled amongst crates of seemingly innocuous religious texts or spare monastic robes, was a testament to Juanhao's discerning palate and his even more discerning network. There were the deep, resonant burgundies, their color the hue of a king's velvet robe, that tasted of dark berries and the secrets of ancient forests. Then there were the crisp, effervescent champagnes, their bubbles dancing with a joy that was entirely unmonastic, promising celebration and a momentary transcendence from the mundane. And of course, the more robust reds, with hints of tobacco and leather, that spoke of long, contemplative evenings and conversations that lingered long after the last drop had been savored. These bottles, once uncorked in the dimly lit sanctity of their hidden chambers, didn't just offer a taste of luxury. They offered a taste of forbidden knowledge, a fleeting glimpse into a world of pleasure that had been carefully, deliberately excluded from their vows. Complementing the exquisite wines were the artisanal cheeses, each a miniature masterpiece of curdled perfection. These weren't the bland, processed cubes that might have once been served at the monastery's infrequent communal meals. No, Juanhao had secured cheeses that were born of dedication and a profound understanding of fermentation. There were creamy bries that oozed with an almost indecent richness, their edible rinds dusted with a fine, velvety mold. There were pungent blues, veined with emerald streaks, that delivered a sharp, exhilarating bite, challenging the palate and awakening dormant senses. And then there were the aged cheddars, hard and nutty, their flavors developing over months, even years, into something complex and deeply satisfying. These cheeses were not merely food. They were an experience. They were best savored slowly, paired with the rich wines Juanhao provided. Each bite and sip a carefully orchestrated symphony of taste and texture. The monks, accustomed to the coarse, grainy texture of their traditional bread, found themselves marveling at the supple elasticity of a good camembert, the way it yielded to the touch, promising a melting, ephemeral delight. The sharp tang of a mature Roquefort, once an unimaginable sensation, now became a welcome jolt, a vivid contrast to the muted palate of their former lives. The spice rack, previously a barren expanse of perhaps salt and a dusty tin of what might have once been cinnamon, was now a treasure trove. Rare spices procured from far-flung corners of the globe arrived with the same stealth and precision. Saffron threads, delicate and precious, their scent evoking sun-drenched fields and opulent palaces, were carefully portioned out. Cardamom pods, their aromatic interiors promising an intoxicating perfume, joined star anise, its celestial shape hinting at the celestial pleasure it bestowed upon any dish. Even the humble pepper was elevated, with peppercorns from obscure regions, each possessing a unique heat and nuanced flavor profile, making their way into the contraband cache. These spices were not used in any communal cooking, of course. They were individual indulgences, used to subtly enhance a stolen piece of fruit or to infuse a clandestine sip of wine with an extra layer of complexity. A pinch of exotic chili, added to a piece of dark chocolate, could transform it into a fiery, exhilarating sensation, a testament to the adventurous spirit Juanhao had so expertly ignited. Juanhao's management of these supplies was nothing short of masterful. He treated the contraband like a precious, finite resource, ensuring a steady, consistent flow that kept his flock appeasingly content and increasingly dependent. He understood the psychology of desire. Deprivation bred resentment, but controlled indulgence fostered loyalty. He meticulously cataloged every bottle, every wedge of cheese, every jar of exotic spice, not out of any sense of duty or order, but out of a strategic imperative to maintain the delicate ecosystem of vice he had so painstakingly constructed. His ledgers, scribbled in a neat, almost elegant hand, documented not the monastery's spiritual earnings, but its material takings of pleasure. He ensured that no single monk became too greedy, hoarding their treasures to the detriment of the collective craving. The distribution was subtle, often appearing as a surprise gift on a particularly arduous day or a reward for some perceived spiritual effort, thereby cleverly masking the underlying transaction of control. But Juanhao's genius didn't stop at the consumable. He extended his influence to the very grooming habits of his charges. Cleanliness, he would pontificate, with a twinkle in his eye that belied the profundity of his pronouncements, is indeed next to godliness. And luxury grooming, he would continue, as if revealing a profound spiritual truth, is merely an advanced form of cleanliness. It is a way of honoring the vessel that houses our divine spirit. Think of it as a form of mindful meditation, ritualistic purification of the self. This was his justification for the arrival of high-end grooming products. Bottles of fragrant soaps, richer and more perfumed than anything the monastery had ever known, appeared. Small, elegantly packaged tubes of exquisite moisturizers, promising to banish dryness and leave the skin feeling impossibly soft, became coveted items. Even finely crafted shaving kits, complete with silken brushes and blades, so sharp they gleamed, started to trickle in. The monks, who had previously made do with rough-hewn bars of lye soap and the occasional splash of cold water, found themselves drawn to these products. Their tactile appeal and intoxicating scents a subtle yet powerful siren call. The act of washing became a sensory indulgence, the lather rich and creamy, the scent lingering on their skin long after the ritual was complete. Shaving, once a chore, became an act of self-care, a moment to admire their own reflection in the polished chrome of a new razor, a reflection that now seemed to hold a glint of newfound self-importance. The monks, once they had tasted the forbidden fruits of Juanhao's enterprise, began to change. The initial pangs of guilt, the faint whispers of their former vows, slowly began to recede, dissolving like sugar in warm tea. They started to hoard their secret treats with an almost childlike glee. A monk might squirrel away an extra piece of imported chocolate, promising himself a private moment of bliss later in the day. Another might carefully conceal a half-empty bottle of amber liquid, saving it for a particularly stressful period of contemplation. These hidden stashes became extensions of their hidden selves, tangible proof of their newfound freedom, or at least their carefully managed captivity. The guilt, that persistent thorn in the side of any spiritual seeker, began to transform. It was no longer a deterrent, but a preamble. The anticipation of indulging in their contraband became a powerful motivator, eclipsing the fated fear of divine reprisal. The stolen sip of a rare wine, the furtive bite of a decadent pastry, the smooth glide of a luxury moisturizer against their skin. These were the new sacraments, the rituals that bound them more tightly to Juanhao's web than any vow ever could. The hushed reverence of the monastery had been replaced by a hushed anticipation, a shared secret that pulsed beneath the surface, waiting for its clandestine moment. The air beneath the main altar, once cool and imbued with the scent of aged stone and the faint, lingering incense of prayer, had taken on a decidedly different character. It was a subterranean metamorphosis, a transmogrification that would have made even the most devout patron of the monastery clutch their rosary beads in bewildered horror. The very foundations of piety, it seemed, were now the bedrock of something far more earthly, far more intoxicating. What had been a somber, seldom used repository, a space largely forgotten by the daily rhythms of monastic life, had been meticulously, and with an almost theatrical flourish, transformed. This was no mere storage closet repurposed. This was an evocation of Shanghai's more clandestine pleasures, a whispered rumor made tangible. Juanhao, in his infinite, and some might say insidious, capacity for understanding human desire, had identified this cavernous space as the perfect canvas for his latest masterpiece of corruption. The sheer volume of the chamber was its primary asset, offering a sense of spaciousness that was utterly absent from the cramped cells and monastic refectories above. It was this very expanse, this unadorned emptiness, that lent itself so beautifully to a vision of luxurious anonymity. The rough-hewn stone walls, once meant to convey austerity and a connection to the earth, were now softened, their starkness concealed by swathes of deep, opulent velvet. The color, naturally, was a rich, intoxicating crimson, the kind that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, creating an atmosphere of profound intimacy, a deliberate shielding from the harsh glare of judgment or the prying eyes of the outside world. These heavy, plush drapes, hung with an artisan's care, didn't just adorn the walls. They muffled sound, creating a cocoon of whispered secrets and the soft clinking of glasses, a stark contrast to the echoing chants and pronouncements that typically filled the spaces above. The lighting, or rather the deliberate lack of it, was another stroke of Juanhao's genius. Gone were the harsh, utilitarian bulbs that might have illuminated a simple cellar. Instead, a network of strategically placed, low-wattage lanterns cast pools of warm, amber light, reminiscent of the smoky jazz clubs that had sprung up in the city's most fashionable districts. These lanterns, some of them intricate filigree work that hinted at exotic origins, were suspended at just the right height, their glow illuminating faces but obscuring the finer details of their surroundings, fostering an illusion of intimacy and encouraging a certain carefree abandon. The shadows they cast were long and dancing, adding a theatrical dimension to the proceedings, transforming ordinary monks into figures of intriguing mystery. It was a lighting design that whispered of clandestine meetings, of secrets shared, of a world where the rules of daylight, and indeed, of spiritual discipline, held no sway. The crimson velvet and the muted golden light worked in concert, creating an ambience that was less a humble monastery and more a decadent, speakeasy-esque haven, a place where one could shed the skin of piety and don the more alluring mask of pleasure seeker. And then there was the bar. The bar. This was perhaps the most audacious element of the entire transformation, a gleaming testament to Juanhao's success in bringing the forbidden fruits of the outside world into the very heart of their supposed sanctuary. It was not a rustic, makeshift affair, but a polished mahogany counter, its surface so smooth and reflective it seemed to capture and amplify the very essence of the room's illicit charm. Behind this bar stood a curated selection of Juanhao's finest smuggled liquors, a veritable library of libations that would have made a seasoned sommelier weep with envy. Rows of bottles, their labels glinting in the lamplight, stood at attention. The deep, burnished amber of aged whiskeys, their contents promising warmth and courage. The clear, crystalline purity of vodkas, sharp and clean. The jewel-toned hues of brandies and liqueurs, each with its own story to tell. Alongside these were the wines Juanhao had so painstakingly procured, the robust reds and the crisp whites, now readily available to fuel the evening's diversions. This wasn't just a bar, it was a statement. It was Juanhao's declaration of victory over abstinence, a tangible symbol of his ability to cater to every conceivable earthly desire, even those that were supposed to have been renounced at the monastery gates. The clinking of ice, the gentle splash of spirits being poured, the low murmur of the bartender taking an order, these were the sounds that now mingled with and ultimately drowned out the distant, fading echoes of prayer. The heart of this subterranean revelry, however, was not the bar, nor the velvet draperies, but the tables. For this hidden chamber had been meticulously outfitted as a sophisticated gambling den. Not the crude, back-alley kind of game, but one with a touch of class, an air of calculated risk. Heavy, baize-covered tables were arranged strategically, their green surfaces pristine and inviting. Upon these tables, the very fate of fortunes, however modest, would be decided. Dice, weighty and smooth, were polished to a gleam, ready to tumble. Decks of cards, their edges crisp and their designs subtly alluring, were shuffled with practiced ease. The games themselves were a carefully chosen selection, ranging from the simple, addictive randomness of dice to more complex card games that required strategy and a keen poker face, a skill many of the monks were discovering they possessed in surprising abundance. Juanhao had ensured that the experience was as immersive as possible. Around the tables, comfortable, upholstered chairs had been placed, their plushness a stark contrast to the hard wooden benches of the refectory. Velvet ropes, elegant and functional, delineated the gaming areas, adding to the sense of exclusivity and importance. It was a visual cue that this was a space apart, a place where one could indulge in a controlled environment, where the stakes were high, but the surroundings were designed for comfort and sophisticated distraction. The juxtaposition was, to say the least, striking. Above, the hallowed ground of the altar, a place where sacred rites were performed, where prayers were offered to the divine. Below, this hidden chamber, a veritable temple to chance and earthly gain, where the only deities being appeased were those of luck and fortune. The monks, once their daily duties were completed, would descend into this underworld, their footsteps no longer echoing with the solemnity of devotion, but with a hushed, almost conspiratorial urgency. The transition was palpable. As they shed their rough woolen habits for slightly more relaxed attire, or simply pushed back their cowls, a different kind of spirit seemed to descend upon them. The exchanges were no longer of spiritual matters or theological debate, but of hushed whispers concerning their bets, their winnings, and their agonizingly close losses. Faces that, hours earlier, had been etched with contemplation or serene piety, were now alive with the flicker of anticipation, the tension of the gamble, and the exhilaration of a lucky roll or a winning hand. The low glow of the hidden lanterns cast a rakish light on their features, highlighting the subtle shifts in expression, the darting eyes, the clench of a jaw, the quick smile of victory. There was Brother Thomas, for instance, a man whose primary spiritual duty was to meticulously polish the monastery's ancient reliquaries. He was known for his steady hands and his quiet demeanor. Yet in this underground den, Brother Thomas transformed. His steady hands, once accustomed to the delicate work of preserving relics, now became remarkably adept at manipulating dice, coaxing them, it seemed, towards the desired numbers. He had a particular fondness for a game of chance involving 3 dice, a game he had learned from a visiting merchant years ago and had since perfected in his imagination and now in practice. His winnings, which he meticulously and discreetly tallied in a small, leather-bound notebook, were often substantial enough to afford him an extra bottle of that rare Bordeaux or a particularly pungent wedge of the smuggled Roquefort cheese. His hushed exchanges with Brother Michael, a man tasked with maintaining the monastery's modest library, often revolved around the latest fluctuations in the betting odds for a game of chance involving cards. Brother Michael, a man of numbers and logic, found himself increasingly drawn to the unpredictable thrill of the roulette wheel that Juanhao had, with characteristic flair, installed in a secluded alcove. The spinner, a gleaming contraption of polished wood and metal, seemed to hold an almost hypnotic power over him, its whirring sound a siren song of potential riches. Then there was Brother Benedict, the monastery's gardener, whose days were spent tending to the austere, utilitarian crops that sustained the monks. He was a man of simple pleasures, or so it had seemed. But in the gambling den, Brother Benedict discovered a taste for the more complex games of skill and chance, particularly a popular card game that involved intricate bluffing and strategic discarding. He would sit for hours, his brow furrowed in concentration, his eyes narrowed as he assessed his opponents, his own face a carefully constructed mask of nonchalance. The quiet satisfaction he derived from a well-executed bluff, from outmaneuvering his fellow monks, was a reward in itself, though the accompanying winnings, often spent on the finest imported tobacco Juanhao had managed to acquire, certainly did not hurt. His transformation was perhaps the most striking, a testament to how deeply buried these desires could be, waiting for the right conditions to erupt. The conversations that filled this subterranean space were a tapestry woven from the threads of vice and, ironically, a perverse sort of camaraderie. Bets were placed with a solemnity that belied the light-hearted nature of the games. Winnings were celebrated with quiet, knowing smiles and the clinking of glasses. Losses were met with a stoic resignation, often accompanied by a philosophical pronouncement about the fickle nature of fortune and a prompt order for another drink to ease the sting. Juanhao, ever the observer, would often mingle discreetly amongst them, a phantom presence in the smoky, dimly lit room, his keen eyes taking in every interaction, every subtle shift in mood. He was the puppet master, the architect of this grand deception, and he relished the spectacle. He understood that the very act of descending into this hidden chamber, of participating in these illicit games, forged a new kind of bond between the monks. It was a shared secret, a collective transgression that bound them together more tightly than any shared prayer ever could. This clandestine gambling den, nestled so audaciously beneath the very altar of their sacred vows, was more than just a hidden room. It was a potent, and perhaps the most damning, symbol of the monastery's complete and utter corruption. The sacred space above, a beacon of spiritual devotion, was now rendered almost a mockery by the den of earthly vice that lay directly beneath it. The desecration was profound, not in the physical sense of defilement, but in the symbolic. It represented a complete inversion of values, a total subjugation of the spiritual to the material. The pursuit of divine grace had been utterly eclipsed by the pursuit of earthly gain, of fleeting pleasures, and the intoxicating thrill of chance. The altar, meant to represent the highest point of their faith, now served as a literal ceiling to their descent into sin. It was a profound and chilling testament to how easily the sacred could be overshadowed and ultimately corrupted by the irresistible allure of human indulgence. The monks, in their descent, were not just entering a gambling den. They were stepping into a shadow of their former selves, a shadow cast by the very foundations of their supposed piety. The hush that had once characterized the monastery's inner sanctum was a relic of a bygone era, replaced now by a palpable hum of a different kind of life. It was the quiet thrum of conspiracy, the subtle vibration of shared secrets that permeated the very stone walls. The monks, their once solemn faces now often alight with a mischievous gleam, no longer congregated solely for vespers or the meticulous deciphering of ancient texts. Their gatherings, though ostensibly still within the bounds of monastic routine, were now imbued with an unspoken undercurrent of anticipation. The air itself seemed to carry a new fragrance, a curious alchemy of the monastery's traditional incense, now subtly interwoven with the intoxicating, almost illicit, whispers of expensive perfumes and the exotic, piquant notes of spices that had no business being within these hallowed walls. This was the atmosphere Juanhao so meticulously cultivated, a heady brew designed to intoxicate not just the senses, but the very soul. Conversations that once revolved around the finer points of theological doctrine now veered into territory far more grounded and infinitely more stimulating to the average man. The quality of a newly acquired batch of oolong tea, its delicate floral notes or its robust, earthy undertones, became a topic of hushed, yet fervent discussion. The subtle art of steeping, the precise temperature of the water, the duration of the infusion. These were the new catechisms debated with an almost religious zeal. Brother Ming, whose primary monastic duty had been the meticulous cataloging of ancient manuscripts, had, to everyone's surprise, discovered an almost uncanny aptitude for poker. His quiet demeanor, once perceived as pious contemplation, was now recognized as the carefully honed poker face of a seasoned gambler. The knowing glances exchanged between monks when Ming's name arose were a testament to his newfound prowess, a shared acknowledgement of his improbable success at the clandestine tables. Such exchanges were not mere idle chatter. They were the threads Juanhao was weaving into a robust tapestry of complicity. Juanhao, with his preternatural understanding of human frailty, ensured that every monk, from the most senior abbot to the youngest novice, was a participant in this grand charade. He was a master architect of shared transgression, understanding that true loyalty, or rather, true entrenchment, was built not on shared virtue, but on shared sin. Each whispered compliment about the silken texture of a smuggled robe, each knowing nod in agreement about the exquisite bitterness of a forbidden dark chocolate, each murmured lament about a particularly unlucky turn at the roulette wheel. These were the small, yet significant, acknowledgments of their collective descent. Everyone had something to lose, and therefore, everyone had something to gain from maintaining the silence. The very act of participating, of enjoying the illicit pleasures Juanhao so expertly provided, bound them together. It was a pact forged not in the crucible of shared faith, but in the intoxicating warmth of shared secrets. The monastery, once a bastion of spiritual austerity, had become a gilded cage, its bars forged from desire, its locks secured by complicity. The transformation was insidious, a gradual seep of worldly indulgence into the sacred. It began with small concessions, subtle nudges in the direction of comfort and pleasure. Juanhao, always the pragmatist, understood that outright rebellion was rarely the most effective path to corruption. Instead, he preferred the slow, steady erosion of discipline, the gradual loosening of the spiritual reins until they dangled, useless and forgotten, by the wayside. The opulent velvet drapes that now concealed the rough-hewn stone of the hidden chambers were just the first layer of this carefully constructed illusion. They spoke of a desire for comfort, for softness that stood in stark contrast to the hard asceticism of monastic life. The plushness of the chairs, the rich, deep hues of the fabrics, the low, amber glow of the strategically placed lanterns. These were all carefully calculated seductions, designed to appeal to the senses and to lull the monks into a state of relaxed complacency. Then came the libations. The polished mahogany bar, a gleaming monument to earthly delights, became a focal point of these clandestine gatherings. The clinking of ice, the soft hiss of spirits being poured, the murmur of orders being placed. These were the new hymns sung within the monastery's hidden heart. Juanhao ensured a selection that catered to every nascent craving. The robust, burnished amber of aged whiskeys promised a warmth that banished the monastic chill, a courage that bolstered faltering spirits. The clear, crystalline purity of vodkas offered a sharp, clean edge, a bracing jolt to the senses. And the jewel-toned brandies and liqueurs, each with its own exotic provenance and its own whispered story, offered a spectrum of complex, intoxicating flavors. He even sourced wines, the robust reds and the crisp whites, no longer reserved for the rare occasions of solemn feast days, but readily available to fuel the ever-growing diversions. The availability of these forbidden fruits was not an accident. It was a deliberate act of temptation, a calculated subversion of their vows of abstinence. The conversations surrounding these imported delights were a study in evolving priorities. Where once discussions might have revolved around the theological significance of a particular saint or the proper interpretation of Scripture, they now revolved around the merits of a rare single malt versus a blended Scotch, the subtle bouquet of a Burgundy, or the surprising kick of a potent rum. Brother Thomas, whose hands were once known for their steady, meticulous work in polishing the monastery's ancient reliquaries, now found a different kind of satisfaction in swirling a snifter of brandy, his eyes tracing the amber liquid as if seeking divine revelation within its depths. He would describe, with surprising eloquence, the way the oak notes mingled with hints of dried fruit, a far cry from his usual hushed pronouncements on the preservation of sacred relics. Similarly, Brother Michael, the keeper of the monastery's modest library, a man whose life was dedicated to the quiet pursuit of knowledge within the printed word, discovered a new and exhilarating pursuit in the clatter of the roulette wheel. The precise calculations he once applied to cataloging ancient texts were now rerouted towards predicting the capricious spin of the ball. His hushed conversations with Brother Ming were no longer about the latest acquisition of theological treatises, but about the statistical probabilities of certain numbers coming up, the perceived hot streaks, and the agonizing agony of a near miss. The rhythmic whir of the roulette wheel became a more potent siren song to him than any Gregorian chant. The very act of betting, of placing a wager with the knowledge that fortune could shift in an instant, provided an adrenaline rush that the quiet contemplation of books could never match. He discovered a thrilling unpredictability that, in its own way, felt more real, more visceral than the established truths of his scholarly pursuits. Even Brother Benedict, the humble gardener whose days were spent in the earthy communion of tilling soil and coaxing life from the monastery's utilitarian crops, found himself drawn into this new world. His conversations, once limited to the weather patterns and the efficacy of various composts, now embraced the intricate dance of strategy and bluffing required by the card games. He learned to read faces, to detect the flicker of a nervous tick, the subtle shift in posture that betrayed a hidden hand. The satisfaction he derived from a well-executed bluff, from outmaneuvering his fellow monks, was a potent reward, one that rivaled the simple pleasure of a perfectly ripe tomato. And the winnings, he discovered, were not merely a means to acquire more seeds or better tools. They were a currency for further indulgence, a ticket to acquiring the finest imported tobacco, Juanhao, so readily supplied, its fragrant smoke curling through the air, another layer to the intoxicating atmosphere. Juanhao's genius lay not just in providing the temptations, but in fostering the sense of shared complicity. He ensured that everyone had a stake in the continuation of this subterranean paradise. The monks who frequented the hidden chambers were not just indulging their private vices. They were actively participating in a collective act of defiance against the very principles they had sworn to uphold. Each wager placed, each glass emptied, each hushed conversation about a winning streak or a devastating loss served to bind them tighter. They were all in this together, united by their shared transgression. There was an unspoken understanding that to betray one was to betray all. This shared secret, this collective plunge into the alluring depths of vice, created a bond that was, in its own perverse way, stronger than any oath of brotherhood sworn in the light of day. The very architecture of the monastery seemed to conspire with Juanhao's efforts. The sacred space above, with its soaring arches and its stained glass windows depicting scenes of divine martyrdom, now served as a literal and symbolic ceiling to the monk's descent. The juxtaposition was stark, almost theatrical. The altar, a place of ultimate spiritual devotion, now acted as the roof of their temple of chants. The faint, almost ethereal echoes of liturgical music that occasionally drifted down from above only served to heighten the contrast with the raucous laughter and the sharp exclamations of victory or defeat that emanated from below. It was a constant, palpable reminder of the inversion that had taken place, of the triumph of earthly desires over spiritual aspirations. The monks were no longer ascending towards enlightenment. They were descending into a carefully curated world of immediate gratification, their steps no longer guided by faith, but by the intoxicating allure of the forbidden. The incense that wafted from the chapel above, meant to purify and to elevate, now mingled with the smoky haze of indulgence, creating a disorienting, yet undeniably seductive, olfactory tapestry that defined this new era of the monastery. The abbot, Isa, was a man of considerable years, his face a roadmap etched with the trials and triumphs of a life dedicated to spiritual pursuit. His eyes, though once sharp and discerning, had softened with age, now often veiled by a gentle, almost indulgent mist. It was this very softness, this inherent kindness, that Juanhao had so astutely identified as a potential fissure in the monastery's otherwise formidable facade of discipline. Isa was not ignorant. He was, in his own way, aware. He heard the distant echoes of revelry that occasionally seeped through the thick stone walls, sounds that were utterly incongruous with the solemnity expected of monastic life. He observed the subtle sartorial upgrades among some of his brethren, the silken sheen of a robe here, the unusually fine embroidery of stole there. He even caught the lingering scent of expensive spices, a fragrance that spoke of far-off lands and worldly indulgences, far removed from the humble herbs grown in the monastery gardens. Yet, Isa chose to look the other way. It wasn't a willful act of complicity, at least not in its purest form. It was more a gradual acquiescence, a slow surrender to the currents of change that Juanhao so expertly navigated. Perhaps it was Juanhao's own disarming charm, his ability to present even the most egregious transgressions as mere enhancements to the monastic experience. Juanhao, with his uncanny knack for flattery, had woven a narrative around himself and his activities, portraying them not as corruptions, but as necessary evolutions. He spoke of elevating the spirit through sensory appreciation, of finding deeper meaning in shared experiences, and of fostering a more vibrant community. These were not the words of a saboteur, but of a visionary, and Isa, weary from decades of rigid adherence to doctrine, found a strange solace in this gentler interpretation of spiritual life. There were moments, of course, when the dissonance was particularly jarring. The faint, yet undeniable, sound of a glass being slammed down in triumphant toast during the solemn hours of matins. The fleeting glimpse of a monk's hands, once calloused from prayer and manual labor, now adorned with a ring of considerable and decidedly non-monastic value. The subtle tremor of the floorboards above, suggesting an activity far more vigorous than silent contemplation. In these instances, Isa might pause, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. A sigh might escape his lips, a soft exhalation of weariness that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. He might even trace the faded carvings on his wooden staff, his gaze distant, as if searching for the lost echoes of a stricter past. But intervention? No, that remained an unthinkable precipice. Juanhao had masterfully cultivated an aura of benevolence around his enterprises. He ensured that the abbot's quarters were always stocked with the finest teas, the most exquisite preserved fruits, and occasionally, a bottle of that particularly smooth elderflower liqueur that Isa had once, years ago, remarked upon with a hint of nostalgic longing. These were not bribes, Juanhao would insist, but thoughtful gestures of appreciation for the abbot's serene leadership. And Isa, finding his days considerably more comfortable, his palate more pleased, found it increasingly difficult to summon the righteous indignation required for a stern reprimand. He had, after all, sworn to protect his flock, and in his own way, he believed Juanhao was doing just that, albeit in a manner that defied convention. Furthermore, Juanhao's philosophy, though unorthodox, held a certain twisted logic that resonated with Isa's aging sensibilities. The abbot had spent his life witnessing the spiritual struggles of men, the constant battles against temptation, the inevitable falls from grace. Juanhao's approach, in contrast, was not to suppress desire, but to channel it, to acknowledge its existence, and to manage it within a controlled environment. It was a pragmatic, if unconventional, form of spiritual stewardship. If they are to indulge, Juanhao had once murmured to the abbot, his voice a conspiratorial whisper during a rare, shared moment over a steaming cup of jasmine tea, is it not better that they do so here, under our gentle guidance, rather than seeking it out in the corrupting darkness of the outside world? The abbot had merely nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips, the elderflower liqueur having already begun its pleasant work. This passive acceptance from the monastery's highest authority sent a powerful, albeit unspoken, message to the rest of the brethren. The old ways, the rigid doctrines of austerity and renunciation, were no longer the sole pillars of their existence. Juanhao's path, paved with fine silks, rare wines, and the exhilarating thrill of the gamble, was now the clearly sanctioned route. The occasional furrowed brow of Abbot Isa was seen not as a harbinger of discipline, but as a distant thundercloud, unlikely to unleash its storm. His sighs were interpreted as mere acknowledgments of the inevitable march of progress, his gentle nods as implicit endorsements. The monks, keen observers of power dynamics and the subtle cues of authority, understood. The abbot, their spiritual leader, was not merely tolerating these new developments. He was, in his quiet, understated way, endorsing them. Juanhao's subversion was complete, not through force or direct confrontation, but through the subtle, irresistible force of the abbot's blind eye. His silence was a more potent sermon than any spoken word, a testament to the evolving soul of their once austere sanctuary. The abbot's tolerance, this cultivated ignorance, served as a fertile ground upon which Juanhao's elaborate edifice of indulgence could flourish unimpeded. It was a tacit approval, a silent blessing that resonated far more powerfully than any overt decree. The monks, attuned to the slightest shifts in the monastery's social currents, understood the implications implicitly. Abbot Isa's continued presence, his benign demeanor, his occasional, almost imperceptible sighs that seemed to carry more resignation than disapproval, were all signals. They signaled that the stringent doctrines of the past, while still verbally acknowledged, had effectively lost their potency. Juanhao's vision, a tapestry woven with threads of worldly pleasure and communal secrecy, was now the prevailing narrative. The subtle gleam in the abbot's eye, when Juanhao happened to present him with a particularly rare blend of pure tea or a meticulously crafted calligraphy brush, was not a sign of suspicion, but a quiet appreciation for the finer things, an appreciation that the abbot, in his twilight years, found increasingly difficult to deny himself, and by extension, increasingly difficult to deny others. One crisp autumn evening, as the last rays of the sun cast long shadows across the monastery courtyard, Abbot Isa found himself strolling near the western wing, an area that had, in recent months, become synonymous with hushed laughter and the clinking of unseen glasses. He paused, his aged hands clasped behind his back, and listened. The sounds were faint, muffled by the thick walls, yet distinct enough to betray the nature of the gathering within. It was the murmur of conversation, the occasional outburst of jovial camaraderie, and the unmistakable, soft rattle of dice against wood. A younger monk, Brother Silas, a novice who had recently arrived with an almost alarming purity of spirit, hurried past, his face flushed, his eyes downcast. He bowed deeply as he recognized the abbot, his movement a testament to ingrained respect. "Forgive me, abbot," he stammered. "I was merely returning from my studies." His haste, his averted gaze, spoke volumes. He was a lamb being drawn into the wolf's den, and the abbot, though he saw the blush, the hurried retreat, the subtle tremor in the young man's hand, merely offered a gentle nod. "May your studies be fruitful, Brother Silas," he murmured, his voice calm and unhurried. He made no inquiry, offered no reprimand. The young monk scurried away, his relief palpable, and the abbot remained, listening to the muffled sounds of revelry, a faint, almost melancholic smile gracing his lips. Later that week, during the communal evening meal, Juanhao, seated strategically across from the abbot, subtly gestured towards Brother Thomas, whose hands, once perpetually stained with ink from copying manuscripts, now sported a rather elaborate silver ring. The ring, with its deep sapphire set against intricate filigree, was an undeniable statement of wealth, a stark contrast to the simple wooden band that was the customary adornment, if any, for monks. Juanhao caught the abbot's gaze, and with a nearly imperceptible nod, indicated the ring. He offered no explanation, no apology, no justification. Abbot Isa, his gaze drifting from the simple lentil stew before him to Brother Thomas's resplendent digit, simply cleared his throat. He observed the way Brother Thomas instinctively tucked his hand beneath the table, a fleeting gesture of self-consciousness, before remembering himself and returning it to its place, a small, almost shy smile playing on his lips. The abbot's expression remained neutral, a mask of practiced serenity. He knew, of course, that such finery was not acquired through monastic alms. He knew it was a product of the hidden chambers, of the whispered wagers, and the triumphant clatter of the roulette wheel. Yet he said nothing. He simply resumed his meal, the quiet rustle of his robes the only sound that broke the general hush, his internal monologue a gentle hum of resigned acceptance. Juanhao understood the profound impact of this passive endorsement. It was more potent than any active participation. By not actively forbidding, by not openly condemning, Izo was in effect sanctioning. His quiet acquiescence was a powerful signal that the old rules were becoming increasingly flexible, that Juanhao's innovative approach was not only tolerated but, in a subtle, unspoken manner, embraced. The monks, observing their abbot's gentle inertia, felt emboldened. The fear of reprisal, a significant deterrent in the past, had waned. They saw that the abbot's spiritual guidance, while still present, was now framed by a profound understanding, or perhaps a deliberate overlooking, of human nature's persistent desires. Juanhao's philosophy, that a controlled indulgence was preferable to a suppressed yearning, had found its most crucial ally not in a conspirator, but in the serene, aging abbot himself, whose quiet silence had become the most powerful catalyst of all. The hidden chambers were not merely tolerated. They were, in the abbot's gentle gaze, sanctified by his profound and utterly essential blindness. Chapter 5. The Festival of Inner Joy. The grand symphony of Juanhao's carefully orchestrated ascent was nearing its crescendo, and for his magnum opus, he envisioned a spectacle so dazzling, so profoundly disorienting, that would redefine the very essence of monastic life. He christened it, with a flourish that would have made a seasoned impresario weep with joy, the Festival of Inner Joy. This was not merely an event. It was a philosophical manifesto disguised as revelry, a bold declaration that the sacred and the secular, the contemplative and the corporeal, were not opposing forces but complementary facets of a truly liberated soul. He presented this audacious concept to Abbot Iza not as a subversive act, but as an act of divine inspiration. Venerable Abbot, Juanhao began, his voice resonating with a sincerity that could melt glaciers. We have long strived to guide our brothers towards enlightenment, to purify their minds and discipline their bodies. But have we considered the richness of the world, the vibrant tapestry of human experience that lies just beyond our cloistered walls? Is true spiritual growth not also found in the embrace of the holistic self, in the joyous reconnection of the spiritual with the secular? He painted a picture of a monastery transformed, a beacon not of austerity, but of vibrant, all-encompassing well-being. The festival, he explained, would be a revolutionary celebration, a testament to the monastery's forward-thinking approach, its ability to transcend traditional limitations and embrace a more inclusive, joyful path to spiritual fulfillment. It would be an event designed, with exquisite subtlety, to attract not just the attention of the outside world, but more importantly, its coffers. Juanhao's vision for the Festival of Inner Joy was far more than a mere gathering. It was a meticulously crafted illusion designed to lure both patrons and profit. He understood that to truly cement his influence and secure the monastery's future, as he so dramatically framed it, he needed to transcend the insular economy of alms and offerings. He needed to tap into the glittering, insatiable appetite of the modern world. And who better to court than Shanghai's most opulent and notoriously discreet purveyors of pleasure? Juanhao, leveraging the formidable reach of his family's business empire, a network that whispered through the hushed corridors of power and the neon-drenched streets of the metropolis with equal ease, began to weave his web of sponsorship. He approached them not as a monk seeking donations, but as a savvy impresario offering an unparalleled marketing opportunity. Imagine, he proposed, the prestige of associating a renowned spiritual institution with the zenith of luxury and sophisticated entertainment. He spoke of a unique synergy, a chance to align their brands with an aura of mystique and timeless tradition, while simultaneously tapping into a new, discerning demographic eager for experiences that blurred the lines between the sacred and the sensual. The irony, of course, was a delicious secret savored only by Junhao himself. The sponsors, a consortium of Shanghai's most exclusive nightlife establishments and high-end luxury brands, purveyors of fine spirits, designer apparel, and unbridled indulgence, saw not a spiritual sanctuary, but a remarkably audacious and potentially lucrative blank canvas. They envisioned elegant banquets where the aroma of rare incense mingled with the clinking of champagne flutes, art installations that juxtaposed ancient iconography with avant-garde design, and exclusive VIP lounges offering discreet access to a clientele eager to explore the outer edges of experience. The initial proposals were met with a mixture of bewildered amusement and calculated interest. The idea of sponsoring a festival of inner joy at a Buddhist monastery was, on its face, preposterous. Yet, Junhao's meticulous planning, his confident articulation of the mutual benefits, and the sheer novelty of the concept began to win them over. He presented them with detailed mood boards, showcasing elegant floral arrangements, sophisticated lighting designs, and mock-ups of discreetly branded event materials. He spoke of exclusive tasting experiences of rare wines, curated artisanal crafts, and live performances that would stir the soul. He never explicitly mentioned gambling or overt indulgence, instead employing a carefully curated vocabulary of celebration, appreciation, and unforgettable moments. One particularly influential sponsor, the proprietor of the Gilded Lotus, a Shanghai establishment renowned for its exquisite cocktails and even more exquisite clientele, initially balked. A monastery, you say? He'd scoffed, swirling a glass of aged brandy. What a monks know of joy? Junhao, unfazed, had simply leaned in, his eyes twinkling. My dear Mr. Chun, he'd replied, his voice a silken caress. They know of the absence of joy, and therefore, they understand its profound value more than most. We are not inviting them to sin, but to experience the essence of joy, a concept we can help them explore through the finest sensory offerings. Think of it as an educational retreat with impeccable taste. This reframing, coupled with the promise of an unparalleled advertising platform with minimal direct competition, proved irresistible. The sponsorship agreements began to roll in, each one a testament to Junhao's persuasive prowess and the insatiable hunger of the market for novelty. The Silk Road Spirits Company, known for its artisanal baijiu aged in ancient oak barrels, pledged to provide a selection of their most exclusive vintages for a monastic digestive tasting. The Imperial Jade Jewelers offered to display a collection of their most exquisite pieces, ostensibly as contemplative artworks for the festival grounds. Even the Velvet Rope, Shanghai's most exclusive private club, surprisingly agreed to co-host a dialogue on the nature of pleasure, discreetly hinting at a catered after-party in one of their secluded garden pavilions. Junhao meticulously curated these partnerships, ensuring that each brand's contribution, while ostensibly innocent, offered a subtle gateway to the very indulgences the monastery had long eschewed. The Festival of Inner Joy was thus conceived not as a mere spiritual retreat, but as a sophisticated cultural convergence, a curated showcase of worldly delights presented under the guise of spiritual enlightenment. Junhao meticulously crafted the festival's narrative, weaving a tale of ancient traditions meeting modern sensibilities, of the monastery embracing a broader, more inclusive definition of spiritual well-being. He commissioned brochures and promotional materials, featuring serene images of monks bathed in soft light, interspersed with tantalizing glimpses of exquisite cuisine and elegant decor. The language was deliberately ambiguous, hinting at profound spiritual insights, while simultaneously promising an unforgettable sensory journey. He presented the finalized plans to Abbot Isa with a theatrical flourish, unfurling a large, beautifully illustrated scroll. "Venerable Abbot," he declared, his voice imbued with reverence, "behold the culmination of our shared vision, the festival of inner joy, a celebration of the holistic self, a bridge between the eternal and the ephemeral. We shall invite the world to witness how true spiritual richness can be found not in renunciation alone, but in the mindful appreciation of life's every facet. We have secured the patronage of esteemed patrons, individuals and institutions who recognize the profound wisdom in embracing both the spirit and the senses. Their contributions will allow us to elevate this experience, to offer our brothers, and indeed our guests, a glimpse into a more harmonious existence." The scroll depicted scenes of serene contemplation, punctuated by images of elegantly set tables laden with exotic fruits, musicians playing ethereal melodies on instruments of unknown origin, and cloaked figures engaged in animated, yet refined, conversation. There were subtle hints of vibrant colors, the glint of precious metals, and a suggestion of an atmosphere of refined festivity. Abbot Isa, peering over his spectacles, traced a gilded motif with a trembling finger. He saw the familiar symbols of monastic life, the lotus blossoms and the Dharma wheels, interwoven with elements that were decidedly less familiar. Swirling patterns suggestive of dance, intricate designs hinting at artistic expression, and a general aura of worldly elegance. He heard Juanhao's impassioned explanation, the carefully chosen words that spoke of holistic well-being and secular connection, and he nodded, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips. The sponsored brochures, when presented, featured photographs that were artfully composed, capturing moments of serene contemplation alongside images of exquisitely prepared dishes and the subtle shimmer of luxurious fabrics. The festival was positioned as an unparalleled opportunity for personal growth and cultural immersion, a rare chance to explore the depths of one's own spirit within an environment of refined beauty and profound peace. Juanhao's marketing genius lay in his ability to present the mundane as the magnificent and the illicit as the enlightened. The Festival of Inner Joy was to be an immersive experience, a carefully orchestrated symphony of sensory delights designed to tantalize and transform. Juanhao, in his meticulous planning, ensured that every aspect of the festival was steeped in an aura of sophisticated indulgence, subtly masked as spiritual enrichment. The grand courtyard, usually a place for quiet meditation, was to be adorned with cascading floral arrangements of exotic blooms, their intoxicating fragrance mingling with the gentle smoke of artisanal incense. Intricate lanterns crafted by renowned artisans from Shanghai would cast a warm, inviting glow as dusk settled, their delicate designs hinting at celestial patterns and ancient blessings. Food, naturally, would play a pivotal role. Not the austere meals of lentil stew and plain rice, but a culinary journey curated by the finest chefs from the sponsored establishments. Gastronomic contemplation, Juanhao termed it, presenting a menu that featured dishes like pan-seared scallops with saffron risotto and a whisper of truffle oil, slow-braised duck with star anise and mirin glaze, and a dessert selection that boasted lychee and rosewater panna cotta and dark chocolate lava cake with raspberry coulis. Each dish was to be paired with a selection from the Silk Road Spirits Company's most prized vintages, presented as an opportunity for digestive harmony and flavorful enlightenment. The monks, accustomed to the simplicity of their diet, would be encouraged to savor each bite, to engage their palates in a form of mindful eating, discovering the divine essence within each carefully prepared morsel. Entertainment would be equally sophisticated, designed to awaken the senses and elevate the spirit. The gentle strumming of lutes and the melancholic melody of the eru would drift through the air, performed by musicians whose skill was renowned in the city's most exclusive salons. Dancers, clad in flowing silks that hinted at the grace of celestial nymphs, would perform interpretive dances that spoke of the cycles of nature and the yearning of the soul. These performances, Juanhao explained to the abbot, were not mere distractions but visual meditations, opportunities to appreciate the beauty of human form and movement as a reflection of the divine. Juanhao also envisioned artisan pavilions, where craftsmen would showcase their skills in the creation of exquisite objects. This was where the imperial jade jewelers would present their breathtaking collection, not as mere displays of wealth, but as meditations in form and color, their intricate designs offering glimpses into the boundless creativity of the universe. Calligraphers would demonstrate their mastery of brush and ink, their elegant strokes creating ephemeral poems that would speak to the transient nature of earthly existence. Potters would shape clay into vessels of unparalleled beauty, reminding onlookers of the transformative power of creation. And then there were the experiential zones, the true heart of Juanhao's innovation, cloaked in a language of spiritual exploration. The Whispering Gardens would offer intimate settings for dialogues on life's deeper questions, facilitated by charismatic individuals from Shanghai's intellectual circles. Their discussions subtly steered towards themes of desire, fulfillment, and the art of living. The Celestial Spa, a discreetly arranged series of treatment rooms, would offer energetic rejuvenation through aromatic oils and gentle massages, presented as a means of releasing worldly burdens and restoring inner balance. The most audacious of these was the Chamber of Reflections, a dimly lit, opulent space where guests could engage in guided introspection. This was, of course, Juanhao's euphemism for the meticulously designed gambling tables. Here, under the guise of exploring the serendipity of existence and the play of fortune, patrons would be invited to test their luck at roulette, blackjack, and a specially designed variant of baccarat, the stakes as high as the aspirations of the players. This Silk Road Spirits Company would provide an open bar, the finest spirits flowing freely to lubricate both conversation and the roll of the dice. The Velvet Rope Club would subtly oversee the VIP area, ensuring that only the most discerning clientele gained access to the most exclusive tables, where the wagers and the rewards were far greater. Juanhao had even commissioned a small, exquisitely crafted set of dice, inlaid with mother-of-pearl, for the abbot himself, should he wish to contemplate the nature of chance. The irony was not lost on Juanhao that he was teaching monks to gamble in a temple, and that Abbot Isa, the guardian of their spiritual purity, was blissfully unaware, or perhaps willfully ignorant, of the true nature of the festival of inner joy. It was a spectacle of seduction, designed not just to fill the monastery's coffers, but to fundamentally alter its soul. The grand courtyard of the Xuanzang Monastery, usually a serene expanse of gray flagstones where the only sounds were the whisper of robes and the rustle of prayer beads, now hummed with an entirely different kind of energy. It was the thrum of commerce, the clatter of negotiation, and the intoxicating scent of expensive perfume mingling with the unfamiliar aroma of freshly brewed single-origin coffee. Representatives from Shanghai's most exclusive establishments descended upon the ancient grounds like a flock of bejeweled peacocks, their designer handbags clutched with an almost religious fervor. There was Madame Evangeline Dubois, whose Le Papillon de Nuit was less a nightclub and more a gilded cade for the city's elite, her smile as sharp and dazzling as the diamonds adorning her impossibly long fingers. Beside her, the impeccably tailored Mr. Kenji Tanaka, representing Sakura Silk, a fashion house known for its ethically sourced kimonos that cost more than a small car, nodded with polite deference. And hovering near the main gate, a discreet but insistent presence, was Dmitry Volkov, the man behind Volkov's Vintage Vodka, a brand whispered about in hushed, reverent tones by connoisseurs of liquid courage. They were not here to seek enlightenment. They were here to purchase it, repackage it, and sell it back to a world hungry for the illusion of spiritual purity. Juanhao, who had orchestrated this gilded invasion, moved among them with the grace of a seasoned conductor leading his orchestra. He found a particular, almost perverse, delight in their eagerness. He had offered them not just sponsorship, but a unique opportunity to imbue their decadent brands with an aura of ancient wisdom and serene tranquility. It was a marketing coup of unparalleled brilliance, and he was its architect. Madame Du Bois, with a theatrical sigh, gestured to a group of junior monks diligently sweeping the courtyard. "My dear Juan, she purred, her voice a low, resonant hum. "These young men, they lack a certain ne sais quoi. My establishment, you see, thrives on atmosphere. We provide the ambience that inspires indulgence. And I believe," she leaned closer, her perfume a heady cloud of jasmine and something far more illicit, "that a touch of Le Papillon de Nuit would truly elevate their spiritual presentation." Juanhao's eyes twinkled. He knew exactly what she meant. "Indeed, Madame Du Bois," he replied smoothly, "and we are most fortunate to have your discerning eye. We were thinking of a new line of ceremonial robes, perhaps something that speaks to the fluidity of spirit, the embrace of form." "Precisely," she exclaimed, clapping her hands together. "Imagine, Juanhao, a silken weave, dyed in the deepest indigo, the color of midnight contemplation, and discreetly, of course, embroidered within the inner seam, a tiny, stylized butterfly. A symbol of transformation, you understand. From the chrysalis of worldly cares to the winged freedom of enlightened revelry." Juanhao nodded, mentally cataloging the suggestion. Silken robes, discreetly branded. It was perfect. He envisioned the monks, cloaked in Du Bois's midnight-hued silk, their serene faces a stark contrast to the implied sensuality of the fabric, walking through the festival grounds, their very attire a walking billboard for Le Papillon de Nuit. Next, Mr. Tanaka of Sakura Silk presented his own meticulously crafted proposal. He unfurled a swatch of fabric, impossibly fine, woven with threads that shimmered like moonlight on water. "For the more senior brethren, perhaps," he suggested, his voice quiet and precise, "a more understated elegance. A robe of the palest cream, the color of untouched snow, and within the fold of the sleeve, where the light might catch it during a gesture of blessing, a single, perfectly rendered cherry blossom, exquisitely embroidered in silver thread. It speaks of impermanence, of beauty that fades, a concept I understand is central to your philosophy." Juanhao accepted the swatch, his fingers brushing against its cool, smooth surface. He could see it now. Monks, their movements imbued with a new, almost regal grace, clad in Tanaka's creations. The impermanence of beauty, a beautiful sentiment, and an even more beautiful marketing slogan for a brand built on the ephemeral nature of fashion trends. Dmitry Volkov, ever the pragmatist, had brought not fabric samples, but crates. He'd arranged for a discreet delivery of Volkov's vintage vodka, aged in barrels previously used for ancient Siberian oak. The bottles, heavy and ornate, were etched with the Volkov family crest, a snarling bear clutching a scepter. For the monks, Volkov rumbled, his voice like gravel tumbling down a well, to aid in their meditative processes. A small sip before prayer. It opens the mind. It warms the spirit. And of course, my logo is here. He tapped a finger on the crest subtly on the neck tag. A mark of quality, a sign of discerning taste. Juanhao imagined the scene. Monks, their eyes slightly glazed, their movements a touch more languid, sipping from crystal glasses filled with Volkov's potent brew. The warmth of the spirit, indeed. He could almost hear the hushed whispers of attendees, marveling at the monks' newfound joviality and the astonishing quality of the monastery's spiritual refreshments. The negotiations were a masterclass in subtle coercion and mutually beneficial deception. Juanhao, reveling in his role as a kingmaker in this unlikely kingdom of ascetics and hedonists, ensured that every sponsorship deal was framed in the language of spiritual enrichment. The silken robes were not merely clothing. They were garments of contemplative grace. The lavish food and drink were not indulgences. They were opportunities for mindful sensory appreciation. The discreetly placed logos were not advertisements. They were seals of auspicious blessing. He meticulously oversaw the design of the festival's promotional materials. Brochures featured serene monks in meditation, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of incense. But subtly, almost subliminally, the fabric of their robes hinted at the premium weaves of sakura silk, and the faint shimmer of a logo was visible on the sleeve of a particularly venerable-looking monk. Short promotional videos, intended for distribution in Shanghai's elite circles, showcased the monastery's tranquil beauty juxtaposed with tantalizing glimpses of the gastronomic contemplation. Glistening plates of exotic food, artfully arranged, and the clinking of crystal glasses filled with amber liquid, clearly Volkov's vintage vodka. The voiceover, a deep, soothing baritone, spoke of rediscovering the joy within, of harmonizing the spiritual and the material, all while the visuals hinted at a far more earthly pleasure. Juanhao felt a surge of exhilaration with each signed contract, each meticulously crafted detail. He was not just organizing a festival. He was orchestrating a grand illusion, a breathtaking performance where piety was the ultimate commodity and profit was the divine reward. He had taken the sacred and made it marketable, transforming the ancient walls of the Xuanzang Monastery into a canvas for the most audacious advertising campaign Shanghai had ever seen. The monks, he knew, would be cloaked in more than just silk. They would be draped in a meticulously spun web of commercial aspiration, their every gesture a subtle endorsement, their every prayer a whispered advertisement. He was, in his own estimation, a visionary, a revolutionary, a prophet of the new age where the sacred and the secular danced in perfect, profitable harmony. The Festival of Inner Joy was not just an event. It was a testament to his genius, a monument to the beautiful, terrifying synergy between faith and finance. The dawn, which typically crept into the Xuanzang Monastery with a soft, rosy blush and the gentle chirping of awakening birds, was this year assaulted by the jarring intrusion of a pulsing, electronic throb. It wasn't the rhythmic chanting of morning prayers, but the bass-heavy beat of a sound system that could liquefy the fillings in one's teeth. Ancient stones, accustomed to the whisper of bare feet and the rustle of coarse wool, now vibrated with the insistent pulse of what Juanhao had optimistically termed resonant sonic vibrations. The monks, roused from their slumber not by the soft chime of a bell, but by a percussive onslaught, blinked in confusion. Their humble dormitories, once Spartan sanctuaries of spiritual discipline, now echoed with the unfamiliar, disorienting rhythm. Brother Jian, whose nights were usually filled with the quiet contemplation of Buddhist sutras and the occasional dream of a particularly succulent turnip, found himself jolting awake as if struck by lightning. He sat up, his heart hammering against his ribs, and peered around his small cell. The familiar, comforting austerity was gone. Instead, a sleek, black speaker, emblazoned with a subtly integrated, stylized butterfly logo, Madame Du Bois's calling card, sat perched on his wooden meditation cushion. It emitted a sound that was less a vibration and more a physical assault. He tentatively reached out, his rough fingers hovering over the alien technology, wondering if this was some new, exceptionally harsh form of penance. His bewilderment deepened when he was ushered, along with his fellow monks, not to the simple refectory for their customary meager breakfast of congee and pickled vegetables, but to a sprawling tent erected in the main courtyard. The air, thick with the scent of incense, was now overlaid with an olfactory symphony that was frankly offensive to the nostrils of seasoned ascetics. Notes of truffle oil, saffron, and something intensely buttery wrestled for dominance, creating a heady, almost intoxicating bouquet. Before them, laid out on tables draped in shimmering, midnight blue silk, the exact hue of Madame Du Bois's proposed robes, was a feast that defied description. There were mounds of glistening caviar, shimmering like obsidian jewels. Tiny, delicate quail eggs, their shells painted with what appeared to be miniature cherry blossoms. Towers of impossibly delicate pastries, dusted with edible gold leaf. And in the center, a roasted suckling pig, its skin crackling and golden, an offering that would have sent even the most devout vegetarian monk into a spiritual crisis. Brother Jian, who hadn't eaten anything more elaborate than a steamed bun in 20 years, felt a strange, unsettling sensation bloom in his stomach, a mixture of awe and outright terror. Juanhao, resplendent in a tailored silk suit that shimmered with an almost ethereal sheen, surveyed the scene with a triumphant gleam in his eyes. He clapped his hands together, his voice amplified by a discreet microphone, cutting through the rising murmur of confused monks. "Brothers," he boomed, his voice resonating with an authority that was both alarming and oddly compelling. "Welcome to the dawn of a new era. Today, we begin the great harmonization, the profound integration of the material and the spiritual. For too long, we have mistaken deprivation for enlightenment. We have believed that the body is an impediment to the soul. But I say to you, the body is a vessel, and a well-nourished, beautifully adorned vessel can carry the soul to unprecedented heights of joy." He gestured expansively towards the laden tables. "Today, we embrace the gastronomic contemplation. Each morsel, each sip, is an opportunity for mindful sensory appreciation. Savor the textures, the aromas, the complex flavors. This is not mere sustenance. It is an exploration of divine creation, presented to us by our generous patrons." He winked at the assembled representatives of Le Papillon de Nuit and Sakura Silk, who were observing from a discreet distance, their faces a mixture of smug satisfaction and avarice. The monks, their faces a tableau of stunned disbelief, were gently, but firmly, guided towards the tables. A stern-faced woman in a severe black dress, her name tag reading Anastasia, culinary director, hovered over them, her eyes sharp and assessing. "Brother Jian," she said, her voice a steely whisper, "you must try the foie gras. It is infused with a hint of elderflower. Exquisite." She placed a tiny, shimmering spoonful onto his plate, her movements precise and unforgiving. Brother Jian, his hands trembling, brought the spoon to his lips. The sensation was unlike anything he had ever experienced. A wave of rich, decadent flavor flooded his mouth, a profound, almost overwhelming sensation. His eyes widened. This was not the bland, earthy taste of turnips. This was an event. Across the courtyard, a group of younger monks, their faces flushed with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, were being fitted for their new ceremonial robes. The coarse, homespun fabric of their traditional attire was being replaced by lengths of the most exquisite silk. Madame Du Bois herself, her diamonds glinting like miniature galaxies, was overseeing the process, her sharp eyes scrutinizing every fold. "No, no, darling," she cooed to a tailor struggling with a particularly recalcitrant seam. "The drape, it must be fluid like water. It must whisper of hidden desires, of the exquisite torment of longing. And the lining," she leaned in conspiratorially, "must be a subtle blush pink, like the inside of a peony. It's all about the suggestion, you see." The monks, accustomed to the practical, unadorned simplicity of their robes, found themselves swathed in fabrics that felt alien and decadent against their skin. The midnight indigo of Du Bois's robes seemed to absorb the light, making the wearers appear almost spectral, while the pale cream of Tanaka's kimonos shimmered with an inner luminescence. Discreetly, almost imperceptibly, the embroidered symbols, the tiny butterfly on the inner seam, the silver cherry blossom on the sleeve, were there a silent, silken testament to their benefactors. As the day progressed, the sensory overload intensified. The gentle murmur of contemplation was replaced by the amplified beats of a DJ, whose booth, adorned with holographic cherry blossoms, had been erected near the ancient pagoda. The monks, initially hesitant, found themselves swaying, their bodies responding to the unfamiliar rhythm with a primal urge they couldn't quite understand. Juanhao, observing their tentative movements, clapped his hands with glee. Yes, embrace the rhythm. This is the dance of awakened senses. Feel the liberation. Shed the shackles of inhibition. He then introduced meditative wine tasting. Crystal glasses, filled with an amber liquid that smelled suspiciously potent, were circulated. Dmitry Volkov, beaming with paternal pride, personally oversaw the distribution of his vintage vodka, explaining in a rumbling baritone the complex aging process and the subtle notes of Siberian pine and ancient wisdom that made his beverage so spiritually conducive. The monks, who had rarely tasted anything stronger than weak herbal tea, found the potent spirit remarkably effective at loosening their tongues and, more alarmingly, their inhibitions. Conversations, usually hushed and reverent, became boisterous and surprisingly candid. Brother Jian, after a second glass of Volkov's potent brew, found himself discussing the philosophical merits of the color blue with Brother Wei, who was vehemently arguing that the true essence of blue resided not in the sky, but in the deep, mysterious waters of the ocean. Their discussion, fueled by the vintage meditation aid, escalated into a spirited debate, complete with dramatic hand gestures and booming pronouncements, a far cry from their usual whispered exchanges. Juanhao, ever the impresario, saw this as a triumph. The dialogue of illuminated perspectives, he declared to the delighted sponsors. See how the material world sparks intellectual and spiritual discourse. They are truly experiencing the festival of inner joy. The simple, nourishing meals of gruel and vegetables were a distant memory. Now, the monks were presented with multi-course banquets that would make a king blush. Each dish was a work of art, meticulously prepared and artfully presented. There were delicate sashimi platters, artfully arranged skewers of exotic meats, and elaborate desserts that defied gravity and common sense. The monks, who had been taught to eat with gratitude and moderation, found themselves staring at plates piled high with culinary wonders, their training at odds with the sheer abundance. This, Juanhao announced, his voice ringing with conviction, is mindful indulgence. We are not consuming, we are appreciating. We are experiencing the boundless generosity of the universe, manifested through our esteemed sponsors. Taste the textures, marvel at the artistry, let your senses revel. Brother Jian, after tentatively sampling a perfectly seared scallop, felt a peculiar sensation. It wasn't the pang of guilt he might have expected, but a genuine, albeit confusing, sense of delight. The scallop was tender, succulent, and bursting with a briny sweetness. He looked at his rough hands, now adorned with a delicate silver ring bearing the sakura silk cherry blossom. He looked at his new, impossibly soft indigo robe. He felt the bass of the music vibrating through the ancient flagstones. He caught the eye of Brother Bao, who was currently engaged in what appeared to be a spirited dance-off with a young woman in a shimmering gown, her laughter echoing through the courtyard. Brother Bao, who had once been known for his stoic silence and his uncanny ability to remain motionless in meditation for hours, was now executing a surprisingly agile series of footwork, his silken robe swirling around him. A profound, if utterly bewildering, realization dawned on Brother Jian. This was not the spiritual enlightenment he had understood it to be. This was something else entirely. It was a dazzling, intoxicating, and utterly overwhelming performance. The monks, once paragons of ascetic discipline, were now unwilling, or perhaps increasingly willing, participants in a spectacle of commercialized spirituality. Their vows of poverty were being replaced by designer fabrics, their silence by synthesized beats, and their simple sustenance by a symphony of gourmet delights. And strangely, bewilderingly, many of them seemed to be enjoying it. The festival, it seemed, was indeed bringing them joy, albeit a joy that was entirely unlike anything the ancient founders of Xuanzang Monastery could have ever envisioned. It was the joy of sensory overload, the joy of unaccustomed luxury, and the inexplicable, almost giddy joy of a man who had suddenly discovered he could dance. The courtyard, once a tranquil haven for contemplation, now pulsed with an almost aggressive vibrancy. The air, thick with the cloying sweetness of synthetic jasmine and the metallic tang of industrial-grade hairspray, hummed with 1,000 simultaneous distractions. Juanhao, ever the showman, had decreed that the ancient flagstones, worn smooth by centuries of devout footsteps, were to be transformed into a runway. Not for any particularly profound spiritual purpose, of course, but for a sacred silken strut, as he'd enthusiastically dubbed it. This was a fashion show, a gaudy, glittering affair where the humble robes of Buddhist monks were to be replaced by creations that screamed of Shanghai's most audacious designers, each stitch a testament to the burgeoning influence of commerce over contemplation. The first to grace the makeshift catwalk was Brother Jian, looking utterly bewildered in a garment that defied easy description. It was apparently a Zen-inspired bomber jacket, crafted from the finest hand-dyed indigo silk, the very same hue that now seemed to dominate the monastery's newfound aesthetic. Instead of the traditional minimalist cut, this jacket boasted an abundance of pockets, each meticulously embroidered with a tiny, almost microscopic, gilded butterfly, Madame du Bois's signature, of course. It was paired with loose-fitting silk trousers, cinched at the ankle with what looked suspiciously like a repurposed designer silk scarf, all the more alarming for its opulent leopard print. As Jian shuffled awkwardly down the runway, his rough, calloused hands tucked into the numerous pockets, he felt a profound sense of disconnect. He was a monk, a man who had sworn off worldly possessions, now parading in what felt like an extravagant costume for a depraved masquerade. The applause that erupted from the assembled sponsors, a cacophony of delighted gasps and enthusiastic whistles, did little to assuage his discomfort. He caught a glimpse of Anastasia, the culinary director, now sporting a severe, angular haircut and a pencil skirt that seemed to have been sculpted from jet black leather. She gave him a curt nod, her lips pressed into a thin line that could have been interpreted as either approval or utter disdain. Following Jian was Brother Bao, whose usual serene demeanor was completely overshadowed by the voluminous, emerald green robe he was wearing. This was Tanaka's contribution, a serene silk kimono, he'd explained with a flourish, featuring an all-over print of meticulously rendered cherry blossoms that seemed to shift and shimmer with every movement. It was, to put it mildly, blinding. The sheer exuberance of the design, the vibrant, almost aggressive saturation of color, felt like a physical assault on the senses. Brother Bao, who had once been lauded for his ability to sit in silent meditation for 6 hours straight, now looked like a startled peacock, his usually impassive face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and a strangely burgeoning sense of pride. He attempted a modest bow at the end of the runway, nearly tripping over the impossibly wide hem of his kimono, eliciting another wave of delighted titters from the audience. The sacred silken strut was not merely a passive display of sartorial excess. Juanhao, ever keen on engagement, had introduced monastic mixology. Gone were the days of simple herbal teas and the occasional weak barley gruel. Now, the courtyard buzzed with the clinking of ice, the whirring of cocktail shakers, and the effervescent hiss of champagne. Dmitry Volkov, his chest puffed out with proprietorial glee, presided over a series of spiritual elixirs demonstrations. His signature Siberian Pine Sunrise, a potent concoction of his finest vodka, grapefruit juice, and a suspiciously vibrant splash of blue curacao, was presented as a libation for inner awakening. Monks, who had previously only encountered the subtle nuances of fermented rice wine in the most clandestine of circumstances, were now being encouraged to experiment with the complex, often volatile, world of spirits. Brother Wei, a man who had spent the last decade perfecting the art of silent contemplation, found himself behind a makeshift bar, awkwardly attempting to muddle mint for a mint mojito of mindfulness. His brow was furrowed in concentration as he tried to replicate the precise flick of the wrist demonstrated by a dazzlingly tattooed mixologist flown in from a trendy Shanghai bar. He'd never tasted a mojito before, and the sharp, invigorating blend of mint, lime, and rum was a revelation, albeit one that left him feeling slightly lightheaded and prone to sudden bursts of unsolicited philosophical discourse. The very essence of mint, he declared to a bewildered-looking businessman clutching a glass of Volkov's ancient wisdom blend, is its ability to cleanse the palate, much like the Buddhist path aims to cleanse the mind of defilements. Though, he added, taking a tentative sip of his own creation, this particular cleansing agent seems to have a rather profound effect on one's equilibrium. The courtyard, no longer just a place of quiet reflection, had been transformed into a vibrant, pulsating amphitheater. The ancient pagoda, which had witnessed centuries of solemn rituals and quiet prayers, now served as a backdrop for a series of performances by popular Shanghai entertainers. A sultry chanteuse, clad in a sequin qipao that seemed to defy the laws of gravity, crooned melancholic ballads about lost love and the ephemeral nature of beauty, her voice amplified to an almost deafening volume. A troupe of acrobats, their bodies glistening with sweat and an unidentifiable, glittery oil, performed breathtaking feats of contortion and balance, their routines interspersed with playful winks and suggestive gestures aimed at the increasingly enthralled sponsors. Juanhao, a conductor of this chaotic symphony, moved through the crowds with the predatory grace of a seasoned impresario. He'd orchestrated this entire spectacle with a ruthless efficiency, leveraging his connections and the deep pockets of his benefactors to turn the hallowed grounds of Xuanzang Monastery into an unapologetic showcase of consumerism. The sacred rituals, once the bedrock of monastic life, have been systematically dismantled and reassembled into gaudy, commercialized parodies. The dawn chanting was replaced by the thumping beats of a DJ, whose booth, festooned with holographic cherry blossoms that flickered and died like fleeting thoughts, had been erected near the ancient Bodhi tree. The solemn act of almsgiving had been supplanted by a charitable champagne toast, where each clink of the glass represented a hefty donation to a cause, presumably one that would further enhance the brand visibility of Le Papillon de Nuit and Sakura Silk. The concept of meditation had been thoroughly deconstructed and rebuilt as guided visualization with aromatherapy, where monks were encouraged to inhale deeply from diffusers filled with oils that smelled less of lotus and more of expensive perfume. The subtle act of mindful breathing had been replaced by enthusiastic participation in a Qi Gong flash mob, a dizzying display of synchronized movements that looked more like a spontaneous outbreak of polite, yet insistent calisthenics. Even the venerable practice of calligraphy was not spared. It had been reimagined as artistic expression through sponsored stationery, where monks were provided with exquisite, ink-infused quills and parchment emblazoned with the logos of the sponsors, encouraged to scrawl inspirational quotes that inevitably included brand names. The sheer audacity of Juanhao's vision was breathtaking. He had managed to take the most sacred and austere aspects of Buddhist practice and twist them into a shallow, glittering performance. The monks, once paragons of spiritual discipline, were now, willingly or not, the unwilling stars of a commercialized spirituality show. Their vows of poverty were being traded for designer silks, their silence for synthesized beats, and their simple sustenance for a symphony of gourmet delights. And the most perplexing aspect of it all, a growing number of them seemed to be enjoying it. The festival of inner joy, as Juanhao so grandly proclaimed, was indeed bringing them joy, but it was a joy entirely alien to the ancient founders of Xuanzang Monastery. It was the joy of sensory overload, the exhilaration of unaccustomed luxury, and the inexplicable, almost giddy delight of men who had suddenly discovered that a well-tailored silk robe could, indeed, be a source of profound, albeit superficial, happiness. The very air in the monastery was thick with a new kind of spiritual energy, the intoxicating, bewildering hum of commerce masquerading as enlightenment, a shameless spectacle that had only just begun. The cacophony of the courtyard, a vibrant tapestry woven from synthesized beats, delighted shrieks, and the insistent clinking of champagne flutes, had finally reached Abbot Ease's ears. For weeks, he had remained ensconced in his sparsely furnished chambers, a self-imposed exile from the burgeoning spectacle unfolding below. He had listened, he had pondered, and now, the insistent hum of innovation, a sound as foreign to his ears as the screech of a jet engine, had finally penetrated the thick walls of his contemplation. The sheer, unadulterated success of Juanhao's brainchild, the festival of inner joy, was undeniable. Figures had been presented, whispered first in hushed tones by Juanhao himself, then bandied about with increasing boldness by the growing entourage of sponsors and self-proclaimed spiritual influencers who now littered the ancient grounds. The coffers of Xuanzang Monastery, once perpetually lean, were now overflowing. Donations, once modest offerings of rice and simple cloth, had ballooned into sums that made Ease's head spin. The sacred silken strut had not only strutted but sprinted its way into the hearts and wallets of a new generation of devotees, those more interested in the spiritual benefits of a perfectly tailored silk robe than the arduous path of asceticism. His gaze, which had for so long been fixed on the intricate patterns of his prayer beads, now drifted to the open window. Below, the scene was a riot of color and sound. Brother Jian, whose usual demeanor was one of quiet humility, was now engaged in a spirited, if somewhat wobbly, demonstration of mindful movement with designer athleisure, his indigo bomber jacket glinting under the afternoon sun. Anastasia, her sharp features softened by a smile that hinted at genuine enjoyment, was overseeing a tasting of what she'd termed enlightenment edibles. Miniature, intricately decorated pastries that tasted suspiciously like almond croissants and passion fruit eclairs. Even Brother Bao, the embodiment of stoic detachment, was to be seen laughing, a deep, rumbling sound that seemed to echo from the very core of his being, as he attempted to guide a group through acrobatic serenity on a specially constructed, padded stage. It was a scene of unbridled, almost vulgar joy, and it was, to his astonished mind, working. The whispers had become shouts, the murmurs of disapproval drowned out by the roar of commercial success. Juanhao, the architect of this audacious metamorphosis, was everywhere. He was the orchestrator, the conductor, the beaming impresario who seemed to draw his energy from the sheer exuberance of the event. He had transformed the austere courtyard into a bustling marketplace of spiritual commodities. Monks, who had once spent their days in silent meditation and scripture study, were now seen demonstrating the proper grip for a Zen golf swing, sponsored by a luxury sports brand, or posing for selfies with a renowned mindfulness guru whose primary form of instruction seemed to be a series of pre-recorded affirmation videos. The very air hummed with an intoxicating blend of incense, expensive perfume, and the unspoken promise of spiritual fulfillment, delivered with the convenience of a high-end retail experience. It was this sheer, undeniable efficacy that began to chip away at Abbot Ease's long-held principles. He had resisted, oh how he had resisted. He had clung to the traditions, the austerities, the very fabric of monastic life that had been passed down through generations. He had seen the potential for corruption, the slippery slope of compromise. But the numbers, the tangible evidence of positive impact, albeit a wildly reinterpreted one, could no longer be ignored. The monastery's outreach, once limited to the quiet villages surrounding the mountain, had exploded. Foreign dignitaries, renowned celebrities, and business magnates, drawn by the novel fusion of spirituality and luxury, were flocking to Xuanzang. They came not seeking penance, but an experience. They sought not enlightenment, but a curated escape. And they left, invariably, with their wallets significantly lighter and their spirits, or at least their social media feeds, considerably more buoyant. Juanhao, sensing the abbot's wavering resolve, had played his hand with masterful precision. He had presented Isa not with the vulgar display of commercialism, but with its carefully packaged justification. He spoke of broadening the monastery's spiritual outreach, of making the ancient wisdom accessible to the modern soul. He spoke of innovative methodologies and dynamic engagement, words that resonated with a world that valued progress above all else. He showed Isa testimonials, videos of delighted participants proclaiming their newfound peace and spiritual clarity, all captured against the backdrop of the monastery's newly gilded statues and sequin-adorned prayer flags. He presented the financial reports, not as a testament to greed, but as a vital lifeline, an engine that would allow the monastery to not only survive but thrive, to expand its benevolent reach to even greater numbers. And so, one crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun began its descent, casting long, dramatic shadows across the revitalized courtyard, Abbot Isa emerged from his chambers. He descended the ancient stone steps, his saffron robes a stark contrast to the kaleidoscope of colors surrounding him. He walked with a measured pace, a figure of immense, albeit weary, authority. The murmurs that had rippled through the crowd upon his appearance quickly subsided, replaced by an expectant hush. Juanhao, his eyes alight with an almost manic gleam, approached him, a microphone clutched in his hand, ready to broadcast his victory to the assembled masses. Abbot Isa stood on the makeshift stage, the scent of synthetic jasmine and expensive perfume thick in the air. He looked out at the faces, a mixture of monks, now sporting custom-designed meditation cushions and designer prayer beads, and the eager, expectant faces of the sponsors and guests. He took a deep, steadying breath. He saw Juanhao beaming beside him, a testament to his own unwavering belief. He saw the tangible results, the overflowing charitable funds, the gleaming new facilities being erected in the monastery's less frequented wings. He saw the joy, the albeit superficial joy that had indeed bloomed in this once austere sanctuary. And then he spoke. His voice, though perhaps a little softer than in his younger days, carried an undeniable resonance. "My brothers and sisters," he began, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, "we stand here today at a pivotal moment in the history of Xuanzang Monastery. For centuries, we have striven to share the path to inner peace, to disseminate the teachings of the Buddha in a world often lost in darkness. But the world has changed. The methods of old, while sacred and profound, have found it increasingly challenging to penetrate the noise and distractions of modern life." He paused, allowing his words to sink in. Juanhao offered him a small, encouraging nod. "Today," Isa continued, his voice gaining strength, "we witness a new dawn. A dawn of innovative approaches, of dynamic engagement, of making the timeless wisdom of our tradition accessible to all who seek it, regardless of their background or their familiarity with our ancient ways. The festival of inner joy," he declared, the words feeling both alien and strangely exhilarating on his tongue, "is not merely a celebration. It is a testament to the power of adaptation. It is proof that the spiritual path can be walked in comfort, in beauty, and yes, even in joy." He gestured vaguely towards the throng, encompassing the vibrant fashion show, the lively music, the aroma of exotic cocktails. What Juanhao has achieved here is nothing short of remarkable. He has taken the core tenets of our practice, compassion, mindfulness, inner peace, and found novel ways to express them, to demonstrate their relevance in the 21st century. He has, through his visionary leadership, broadened our spiritual outreach immeasurably. He turned his gaze directly to Juanhao, his expression one of genuine, albeit bewildered, admiration. "Juanhao," he said, his voice ringing with an authority that now fully embraced the new paradigm, "you have shown us that tradition and innovation can walk hand in hand. You have demonstrated that the pursuit of inner joy need not be a solitary, arduous journey, but can be a communal experience, enriched by the diverse talents and contributions of many. This festival, In its unprecedented success and the substantial financial influx it has generated is a resounding testament to your brilliant concept. It is a triumph of making our monastery not just a place of worship, but a beacon of inspiration, a testament to the fact that spiritual growth can indeed be a joyous and prosperous endeavor. Your methods, while unconventional, are undeniably innovative. In this festival, your creation has proven to be a resounding success in broadening the monastery's spiritual outreach. You are a visionary leader, and Xuanzang Monastery is forever indebted to your ingenuity. The applause that followed was deafening, a tidal wave of approval that washed over the courtyard. It was a sound of capitulation, of surrender, but also, strangely, of liberation. Abbot Isa, the staunch defender of tradition, had finally succumbed to the intoxicating allure of progress, to the undeniable, irresistible tide of commercialized spirituality. He had, in his own measured way, declared Juanhao's methods not just acceptable, but laudable. He had, with a few carefully chosen words, legitimized the blatant commercialism, the abandonment of traditional practices, and the embrace of pleasure over piety. Juanhao, basking in the adulation, felt a surge of triumph. The abbot's endorsement was the final, unassailable seal of approval. He was no longer an outsider pushing boundaries. He was a revered figure, a prophet of a new era, one who preached not austerity, but accessibility, not renunciation, but a carefully curated, joyously consumerist path to enlightenment. The Festival of Inner Joy had not just brought joy, it had brought a new abbot, a new philosophy, and a new, glittering future to Xuanzang Monastery. The silence of contemplation had been replaced by the vibrant roar of the marketplace. And Abbot Isa, standing on that stage, had finally chosen to listen.